and welcome to the space for Saturday Showdown's pre-show. I am Valdez. With me today, I do have the wonderful Ox and Chronicler to break down this Saturday Showdown, and it is an important one, guys.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say this is the most important match remaining in the season when it comes to deciding playoffs. This is all or nothing.
Can't wait. I really think that if you asked us about this match like 3-4 weeks ago, when we maybe did some swaps for our predictions, you know, people would feel very differently about it. But now, after today, we're going to have a much better idea of who's going to make it to playoffs.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting. I think this will decide a lot, but we should look into this matchup a bit between DRX and the Guangdong Freaks, because these two teams are pretty close in terms of contention. 7th place versus 6th place. Who will get the last ticket to playoffs? And will it come today? Because if Guangdong Freaks win, they get it immediately.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the times we get to the end of the season and teams are fighting for playoffs, but not necessarily against each other. It's so good that we are 6th against 7th, just like second to last week of the season, and there's so much riding on this one matchup. And yeah, Guangdong Freaks can lock themselves in if they win, but that might be a harder task than you'd expect from their current standings.
Yeah, unfortunately for Guangdong, there has been yet another mid-season collapse for a team that was seemingly locked in to playoffs like they were last summer. If they lose today, it's not the end of the world. It's not necessarily over, but it gets incredibly hard. And given in what a great position they were in just a couple of weeks ago, that's got to sting.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at the potential probabilities coming into this one. Who has the best chance of making it into playoffs? Of course, Guangdong Freaks have a very high percentage just because they are 2 wins ahead. But that can all change if DRX do get the win tonight.
And that number's been dropping. You know, it's not really gained that much momentum yet, but we saw it when it was at like 97, 98%. It is steadily coming down. And today, when it's both potentially a Guangdong Freaks lose and a DRX win in the same series, we could see that percentage switch up massively.
Big thing here, obviously, is that DRX have Nongshim and Brion ahead of them. They fully are in control of their own fate. For Guangdong, yes, they beat KT, but that was both, I think, a different KT and a different Guangdong. Guangdong looked so much better in those first couple of weeks when they faced off against each other in round 1. So you got to imagine, especially when the pressure is on, because that was a fairly low-stakes game where, yes, they did play really well. Obviously, KT is a bit inconsistent, but right now, when the pressure is on, I don't know if you trust Guangdong.
The pressure is on, and there is a little bit of wiggle room for DRX. We're taking a look at, of course, the different schedules between these two teams, and DRX honestly have a very easy one. Yeah,
I think the main thing is they have to win today. There's no way you can lose today's match against Guangdong Freaks and still make it. But after that, there's actually space for either DRX to drop a series or Guangdong Freaks to win a single series, and for DRX still to make it. You can see if they win everything, they can end up getting to a -7 game score with 7 wins. So even if they lost one of those, let's say they're a -9 game score with 6 wins, although, I mean, it would depend on the score of the match, but they could still end up getting the playoff spot above Guangdong Freaks. So that's how important today's series, and this is the only must-win series for DRX. They have space in some of their other series to even drop one and still make that 6th place spot.
And you can see how the percentage does change up with a win, especially a 2-0 for DRX would give them a much better chance in terms of our probability score.
It's really a dream scenario that even in the case of a DRX win, the Guangdong run can still continue, although the task in front of them is going to be really big. And again, that it's the Saturday Showdown at the end of the season to figure out who probably is going to lock in. Because if it is a DRX win today, I think most of us will be expecting them to make it over Guangdong.
Yeah, it does feel pretty likely if that does happen. And we got to talk a bit about Guangdong Freaks. They have been struggling in recent times. They started off really strong. They were taking out KT, they were taking out DK. And now, all of a sudden, we get to patch 14.4, and it's like they fell off a cliff. What happened?
That is a brutal fall-off. Obviously, we saw the introduction of Bull, which gave the team a lot of good momentum. Looked like they were playing through him quite well. Koz was having a fantastic performance due to as well. But they have really just fallen off. I feel like they've struggled to get drafts that way for them. Often we saw Bull doing best when he was on proactive early champions, and they've moved away from that. And I think something that's important to say is that sometimes you can have a varied schedule, like DRX went on that 9-loss streak against top teams. You can definitely have patches where your schedule is just rough, But Quantum Freaks have been losing to teams like DRX and Bro. This is not, oh, they faced a bunch of hard matchups and lost. They're just losing to everyone right now.
They got 2-0'd by DRX. Like, their loss against Bro, I think, was what really started the full collapse. Twice in a week, right? Both 2-1. But then when DRX 2-0s you, that's when you know the team is fully in shambles, because DRX still are struggling so much, as we saw in their most recent match against FearX. So it doesn't bode well for Kwangdong in the current form.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Kwangdong Freaks, on the opposite side, FearX have the opposite effect, essentially. They started off very slow. We were like, what's going on with this team? Where's Closer? Who are these guys? Free Willy. And now all of a sudden, it's like they've finally got the act back together.
Really happy to see FearX do well, because they always were a fun team, even though they suffered from a lot of flaws. And they've kind of refound that identity of playing aggressive. The meta is much better for Closer. And Clear has finally started to show some of the form that we know he has from Challengers.
Yeah, and I think the meta shifting has really helped them out a lot. Particularly Willer's champion pool has sort of been allowed to open up a bit. I think a main thing as well is, you know, they went through that 9-loss streak, which obviously very rough. But it was pretty much all against top teams. The only Eastern team in that 9-loss streak was Quantum Freaks, who obviously in a very different form now. And the thing is, in their series against DRX, they legitimately just looked really good. I mean, obviously, DRX are not one of our top teams, but I think you can definitely say that, you know, DRX aren't playing at the top level of the league, but still praise FearX for their level of play in the series.
They also figured out to put Execute on engage supports, which I know that's a shocking lesson.
A while.
Right? Like, I can't believe that they learned that this late into the season, but it truly has made a really big difference. His rel performance has been stellar, but really anything that allows the guy to go in and everyone else following up on him has been, I think, the main reason. Like, plays like this, we hadn't seen from them for a really long time, and it was the big difference maker against
I think
DRX.
sometimes we see teams really just trying to adhere to what's meta and like, no, we have to play this, it's strong, you know, this is what T1 are playing, instead of just going, hey, look, this is what we're good at, you know? Yes, Milio was in the meta for a while and was pretty strong, but also Execution's phenomenal on engaged supports. Just play to that, you know? You don't have to copy the top teams, you just have to do what works for you.
I mean, League of Legends is a game that has so much information. There's so many different drafts, so many different styles of play. It's easy to get mired down, but I think that's a great point, Ox. But let's talk about champion pools. You were highlighting this before for Willer, and we'll get to that in a little bit. But let's first take a look at our 80 carries.
Bull, when he just came in, really was what reinvigorated Kwangdong initially, but we have seen him struggle, particularly when he's off of his most comfortable carries, which do get banned a lot, right? The Kalista, the Draven
Seraphine
are really... well, I don't even think that his Seraphine, like, necessarily is rough, but the team just doesn't play around it at all, and then double salty runbacks it as well when it clearly didn't work. For Hannah, I think, has been exactly the same player that he was on Brion. Except I thought he'd be better at Smolder because of how good his Zeri is. That hasn't really panned out.
Yeah, and I think really the thing that stands out for me is things like the Kalista, the Draven, the Misfortune, these lane bullies having the better win rates for Bull. And we kind of saw a consistent thing in challenges was they'd ban the Kalista Draven away from him. We've kind of seen teams move towards that again. Obviously, Kalista's banned against everyone, but a definite focus towards some of these early power picks that he's done so well on.
Yeah, and if we can talk a bit about what these bottom lanes play like as well. We got second place in terms of duo proximity for Bull and Ondo. They do play, they get Senna a lot for some reason. They get the Seraphine. They do play together a lot, whereas Execute is just off doing his own thing.
Yeah, and I think ultimately this is like textbook, your engaged support who roams top at level 3, trying to make plays happen. This is kind of what you expect from Execute on those picks, and sure, it doesn't give a lot of attention to bot, but I think with how the meta has developed, this is actually pretty favorable. Mid-jungle is so important right now. You can even see from the POGs, all the top POGs are mid and jungle. If you're winning that mid-jungle 2v2, it has such a massive advantage in spreading the advantage across the rest of the map, and ultimately, if you have a support who's roaming to facilitate that, it really has a lot of value.
Additionally, if you spend this much time in bot lane, you need to be winning bot lane. And that's where Bull and Nando, I think, initially were quite strong, but recently they have really struggled in the 2v2. So you're investing a lot of time and resources while not getting anything on the rest of the map, and then you're not even winning the lane.
Yeah, it has been a bit of a sticking point for them in recent times. But let's talk about the jungle. We got to talk about some champion pools for these guys as well, especially on the side of Willer. You mentioned he has been kind of opened up to play a whole slew of different things and a huge shared champion pool.
Yeah, even when it was basically just playing tanks consistently, like Canyon was on pure tank duty, and we saw a lot of our stronger junglers just locked into that. Willer was still trying to be innovative and bring out some picks that weren't maybe as firmly in the meta, but now as we've sort of shifted, we're seeing less of those tanks with some of the items being nerfed. We're seeing a lot more of these bruisers coming out. Things like Xin Zhao, the Lee Sin are a lot more popular, and still an opportunity for a player like Willer to bring out, picks like the Graves worked out really well for him.
Because individually, I think has been great, but when it comes to mid-jungle 2v2, as we already highlighted, which is so incredibly pivotal right now, having a jungler that can play with whatever you pick in mid lane, especially with taking closest champion pool into account as well, loves his AD mid laners, there is a lot of power in being able to just pick up whatever. And I think that Wheeler does do a really good job of that.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we do need to get into our favorite segment of the pre-show for Saturday Showdown, the player comments, where they give us some deep insights into what they're going to do in this matchup. I will play an enjoyable game with no regrets. Wow, I learned a lot. I believe FearX is a strong team. We'll do our best in game. I will strive to advance to the playoffs and improve even more.
You know what? We know, because of Who Are You, man, how funny some of these players are. We know they got the energy, they got the charisma.
The spunk.
Where is it? Give it to me.
I would respect it if they did go for like a pretty, outlandish statement there, but I think when it's so close to the wire, this is such a delicate series, I can understand going for tame statements.
And they certainly did. Guys, let's talk about predictions here, because obviously we talked a lot about FearX kind of on the road to getting better. They have an easy schedule. All of us went for FearX on this desk.
Any momentum enjoyers? This is based on current form, right? I think all of us are just looking at how FearX have looked in their recent games, and unfortunately how Kwangdong have looked in their recent games. I feel like it should be a close matchup, but I kind of lost my faith.
Yeah, I think Quantum Freaks, it's been a while since we've really, there was the point where it kind of slipped away. There were still some people predicting them, and then it's just really, at this point,
It was the Breon week.
Yeah, the Breon week was something.
It kind of laid a curse on that team, unfortunately. We'll have to wait and see if Kwangdong Freaks can break out of that. They do have one believer here on the global side. It is Huni, and we'll see if his prediction is correct. But we are done here on the pre-show. Let's go to the opening and open up our Saturday Showdown.
DRX! 두려움을 모르는 팀 피오 확정됐다고 생각하지 마세요. 대왕 광동 저점입니다. 광동 프리스트 들어오세요.
마지막 한 자리를 두고 경쟁하게 됐는데 굉장히 욕심이 나기 때문에 저희가 꼭 차지할 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
플레이오프는 저희가 가겠습니다.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2024. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Wolf today for the Saturday showdown, an absolute banger. It is going to be FearX taking on Quandong Freaks. As the pre-show went over, this means absolutely everything, but mainly for FearX. Quandong Freaks, they just need to win one more. Just win one. Anyone.
And for Quandong Freaks, this is the easiest of their remaining matches as well. So that's why today is so important for both teams. FearX, of course, if they win this, they still have other matches they need to win, and game score will matter. But for Quandong Freaks, this is the one you gotta win, because it gets tougher from here. You lose to FearX. Are you really gonna beat your remaining schedule? Because it gets tougher, and Quandong Freaks on a downward trajectory. Our predictions pretty much unanimously for FearX here. Not because we think that they are overall a stronger team, but it's really a vote against Quandong Freaks. It's been a nosedive for this squad over the last 6 weeks, and it just doesn't seem like it's going to get any better.
It's not. Let's have a look at the standings and have a look at where we're sitting at. It is 3 losses in a row for Quandong Freaks right now, and FearX managed to break that losing streak. We'll see whether they can extend this one victory that they have picked up. It wasn't necessarily against the best of opposition. It's against DRX, who are just below them, but still creating a little bit of a gap there.
We were making jokes about the 6-12 playoff spot when they were 6-6. They're 6-9 now. And they have 3 incredibly difficult matches remaining. FearX and then D+ and KT. Those 2 teams definitely a tier above right now. FearX, on the other hand, they beat Kwangdong today. They have to, because Kwangdong will be, of course, guaranteed playoffs if they win this. And then they could beat either Nongshim or Brion. And that is a much easier path. So even though a lot of our percentages have been leaning towards Quandong Freaks, they have to get it done tonight. This is the most important one. I just don't see it happening against D+ or KT.
Well, the thing is, they have already beaten D+ or KT, but I completely agree with you, because they just have not looked like they did in round 1. I don't think the upsets are going to be happening once more, but we'll just have to see, because of course they could just come out and smash this series.
They could.
The thing that sort of worries me, and this might be a little bit going too much on the vibes, but FearX have the opportunity to win their way to the playoffs.
Yeah.
And Quandong Freaks, they could lose their way to the playoffs, right? Like, they could win this one and then just bomb out for the remaining 2 matches and not be able to go in with any momentum. I actually feel like, as far as playoff competitiveness is concerned, FearX going on that run and then coming off like a 4-match winning streak, moving into playoffs, gives them a really good opportunity here, and could be disheartening for the Quandong Freaks, who do have 62.5% of our fan predictions.
That's a pretty close one. We often have very one-sided fan predictions for our Saturday Showdown. I like to see this. A lot of FearX fans coming out and supporting them. And we saw that graphic moments ago. The Space talked about it at length. The difference in champion pools and also the success rate for Execute varying based on whether he's on an engaged support or if he ends up playing a ranged support or an enchanter. He has not looked as good, and he is either such a boon for this team or a huge liability. But I kind of want to spend some time, as we do introduce FearX here, talking about Clear, because he had a fantastic first series of the week. His Rumble, one of the best we've seen this season, and he's had this sudden glow up, returning back to his DRX form, and some of the form we saw from him last year as well when he was playing well for Live Sandbox. That is so necessary for FearX to make this run, because he has otherwise been a weak link, but not so far this week. Kwangdong Freaks, so much discussion about what happened to this team, and it's the mid-season collapse, and is it coaching changes? The team seems like they're not as motivated as they were before. I think it's more about the fact that teams have identified that Bull has to play pressure lanes. They ban it away from him. They don't give him comfortable lanes to play in. Bulldog's laning phase is weak, and teams have just figured that out. And now Quandong Freaks haven't been able to adapt. As you take a look at the jungle matchup here, a lot of gold on the Willer side here. Gold difference at 14, 165. Experience difference at 14. Second highest here of all junglers at 106. And he is just having such a great season despite his team's faults. And because we were saying at the beginning of the season was maybe our strongest jungler player, but he can't get it done alone.
It's not quite working out for him. I really do like that Willer's stats don't really give away that he is relatively aggressive in the early game, right? Like, there's not much kill participation, things like that. A lot of craziness has been happening around him, but he's been farming things up. His brand has been amazing. He played the Graves as well. A lot of these more herbivorous junglers.
Oh, I thought you were just talking about him building his own brand and saying "nice" all the time.
Well, I mean, that is true as well. That is true as well, and that's definitely a good thing to do if you are, a new player wanting to make their mark. But the other thing is that he's a great jungler, and that's going to really help as well, because I think that that's how, Score and Clearlove and these big names did it in the past.
Yeah, no, I mean, he has a great champion pool. The team has drafted around his ability to play AP junglers, his Graves as well that he's pulled out. I really do appreciate how Ryu has given Willer an opportunity to be a star for this squad. And on the other side here for Kwangdong Freaks, I think Cuz has been kind of on cleanup duty. The disastrous laning phases we've seen from Bulldog in the second half of the season, the winning lanes that were drafted for Bull that he's not necessarily finding success with as much anymore, and then if it's scaling, it's generally a disaster. His positioning has been a little bit suspect. He's a very aggressive player, but, as the meta's moved more towards scaling, that's not necessarily what you want.
The thing is, it feels like it's moved towards scaling in the bottom lane and not anywhere else.
Yeah.
And that really hurts Kwangdong Freaks because they like to play no scaling in bottom lane and give Bulldog a champion that will only be relevant from 30 minutes onwards. And that hasn't necessarily been the winning strategy. But let's see whether they have a new strategy for us here today as we jump into the draft for game number 1 of our Saturday Showdown. Aatrox already taken away, Ari taken away, and the first champion that doesn't start with A is going to be Kalista, which is a bit of a shame. It's a large amount of letters skipped.
Not a surprise to see it banned against Bull, of course. They've relied on it so much. So many teams are banning this in general because it's a very strong pick, but it seems to be Bull's best and his most comfortable, his debut pick as well.
Yep.
As we will see what gets left up here. The Senna is gone. Nautilus remaining up in this case instead, and the Ashe going to be taken away. So Varus stocks way up. Smolder also feeling like you are going to have a pretty good time. Still a Lucian pick available. Zeri, something that Henna has gone to a lot in the past.
Ooh, the Vi is an interesting ban because it does mean that it's much more comfortable to pick something like the Zeri. I also think Nautilus would have been really, really strong, right? Because then you can deny a Zeri pickup, it works into that Zeri lane, and you can actually kind of do all right. But the Varus needs to be respected, that extra range, and we've seen that even if you are playing the lethality variety, even the late game seems to be doable with this pick these days. And so that is going to be the pick away from Bull here. You can see he's very vocal. We'll see what they are going to lock down for him. I like the Rel pick away, especially against Execute. My God, he played so well as champion.
It's a flex pick right now. It will likely be Cuz's pick, but again, you don't know that for sure at this point in the draft. And, taking the Nautilus here will allow them to play Zeri, but I don't know if that's really what Bull wants. Is he going to try to fight fire with fire here? Would he draft a Draven, a Lucian into the Varus? I just think it's a risky call, considering you're going to get outranged by this pick, and a lot of time being spent on this one. It will just be Bulldog's Talia that they end up going for here blind. Now the Ari is banned, so this feels a little bit safer than it could otherwise. We don't see a ton of other picks into the Talia punish lane right now. Spherex may just look to grab this Nautilus, and there's a lot of different mid picks they can go here. They don't even necessarily have to lock it up right now, but going for scaling here is an option. The Orianna is available as well. As Willer maybe playing that Jax jungle again.
Jax is a very interesting one. That is Twist of Fate locked in, so theoretically, we've got a Jax heading into the jungle this time around. Could, of course, be the Twist of Fate in mid lane, something that you could certainly play into the Talia. But what I'd like to see is for Closer to head towards something like that Kassadin that we saw completely destroy these blind Talias that are being picked up so much. Renekton, going to be a choice here, as Dudu is considering the Crocodile into the cards guy.
Yeah, that's likely going to be the matchup, but again, not 100% known, considering the Jax and the Twisted Fate can be flexed into different roles here. Could be the mid, Twisted Fate with Jax jungle, and a counter pick to the Renekton coming through. Unlikely, but possible.
Yep.
As we don't know what the 80 carry is going to be here for Bull just yet, and that's concerning, I think, because They drafted other stuff here that's fine. The Talia for Bulldog, he's had some good performances on it. The Renekton kind of is very blindable right now, even though we do kind of know what it's likely going into. But Bull, do you even ban Zeri against this guy, or are you happy to play against Zeri when you have a Twisted Fate. I like this. I'd rather see bans on picks that they think both could actually push into the Varus with, and he looks frustrated with the Lucian ban. Perhaps was just thinking they were going to ban some scaling picks away, but I love this here for FearX because, you know, Nautilus is still available. You have gold cards to lock down Azeri. Even, you know, Azeri pick here doesn't feel very strong for Bull.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried about this, because if you ban the Draven now, then Bull gets to only play champions that he hasn't looked very comfortable on. It is likely that they don't even take that away. They can go for a whole bunch of different things here. Of course, jungle is still theoretically bannable, given the fact that the Rel is flexible. And so something like a Maokai could ban it in both jungle and support, but instead it'll be the Rakan taken away by FearX. And I was kind of considering that the Rakan would be something that they'd really want to pick for themselves, just because Execute needs that engage support. Renata is still up and available, something that we've seen very consistently banned against Execute.
Yeah,
that might be the school of thought here.
We'll see. Okay, Misfortune. So this is, again, it's just such desperate drafting, but at least CVMax has figured out that trying to put him on Zeri here with Nautilus available is just absolutely not going to be it. They banned the Karma. There was no way they were going to be able to put the Rel in jungle and play Karma Ezreal here into the Varus, which we have seen in the past, and we're just not seeing Karma support in LCK right now. And now let's find out what the mid pick is going to be here. See the Alistar to lock in first for Execute. He's been pretty good on this pick. We've seen some overextension, some accidents, but overall, a pick that does give him a lot of agency, and he has the R button to get himself out of jail if he does make a mistake. And
it's just a pick that he can go in on, right? Like, we're just happy to see it. We're happy to see Execute on a champion that can start a fight, and that is precisely what we got. No worries there at all. Ambiguity now is going to have to leave, and there is the Akali pickup. We knew it was going to be something that was going to be melee if FearX were going to stand a chance, and this can be a rough matchup, but this is a champion that closer plays really well.
Yeah, he does, and I think it's definitely going mid. There's no chance this goes top into Renekton. The Lee Sin is great into the Akali, and this will push the Rel into bottom lane, so that's going to feel pretty good here. Looking like they're going to swap it over, though, to another pick that's pretty good into the Jax, the Akali. Some last-minute thoughts here, and then the lock-in will come through. I'm going to be honest with you, Atlas. I feel like FearX had a lot of different options this entire draft. Not for one moment did you really feel like you could trump card them. They had the answer to Zeri if that was going to come out. They banned the Lucian, which was genius. The Misfortune comes through here for Kwangdong Freaks, but it was a last-minute lock-in. It felt like they were very much destroyed in draft here in terms of their original game plan, and everything felt like it was a flex coming through for Kwangdong Freaks. Nothing felt planned. It felt like, oh, well, I guess they picked Akali. We didn't expect that. We'll pick Lee Sin here. And nothing really felt certain. And the fact that it took them so long to lock it in here gives me very little confidence they can pull this off. I don't think it's a bad composition per se, but it doesn't look like that's what Kwangdong Freaks sat on stage planning to play. And I think it's good drafting, good research by the coaching staff of Live Sandbox to just have, it feels like, every answer.
Yeah, I like it as well. I mean, I think that Kwangdong Freaks, this draft, even though I agree with you, it didn't necessarily look like it was pre-planned, it does fit in with what the meta dictates, right? And that is having a mid-jungle that can actually do things. Of course, it is more difficult. It's a little bit more finesse, but you're not going to be waiting for 30 minutes for Talia to come online, right? She gets Seismic Shove, and then she's relatively useful. And you can have Lee Sin get around the map and do some stuff. So this is an opportunity. I'm just a little bit worried about how the Misfortune gets any value when this guy can just appear on top of her.
The Jax can get on top of you. The Twisted Fate is there for the flanks. The Akali, I'm not really feeling it, to be honest with you, Atlas. We'll see if he can pull it off.
Yeah, we'll just have to find out. Let's hop into the ref for our Saturday Showdown. FearX, 하나, 둘, 셋.
FearX fighting.
Kwangdong Freaks, 하나, 둘, 셋.
Kwangdong Freaks fighting.
Woo! All right.
I'm just doing the voice thing.
the voice thing. I was actually like, let's give everyone a peek behind the curtain. I was getting mad because everyone just does the same voice for the fan chant cheerer, but it's often like a different person doing the callback, so we don't need to have the same voice for each time, and so we could mix it up, and it was bothering me. And what I realized was it doesn't bother anyone else, and so it's just me that gets bothered by this. And so then
he looks at me and he's like, and then Wolf has done this to me after I told him that it bothers me.
I gave Chronicler a hard time. So here's my public apology, because I don't think that it was warranted. So there we go. Let's have a look at what's going to happen in the earlier stages here. Bull has gone for the first strike.
Yeah.
We'll see how much money he's going to be able to earn with that one. I'm just looking at this FearX composition, and all I'm seeing is
things
comfort.
that get on top of misfortune.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Bull's going to have a very good time. Dudu is a big crocodile, though, and that could be scary. The thing is, like, if he takes too many cards to the knee, it's going to be really, really difficult.
Yeah, well, the thing about this Lee Sin pick, I think the Lee Sin pick is actually the smart one to go with here, not just because Lee Sin is strong in this meta, and we've seen it very successful recently, but I think it is pretty good into the Akali. It's going to be pretty good into Twisted Fate as well. You know, because Gold Card isn't going to necessarily save you. If the Q connects after the stun, you can trigger the second part of the Q and get on top of Clear, for example, and there are ways to successfully gain, because you have to punish this Twisted Fate in some way. Otherwise, you just have a losing lane. Top side, you have this Akali that's going to eventually be able to put the pressure onto the Talia. And so the Lee Sin does kind of hold it all together, as that's not quite going to land.
Welcome, Andal, to the other side of the lane. He is just going to crash down, but that's not going to be too much of a punishment.
Rel, sometimes she's
Yeah,
just
okay.
doing some dance moves.
Yeah, that's the thing. Sometimes you want to get off your pants. Or sorry, get off your horse and into your pants.
Yeah,
Or
the horse does
whatever it is.
become pants.
Yeah, some pants horse line can come through here.
It's the sisterhood of the transforming pants down here.
Does that have Mark Wahlberg in it?
I don't know. I didn't see the movie or read the book. I just heard the title a lot.
Okay. Well, we've got quite a few victories for Twisted Fate here. Now you can see Keen on that list. There was a bit of a break. I believe it was Kingen that debuted this pickup. As Clear gone once again for the Musketeers skin.
Yeah.
Big fan of this one. Don't see it all that often in competitive play. It's always Underworld Twisted Fate. As there's the gold card, and Dudu tanking so much minion damage while he got stunned there. That was not a whole lot of fun.
It's been really cool.
Oh my God.
He actually almost did. If he gets hit by that Q, if Clear flashes on him, he might just die. But now Cuz is here.
Oh no, well there's the ghost. Q is going to connect there from Cuz as he just decides he's getting out of there. Nice gold card to stop Cuz in his tracks. He will slow him down, but there's the flash. Pulverize on the bottom side, and Bull's being lit on fire. It's a decent crash down, but Hannah, look at that health bar. He flashes. He looks for even more. Gets the ward in the brush, and the blight has been stacked. Any ability, and Bull will die, and there it is.
Oh, barely catches him on the end of that. Execute's gonna get
He's not
Andal.
even done yet. All right, the cow is angry. Shattering Strike comes down, and there's the crash down. So Andal will make it to safety.
Three thumbs down.
Yeah, there is nothing left on this bottom side of the map.
There's
Quantum Freaks.
nothing left. No control, and Hannah could just push this lane in and get a free back. I mean, this is so good for FearX. After what was a near disaster top side, they still end up with a massive CS advantage. Clear is going to be able to stay with that huge advantage there despite Cuz coming over to try to deal with this aggressive Twisted Fate. Like I said, the Lee Sin has to deal with that, but he's not bottom side. Of course, when Execute does make that really big play, and the fact that Andal stuck around there and then had to flash is a little bit puzzling. We might get a little bit more of a hint on that on the replay. Perhaps thought he could stop the Varus from getting into range of Bull as he was trying to speed up and get out there, and then ended up getting engaged on. But you know, Execute just making the plays, and this is exactly what we talk about with this guy. He's on a engaged support. You know, in early game Alistar, not always what you want. You don't necessarily want to be engaging, but he found the angle.
He only needed 3 buttons, you know,
Yeah.
possibly only 2 buttons, to be perfectly honest, and then Execute is A-OK. It's just level 1 that he doesn't like, and now he's looking to dive turrets and things like that. This wave going to be pushing back towards FearX as well, as Execute going to be spotted here by Arndelt, so knows that he's not going to be able to go too far up. And yeah, if this lane continues the way that it is, Quantum Freaks are really going to have to enlist some help by the blind gentleman in the jungle. Because otherwise, it's feeling real doomed. Look at the position on this Jax, and there's another taxi forward! Andal now going to be trying to be annoying, but Bull is just dead again. There is nothing they can do about this, and now Execute on a flank angle one more time. Of course, Pulverize has a really long cooldown at this stage of the game, so he's not going to be able to lock down the Rel anymore, but the damage, I think, is just 100% being done.
Yeah.
Like, the bottom lane is over.
It's donezo. It's donezo. And you can't fix this anymore as Cuz because you still have to deal with the Twisted Fate top. You know, and that's the other problem. The boots here early for Dudu is going to give him a little bit of reprieve here and actually will be able to get some pressure on this lane now and perhaps even some plate gold. He does get up here on the top side while Cuz was doing the Bubs, but this is of course going to mean the first Infernal Dragon, or the first dragon in general, is going to go over here. It happens to be Infernal, so some additional stats to this Varus that already has 2 kills does not feel great, and you know, I'm not saying this is game-ending, but it is certainly tilting the scales massively in FearX's favor, and it's just a cow walking up. I mean, the low range of this this Misfortune is really difficult to play out into Varus, obviously, and the way they had the lane set up as they continue to have, it's very difficult for Bull to even farm here, and he was down flash from the earlier play, and he is 0-2 now.
And it feels like Bull needed to get really far ahead in this laning phase, because it doesn't get easier.
No, exactly.
I mentioned that already, that he's going to have a target on his back, and the good news was that Twisted Fate isn't in his lane with an ultimate, like, from the very beginning. And so you're able to possibly take advantage of Alistair's not very strong early game, things like this, but that's just out of the window now. There's no way that is going to work out, because Execute managed to find that amazing Pulverize onto both of them. And now Quantum Freaks are not allowed to play the bottom lane. And the rest of the map was already in their favor, right? Like, so clear, he had to use Ghost. Didn't even have to flash when Cuz turned up. Of course, Dudu was definitely dead if Cuz wasn't there, so it was still a great play, but it was defensive from Kwangdong Freaks, and they need more than that. They need to be able to actually create some point of pressure on this map. And the only real thing is that Cuz is ahead in farm.
Yeah, I mean, that's the slight advantage here. I mean, you look at the build for Clear as well. He went for Steel Caps, and I mean, he still hits super hard, and a Cull. So he is just saying, I'm actually going to be a huge threat, not just a flanking gold card in this. I cannot lose this lane. Now, the Renekton can't trade with me because I have these Steel Caps. I'm going to get Twisted Fate passive gold, plus passive gold from the Cull, plus the Cull cash in, and very soon, I am actually going to be a bigger threat than this Renekton when we go into these dragon fights, and that is just so frustrating to play into. The Akali also ahead on farm now here, and sure, no kill pressure in this lane just yet. We haven't really been looking at mid lane because everything is happening top and bottom here in this game, but Close are also just slowly becoming a huge threat for this Misfortune that's so far behind. If you're really ahead as this Misfortune, you're a little bit less worried about the Akali because you could just shoot her in the face and it doesn't matter, but when you're this far behind,
yeah, and you also don't have a front line either, right? Because Andel's also incredibly far behind. Both of them still level 5, and Henna is level 7. Of course, that is because Execute's not here. We were making some jokes earlier on today, and because of the fact that Execute has the lowest duo proximity in the league, we were thinking exchange support is what he could be called, because he likes to travel and get out of the way. And also, of course, was in the LEC last season, so it does sort of make some sense. Let me know, you guys at home that are watching, is exchange support something that we can probably move towards as far as these roaming supports are concerned? Lehens would be another one, as Willa moving up towards the top side. Dudu knows exactly what's going on, but he's going to give away that he is there. Control ward goes down from Willa just to make sure. And the Crocodile continues to be a bit sad. He is not actually that far behind. Based on what we've seen in this lane, I feel like he could be way further behind than he is.
Yeah, when Cleared went for that back, he got a plate and was able to catch up on some of that CS. And Clear didn't ult back to the lane as far as I can tell, so that's probably part of why he's caught up a little bit here. Will catch this wave and will stay about 10 CS behind. Clear, if you go for that gold card, you're in trouble.
Oh yeah, another Q gonna connect here from Cuz. There's the kick flash, and he is pushed all the way back. Can he fly? Oh no, that's not what you want to see. That
wasn't it.
Into the wall, not an over the wall. And I think don't need to assess the replay for that one.
Yeah, I think that he probably dies either way, even if he gets over the wall, but he could have bought some additional time for Willer to come over, because Willer was in the general area, was heading topside, but
might have been able to get a flash out of Dudu.
It's just
if he flashes over the wall. Or maybe he flashes over the wall and then Dudu face plants.
Yeah, that could have happened.
Imagine that. So there was potentially a way out. But Destiny going to be used back towards the top side of the map. And Quantum Freaks now going to look for Henna there. That is not a very high value cleanse, but it is a very nice ultimate. Is Andal almost just dead?
He might actually still be. Henna has flash.
Yeah, okay, he's just dead.
And you ever just engage on a Varus and then die? As Bull is like focusing on CS over here, is focusing on the wave. He's not going to trade anything back. He's just done with this lane,
and he might be done with his expression. He looks a little bit sheepish, you know. He's just like, yeah, no, I don't know what you were doing there, man. Don't know.
Yeah, that was. Perhaps not everything green and grassy on the bottom of the Kwangdong Freaks lineup right now, but look, definitely a good play there from Henna. He reacted very well. He cleansed instantly. He had his flash available, and Andil just not really much of an opportunity to do anything there once Bull left him out to dry. Probably would have been disaster either way, as speaking of.
Yep. It was a 2 kills Varus, so trying to engage on him, not necessarily the greatest, but I mean, this is kind of a kill lane, right? Like, you kind of want your Misfortune to get a little bit aggressive. Just didn't quite work out there, as Q going to connect once again here from Cuz, whose Lee Sin has looked pretty good so far in this game. Mentioned already that he has been farming up a Storm as well, but now that he managed to help get that kill on the top side, and here's the Magnet Storm. All right, and finally the bullet time comes down as well. Execute getting out of there, as Will is going to be the first one to go down, and Henna has 0 mana. Cuz is burning down, but he's not going to die from that ignite. There are 3 swift kills.
Yeah,
2 swift kills going over to Kwangdong Freaks.
Little bit of an overextension there on the aggression from Execute. That's what we love about him, and that's what we worry about him for. Sticking around way too long there on that one. Did try to bail out his team. So we're going to go back to this play here from Henna. Cleanses. And there's a massive wave, and then he gets rooted, and then Bull just kites back and hits the minions.
Just sort of guessing where he is. Very nicely done.
Yeah. Doesn't have to flash forward or anything like that. Knows his range extremely well. It's extremely high range. He's Varus. This is a little bit of an overextension, let's say. And actually, it's not really on Execute here. Willard just staying in Magnet range, Magnet Storm engage range. And obviously, the Misfortune ultimate is going to do a ton of damage in the early game, even if she doesn't have that many items when you're caught up in that Magnet Storm. Willard will be able to get a second set of bubs here, so tied up in terms of 3-3 here, split between these squads, and also the Dragon did go over to Kwangdong Freaks.
All right, there's another headbutt, as there is not really that much support, but there's Chains of Corruption, just going to nab Bull there, and the cleanse going to have to be used to get himself out of the CC.
Look at the gold that went over to Cuz in that bottom exchange, as well as the additional farm he picked up. He's the only lead here for Kwangdong Freaks anywhere on the map. See that gold graph there, and that's not surprising if you've been watching this game.
Yep.
But it is bad news for Kwangdong Freaks. At least Cuz has some ability to influence this game, maybe patch the holes in this sinking ship right now. As a gold bounty even for Closer right now as well, despite no kills in this lane.
It's kind of been doing not a whole lot of anything so far this game. It is going to be an Orc Soul as well. Chemtech coming on through here.
On Saturday Showdown, really?
Yeah, it's not really what you want, but maybe we're warming up, you know? You get the Chemtech out of the way, and then it's just Hextech and Infernal and all that really cool stuff immediately afterwards.
I hope so.
That's what I'm assuming.
I like to get the Chemtech out of the way as first Dragon.
Yeah, that's probably the better way to do it. I mean, Chemtech Ocean feels real good. As Kwangdong Freaks now do move into the river here to try and stop this Rift Herald from going down. Henna parking himself in mid alongside Bull. Just wanting to clear this one out. Akali in a side lane going to feel pretty good, even into the Renekton, I think, at this stage of the game. Has rushed his Lich Bane, which is not what I was necessarily expecting as item number 1, but I can kind of understand it.
I think it's pretty good into this comp, and the movement speed is going to be really nice, you know, against what is going to be an immobile Misfortune.
Well, Execute just going to get Cuz out of there.
Would you like the safeguard
back over the wall?
Would you like the safeguard over the wall, or would you like to be headbutt over the wall? I'll leave it up to you, Cuz. This top lane, obviously, the Stridebreaker pick here for the Renekton, less common, but I think pretty necessary into this Akali Twisted Fate. Otherwise, you won't be able to lock down these targets very easily. Gold card can make that super frustrating in general anyways. And Akali is just so difficult to keep in one place, even if you do stun her with your W.
It's a bit... I imagine it's a little bit frustrating, though, because there are so many now really good items. Not Gore Drinker, unfortunately, not that level of good, but there are certainly other things that you would really like to have. Certainly understand that more spinning around this time with some slow would feel good for the Crocodile, as Closer is going to get dove on here by Cuz. Look at that Lich Bane value. Love to see that.
Yeah, and I mean, this turret is taking a decent amount of damage. The cannon wave will thin out. I think this wave is not going to be enough to kill it. They want to stay for this, though, and there's no rotation. There's no answer from DRX. Very strange decision to just let them grab that. I guess Hannah just didn't know where Andil was scared that if he ended up trying to cross to the bottom part of the map there, you get Magnet Storm and bulleted to death, turned into Swiss cheese. Does not want that, does not want to give over a gold bounty. The fact that there are those 2 gold bounties here for FearX is a little bit concerning because all it takes is one big team fight here for Kwangdong Freaks and suddenly the Misfortune could be kind of back on parity as to where she should be in an ideal world in this game if she picks up a kill on an Akali and a Varus. Unlikely to happen, but that is maybe a way into this game for Kwangdong Freaks. They just picked up gold bottom side, obviously, with that turret. The gold advantage here not as big as it feels like it is in this game just because of how irrelevant Bulldog and Bull have been as they were put down early.
Yeah, well, I mean...
Sorry, Bull and Dudu, rather.
Yeah. And Bulldog doing just fine, but we haven't really seen much from him. It's not necessarily the game that is going to be all about the Talia, especially when Cuz was playing for that top side so much, and the bottom lane did get really far behind. But one thing that you did mention has me a little bit worried, Wolf.
Go on.
And that is the fact that Henna dying is really, really bad for FearX.
Yeah.
And normally it is really bad, but this, we may have just premedicated it. Okay, there we go. Henna is able to flash his way over the wall, and yeah, he doesn't want to die, and oftentimes he is in dangerous positions. Like this is not a player that plays with reserve.
Yeah, he is not known for flashing away. He's known for flashing in.
Indeed.
He does flash away well this time. After the wall came down and the shove came over, this charge will go off, but they won't be able to secure a turret. But yeah, no, I mean,
he said premedicated as well instead of premeditated.
He's taken his anti-isolated death
his
medicine.
multivitamins, you know, and that's what allowed him to flash over that wall. That's the difference maker. He just needed more vitamin B.
Vitamin A for alive.
Yeah, there we go.
And not eat vitamin D's for dying. Let's just take that.
No, definitely don't take that. No.
All right, Kwangdong Freaks actually have prio on this dragon. Dudu is in top side, does have teleport and clear down here because he doesn't have TP himself, doesn't want to Destiny into this, wants to be able to potentially flank.
Yeah, Cuz possibly going for a potential steal here.
I mean, Kwangdong
flanks, Closer is down there, and yeah, they'll take this trade.
They've got 2 turrets for free in this game because FearX haven't responded at all, and they don't get dragon either.
Yeah, I don't know why they just backed away from it.
They just kind of walked over the dragon and didn't take it and said, I'm going to lose a turret.
And so, like, now they just give it up.
This is not good macro play.
Yeah, no, it's sort of not macro play. It's sort of delivering good macro play to Kwangdong Freaks instead. So a little bit of a disaster there.
And it's not the first time they've left this Renekton alone in topside. Like, he got that plate earlier. This time he's going to get the whole turret. They didn't respond in bottom lane. Closer just watched the turret go down, called for help, and nobody answered. And so 2 soul laners getting a turret's worth of gold has put the gold lead here now within 1,000 for Kwangdong Freaks, or a gold deficit within 1,000 for them. And Henna is very large. This Misfortune has hit 2 items, though. And again, I mean, the advantage that Henna has right now is basically a tier, which isn't really an advantage at this moment in time. So one wrong team fight, and those bounties feel very heavy for FearX. I really feel like this game could be on a knife's edge.
Well, there's a counter-strike onto Cuz. Can they find him? The answer is no. His Chains of Corruption is going to be safeguarded away from. And now Cuz looking to even defend his red buff. He's able to do so as he just kicks Willer away. That is a lot invested to just make sure that you get your own red buff, but he's sending a message, man. He's telling them, this is my stuff, and I will defend it. The dragon is included in that one as well, as Cuz just ran the map as best he can so far.
Yeah, he really has made quite an impact in this game, and I think without his help, top side just falls apart, and bottom side is a much more dire situation than it was. Maybe they even get that bottom turret. His execute should be fine here. Not gonna have to pop his ultimate. Does have the blast cone there as well. And the next dragon fight is so far away that in a sense it's not great for Kwangdong Freaks here because it's Chemtech and they're not really scaling per se with this draft, but it does feel like the advantages that FearX have had have kind of been washed away. They haven't been utilized very well. I mean, a 3-0 Varus with lethality items pushing towards a dragon means, okay, you can contest neutral, you can poke, you brought your Twisted Fate over, and they just let that one go. And it just doesn't feel like the Varus is ahead because he killed the enemy champions in bottom lane, but he hasn't been hurting anybody since but the minions. He's killed a lot of minions since then with his gold.
He did definitely do that, though. He is tied with the clock on that front. Does want to get that transformation on his Muramana completed up as soon as he possibly can. Still a few stacks away from that if he does complete the Manamune. And clear now. Looking for Cuz, finds a red card. And a Q's going to connect one more time as well. Andal looking for that angle, but there's Hebapov, and he's just taken down. Henna's going to get another kill, and Chains of Corruption, just the end, going to land onto the Rel. Thankfully, there's a bullet time to make sure that they're not able to really lock him down and stay in amongst it. So Andal does get out of there relatively scot-free, but now Henna is unleashed. The gold card comes in, and Clear is even going to be able to cancel out that turret. More of these piercing arrows raining on down. And now that this outer turret has been taken in mid lane, things can become a huge worry for Kwangdong.
Yeah.
Because one thing that we haven't spoken about is the fact that DRX have an absolutely ridiculous 1-3-1 composition.
They do. And they have an Akali that can flank and get into the backline very easily if there's not a lot of setup vision, and it's hard to actually guarantee vision in your own jungle when you lose that mid turret against an Akali. As it felt like this moment here for Cuz was pretty bizarre, just simply because you know they're all in there, and Execute is, Willer is playing Jax and can counter-strike you if he gets on top of you there, and he might be channeling there, you're just not sure. Kind of a weird misstep from him after what was otherwise a pretty good game on the Lee Sin, maybe baited by the fact that that was a red card from Clear. He's like, okay, I'm safe. I can walk in here, but there are other forms of CC you have to be worried about.
No, that's absolutely true. I mean, I feel like there's, like, Cuz just probably feels a lot of pressure to make things happen, right? Like, Andal has been certainly playing a little bit more muted, especially over the last couple of weeks. I feel like he has definitely been suffering from a bit of this pressure as well. And Cuz is the veteran. You know, he's the one that wants to be making these calls and getting things happening. Speaking of which, teleport in from DRX towards this bottom side, as Clear is going to get rid of that outer turret. And there is going to be at least a little bit of threat here from Bulldog on the top side of the map, and Bull is going to move towards the outer turret in mid, but I think that this inner turret will be defended.
Yeah.
Therefore, DRX are just going to be able to grab this basically for free, as Edge of Night is going to get popped there. Chains of Corruption comes down, Cleanse has to be used one more time, as Bull is just running up the river.
I mean, he just kind of went full PvE mode there, excuse me, and
now he may be dead. There's the flash. Thankfully, there is an outer turret still here on the top side, and there is a minion wave nowhere near. So he is going to be able to make it out. But that is a long walk that Misfortune had to go on, or maybe long strut.
Yeah, I don't hate the teleport play there to guarantee the turret from closer, and I think if Kwangdong Freaks try to defend that, you probably don't necessarily get it without that TP, so it guarantees that, then Clear's going to be able to get this top side turret. So even though the early macro wasn't great, just opening up the mid turret allows them to do so much more on the map with this Akali pick. And, you know, yes, Bull tried to punish the bottom side play by pushing mid, as Misfortune was not a successful experiment. He loses his flash. Now he doesn't have flash against all of this pylon here that DRX have in this composition that can be played straight up like dive with a layered bit of Varus damage on top. 3 items now completed for Varus. This is a big spike for him right now before this next dragon fight.
And this could be soul point for Kwangdong Freaks if they are able to make it happen. Akali towards this bottom side. Good vision from Kwangdong Freaks, though. They know exactly what's going on. It's Willa once again in that banana brush. It's a dangerous place for Kwangdong Freaks so far this game, as Execute going to get tagged by a Q. Not exactly an optimal target, though, as Henna is going to rotate down once again. Teleport is up for Dudu. It is just a gold card necessary, as Destiny's going to come on through. There's the Magna Storm, and the interruption is instant. Welcome to the team fight closer as well, who will just take down Bull. And look at Henna, still at full health, and no one can get to the Varus. And he may not also be necessary, as finally he's going to be able to get some shots off. They take down the Twisted Fate, but I think the team fight should still be pretty good. That being said, Dudu is kind of a monster. He's kind of a big deal, and he almost evens it out.
He almost evens it out. Still no deaths here for Henna. He's not going to chase down that crocodile, at least not directly there in the Drake pit, but this is a reset of the fight. DRX can't secure the dragon anymore because Dudu does teleport in and ends up making a pretty big impact in that fight. Unfortunately, Bull wasn't able to do anything because he was just immediately collapsed on by Willer. So yeah, there's an engage here. The Magnet Storm combo set up for Bull here and Andil. As you can see, watch Bull. Nice ult, you know. I mean, that's playing Misfortune into this composition. There's so much CC. There's so many ways to get on top of him. and there's just no way to realistically play it out after that. But it kind of overextended to into Dudu on this Renekton, and he ends up getting a ton of value out of his ultimate, and his Qs are buffed, the healing on this patch. And
my god.
It's a Renekton stream.
He actually just sliced and then diced.
Yeah.
That's just actually what happened.
Quite
Saved
literally.
the team fight. And I don't think Willa necessarily needed to go that ham, trying to stun the Misfortune, because Clear was coming from the top side of that fight. And I don't know whether Quantum Freaks get a better team fight opportunity than that, right? Like fighting into a Misfortune in a choke point is generally pretty ideal, as Andel's going to crash all the way down. But it's not exactly the highest of value as Dudu looks for the backline, but he's not able to get on top of Henna. The bullet time does absolutely nothing as Closer gets two immediately. Perfect execution as he locks up the triple kill, and now it's Clear and Henna and Closer, and they have got all the damage that they require. They'll be able to take him down this time, and it's only Bull limping away from the fight.
Yeah, he's going to survive, but his ultimate, like you said, didn't do that much. The angle was there, but it's just not enough damage. Sitting on 2.5 items, and just see how this one pans out here as Andil once again sets up the Magnet Storm here. Bull's on the angle, and he wants to end up getting the kill here onto Execute, and he does, but he doesn't hit anyone else, actually. I thought it was a damage issue, but it's really just a not hitting issue, and Closer then is able to collapse in onto the other side of the fight. Gold card gonna lock Bulldog down, and Henna's damage is unreal on these targets that just keep getting CC'd and then blown up. He's 5-0-6 now in this game. Is able to even buy an Executioner is calling here just for some additional heal deny on this Renekton, so he's teched that into the build to deal with Dudu. Love to see it. When you're this far ahead, when you're 2,000 gold, the advantage, you can afford to put that extra component into your build and say, I don't want Dudu to pop off like he did in that last team fight.
Yeah, that'd be really handy. His Cull the Meek definitely did do exactly that, but they're just not that meek anymore, so maybe that ability has just been nerfed in general against these guys. It is a very cool idea, though, for Henna to go towards. He is one of our players that does like to build based on, you know, what he's against and compositionally. And
he's a thinker,
like,
you know?
Yeah. And sometimes it's to his detriment because he misses core items and stuff like that. But now Henna, he could be in trouble. That is a lot of double up damage, but Destiny is going to be the response here as the piercing arrow is going to go slightly wide. Full information now available as the 1-3-1 that we were talking about does come into effect. And so they get to just get vision and then decide whether they want to move and see whether they want to relinquish that pressure in side lanes.
The collapse from Closer, too, is so scary as Execute should be fine here.
This is not Execute's favorite part of the map, Wolf. It's not. He doesn't like it there. Thankfully, this time around, he is not Nautilus, and he's able to walk.
He's okay. Closer, man, you can't really be up here against this Akali.
He's very strong.
Yeah, and the thing about Closer is he can push that side like you're talking about, and if they're trying to make plays mid, they get collapsed on, as that was a very close call for Cuz there. But if they try to push mid further like they did with Bull there, and then Closer actually just flanks around with this Akali, he's already like getting value inside, and then he's also then by default behind them because they're pushing so hard into mid. They're asking for disaster. That was a really risky moment there for Kwangdong Freaks. They don't get punished super hard, but it could have been even worse.
Yeah, they really could have. And DRX just kind of cruising now. 4 kills in the lead, but the thing is, it's the position that this Akali is in and the Twisted Fate as well. Both of them are just so strong. It's a 0 kills Twisted Fate, but he still feels like an absolute monster with his 4 items now completed.
It's the Cull plus the Twisted Fate passive. You just kind of become large.
He just stacks the deck, man, and there's nothing that you can do. You know, it ain't an honest game.
No.
When you're against this gambling man. As that's a headbutt pulverize, not quite working out there for Execute, but he is going to relocate the rel, and maybe that's what he wanted.
He's giving Andil a freebie after what happened to him in the bottom lane earlier.
Yeah, it's just like a saying no, or something like that.
He's just letting him know that if he hits those, Andil's dead.
Yeah.
He's just lurking around. I think that the next fight here is really just going to be about whether the Magnet Storm combo goes off
Oh, there's a bit of a crash down. Seismic Shove is decent, but Chains of Corruption are going to connect once again. Headbutt out of the Piercing Arrow isn't great, but now Closer, he's going to close the gap. Undeal is so incredibly low as Clear wants to be able to lock down these two and immediately takes out the bottom lane. Cuz is in trouble, but now Clear is in melee range. This Crocodile is so scary, and he just hasn't been what they're focusing on. No gold card for Clear, and now it's Closer that's the last man standing. Dudu is actually, he might just solo win this game.
I mean, he basically is 1v9ing right now. It's insane. His Closer had the perfect flank angle, but so much damage is done, and then suddenly this huge Crocodile is just unanswered. As I'm not 100% sure about engaging onto Willer's Jax when he has Counter-Strike available. The turn could be amazing. You have to consider Clear can come around on the back as well. But they decided to, but Dudu, he just doesn't care. Look at these low health bars. They did enough damage to where Dudu is just untouchable. Anyone, if they all focus him down, yeah, he can be killed, but they're all super low, so he just freely is able to rip through those health bars, and only a few escaping members. In fact, only Closer actually is the only one to get out of that fight. Is the only one who's deathless here for FearX. Looked like a great turn off of engaging onto that Jax, but this Renekton is just so scary.
Yeah, he really is.
Yes, GA, he's level 18.
And also, Clear kind of just like walked into melee range and died. So maybe just like, you can just auto-attack whatever's in front of you. He does so much damage, and this is not the tankiest of Crocodiles, right?
No.
Yes, he's got a GA, and I think that was a relatively recent purchase, but you're still going to probably be able to cut him down as now Execute. He's down real low.
He has Shojins and Sterix. I mean, he is basically just a raid boss. Like, he can heal himself up pretty well with his Q. Sterix is going to give him a shield. He has cooldown reduction, and now the armor plus the GA. I mean, I don't know if he ever dies.
Well, now we've got a Seismic Shove that Clear is going to avoid, but can you avoid the Crocodile as he is coming in? Okay, Bulldog goes golden, there's a Pulverize, but Bullet Time is going to come through as well. My God, Henna does so much damage. What was that? Okay, never mind, it's going to work out as Dudu will finally get here, but he might be just too little, and it's definitely too late, as now Cuz is going to be taken down. Dudu going to get stunned up, and he just bought his GA. He needs to be able to utilize this one as there's the Sterix. All right, headbutt pole, but the Misfortune managing to get a couple of kills. The Seismic Shoving once again. This is what happens. Dudu turns up, and then everything goes Kwangdong Freaks' way.
Yeah, Bulldog TP's back in. I think the double up is what got the kill there. And, I mean, Closer's down now. There's no way to contest this. And straight up, it looked like it was going to be a rough fight for Kwangdong Freaks. It looked like they had overextended with Cuz unable to kill Henna. Is it's started off by Bulldog, who goes in here, instantly gets gold carded. Henna's damage is insane, and then Execute buys so much time because he's Alistair here. Bulldog is also golden, so he's not taking damage from him. And then Henna survives barely as Dragon is going to go down here. Cuz tries to get the kill onto Clear, and then the turn is pretty fantastic until you see Bulldog rejoin this fight. Dudu obviously as well, just kind of biding his time, waiting for them to overextend here. And Bull is actually doing a decent amount of damage here throughout this fight as well, because he's even though behind, still an AD carry that can do long-term damage. And then flashing from Dudu here is fantastic. Bulldog shows up, and then Clear is just going to eat so much damage from that angry Croc as Henna's just trying to clear the wave.
And Henna is, he's so massive. Cyrilda's is now completed, but he did have his gold taken away, right? And so that does mean, as you can see at the top of your screen right now, about a 1,300 gold advantage in favor of the Kwangdong Freaks. Utilizing that Baron effectively, and finally, Bull has some money, has some items, and can start making something happen. And every time, it feels like FearX just forget about one of the players on Kwangdong Freaks. That time around, it was Bull that they forgot about. Closer was able to get a 5-point strike, break the shield, and then look for a backflip, but when he missed it, it was just all over from there.
And that's it. Into them. Exactly, that's it. If you don't actually get that damage off, if you don't land that, then the Akali is just going to go splat against all of this damage. And if you get caught by a Renekton stun as anyone on FearX, maybe not Alistair, then you're probably going to die. Even the Jax. So Cuz?
Right, yeah, Cuz could be in trouble here as Closer going to be able to get out of the way of the Seismic Shove. Q misses there as well as, all right, Execute getting in amongst it as there is the Crocodile getting angry, and the Cow is probably going to bear the brunt of that. Yeah, Chains of Corruption just sort of fly by for some reason. And Kwangdong Freaks, not a whole lot to get at this stage after that kill, but...
I feel like this whole game has been, past the mid game, failed attempts to kill someone, and then a team fight is won by the other team. Like, oh, Cuz is caught. Oh, wait, no, they don't have a lot of information. Maybe we shouldn't go all in on this. And then Kwangdong Freaks turn it around and get the kill on to execute. It's just been bit of a clown fiesta in some regards, Atlas. I mean, it's a 33-kill game here at 36 minutes. And I think you can just really feel the pressure both of these teams are on.
Yeah.
I mean, the playoff implications of this series are so massive for both teams that I think emotions are running high a little bit here, as Cuz is going to be able to buy enough time here, has the shield to come through, and Closer is now so low, he can't rejoin this fight.
The kick from Cuz. That's why Execute looked so silly.
Yeah, he just kind of, it looked like he just rolled forward, but...
And it was also, I mean, a bit silly. Like, even going for that headbutt was a bit weird, because who's going to follow up on a 4-man pulverize when you're by yourself?
And yeah, he...
if you 4-man pulverize in the forest, you know, does it make a sound, you know?
Closer's like, just please don't headbutt them towards me. Also, I'm pretty low health. I need to get out of here. Speaking of Closer.
And getting out of there. He is going to try and do so. Thankfully, he does have a Twilight Shroud in order to do that.
As Terminus gets picked up here for Clear, he is full build now with all the money he's picked up this game. The coordination just needs to be better here for Fearx. We talked about what they could do when they had control of the map, when they killed that mid turret. Now they can't side lane really effectively at all, and there's no flank angles for Closer on this Akali because the map is locked up and there's so many deep wards.
And they just need to stop opting in for these 5v5s that they're going to opt in for right now. Henna in that backline trying to be able to get some auto attacks across. His immediate kick onto Closer. He's trying to get out of there. The seismic shove just barely gets out of the way, but Dudu is tanking up all by himself. And once again, the bullet time does absolutely nothing. Still, it may not matter because they've taken down the Akali already. Clear trying to get this work done, and look at that. Henna flashes on in, and it's now just Bulldog against the world. Finally, Fearx found a team fight that worked out, as there's a nice flash from Bulldog to get him to relative safety.
Flashing right onto his surfboard. His passive going to get him out of there, and crazy team fight. They finally killed the Crocodile. They finally put him down, and this time he is just not tanky enough. I mean, we talked about his itemization gives him some survivability, but it's really an extended fight in his Q. And
Execute just getting into that backline?
Yeah.
What a beast, man.
Good kick here from Cuz to try to keep Bull alive here. Execute just keeps Bull out while they focus down on the other side of the fight. Clear and Henna are doing all the work. Dudu loses his GA and is too low to rejoin the fight. And then you just have Henna and Clear 2v4 here. The 80 carry damage in this late game is just so incredibly high, and Bulldog's not close enough to set up any combos. It all starts off with Clear calling out for the Renekton here in the fight. Look at the damage that's being output here. It is insane.
Look at the shield as well that Sterix gave Dudu. I mean, he is still an absolute monster. And Clear, this is learning in real time.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, I do need to kill the Crocodile.
You do have to
I must kill Crocodile. And in fact, he did. That was all he thought about killing, in fact, is now he's just orb walking on this attack speed Twisted Fate doing so much damage. And now, Willa once again going in. There's a seismic shove. And it's not going to quite land.
That was a beautiful team fight, though, between the focus of the Croc and the execute block of all the other teammates coming in.
Just ignore the Magnet Storm that was headbutted into Henna.
Yeah, besides that part.
That was the negative part of the execute experience. Before that, though, that blast cone was really cool, as now Willa is looking for Andal and looking to be annoying here, as they does manage to lock down the Drake. So we got 3 apiece for both of these teams, as now the Magnet Storm is a bit like a blender, and it manages to get Closer. Clear wants to find some gold cards to get himself the heck out of here, as here's a flanking teleport. Willa is going to interrupt it, though. What an absolute hero. It may not necessarily be enough, but Clear does make it to safety.
And Henna is actually getting some poke damage off onto Cuz here on his way out, and that was a very close call, as Clear will get out of there using the Destiny himself to the top side. Could have actually used it to catch some members of Kwangdong Freaks if they just walked back up there to back, but he decides to just get out. Is another TP going to come through here now, this time from Bulldog. And Willer, I don't think he is going home safely, let's say. It's not in one piece.
Yeah, it's not looking too good. That being said, neither is the Red Bull Baron power play.
Yeah, it's not ending up being very effective here for Fearx in the minus numbers. And Closer will respawn. I think what Fearx aren't doing, which this composition allows for, is letting the objectives give them back control of the map. It's Chemtech Soul, so you don't have to hard force in these fights. You could just use your 1-3-1 that we've been talking about so much. You have a Twisted Fate and an Akali. And then they hard forced into this fight here. Willer is kicked away, and that is not going to be the smite going his way. And then over on the other side of the fight, Closer's going in on this Rel, and then they're fighting into a choke point with Misfortune. This happened so many times this game, and so Bull will end up getting it done there. The map control goes back to Kwangdong Freaks despite the Baron for a little bit. And I think using the Dragons to allow them to split push and forcing teleports to be used defensively, not for flanks here for Kwangdong, could have been the way that VRX piloted this massive lead they had in the early game that they no longer have. Their 2,000 gold behind. It's a 6 Dragons game. It's 43 kills. It's Saturday Showdown, Atlas.
It very much is. And now Clear doesn't have a static Shiv anymore. He has an Infinity Edge. So there is some, he's going to Boris, making some exchanges and getting some upgrades. The Twisted Fate should stop farming. He definitely should, because he has enough money.
Yeah, 48 kills in that most kill game in like 24 minutes, I think it said. That's pretty, that's a lot of kills, not a lot of time in that
we had
game.
the high, like what was it, like 46 kills or something?
46.
Yesterday, and now we've just, we're about to tick over. We only need 3 more. Absolutely beautiful. And it's been bloodthirsty, and it's been absolute insane. Was it 48?
Yeah, 48 kills, Bro versus KT, match 74.
Aha, so we weren't quite there just yet.
But very close, and we might get it this game as well. I think we probably will if things continue at this rate. We only need...
we need 5 more, and I think that we can probably get to 5 more. Because there's another Soul fight, there's potentially an Elder fight, there's probably another couple of Barons in this one. Like, let's be honest, no one's ending this game. It's just too scary.
Yeah. Glad Hannah took his vitamin A today. Only 1 death on this Varus. His positioning, his spacing, his poke has been so good. Level 18 now. He is also full build. Can make some adjustments if he wants to. He did finish the Chainsword here to deal with Dudu. And it is making, an impact. It's making it tougher for Dudu to stay alive when he's not able to get a multi-man queue when it's just solo when he's up at the front line, as we saw in that fight around this red buff last time. Don't have to force here, VRX.
I was so scared that Willow is just going to go in. Oh no, I'm still scared. I'm still so scared.
I'm very nervous. Just poke, just let Henna do his job. Let him hurt them slowly from far away. Do not go in. Do not opt in to a choke point with a Misfortune. Just do not do it. She has Axiom Arc as well, the rare item built here by Lethality Misfortune.
Ooh, very cool. It does have one of the best names.
It does.
And it is good if you want to use your ultimate a bunch of times. And that's precisely what he wants to do. The Twisted Fate was considering heading towards the top side of the map, but Clear does make it back towards the rest of his team. And I think that you were exactly right when you said that Henna just wants to sit back and do the pokey poke and the pressing Q and stuff like that.
Use your range.
Because I think that the only way that Kwangdong Freaks ever really make this game work, right, is by getting the wall and the engage and making it happen. Speaking of which, here's the wall. Let's see where the engage is. A seismic shove is going to be opted in for there by Willer as Execute. Does have to use the ultimate very, very early, but the Chains of Corruption are fantastic for disengage. And Willer now thinking that he might be having an opportunity to go back in here.
Closer on the flank too. They have a control word here. I actually like this now. Kwangdong Freaks kite back towards Chemtech Soul, and VRX are like, Baron might help us end this game. There's 2 weak inner turrets, and Baron is spawning now. Kwangdong Freaks have to make a tough call here.
There's so much damage. This composition does Baron so extraordinarily quickly with this Twisted Fate and with this Varus. The Varus is not actually hitting the Baron right now, as these arrows need to land if Henna wants to help the rest of his team out, making something happen here. Hail of Arrows comes down as Willer down to 50% as he's just 1v1ing the Baron right now. Kwangdong Freaks not committing to anything just yet as Dudu looks for Closer into the Twilight Shroud. He goes, and there's the Baron going over to Cuz, but can they win the team fight? And the answer just might be yes as Bullet Time comes on in. Make it rain on Willer as well as, the Crocodile wins the 1v1 against the Akali, and I think Henna is not going to be able to make it out of this one. Bull, he might burn down, but he's not even going to. Never you mind, that's a clean ace, and Kwangdong Freaks will now win the game.
And it's not going to break the highest kills, it's just going to tie it at 48 as there's no one left to kill in this one. Bull will live here, and he's not going to get executed either. He's just going to walk down the top lane here and end the game. Kind of an anticlimactic end to this one in a lot of ways as the Baron is stolen and the follow-up damage is there. Very, very weird game of League of Legends that we just watched, but the pressure is real. VRX take game, or rather Quantum Freaks take game 1 in a very long, extended comeback here, as FearX had such a lead bottom side that it just felt like there was no way it was ever gonna happen. And Dudu, the man of the hour, if without his insane efforts in those mid-game team fights, I think that we would have been done with this game a long time ago, and it would have been a FearX victory.
Yeah, and sometimes, like, what this is making me think is that Duo Q is just broken, right? Because you only needed Cuz and Dudu to win that game. They were the ones that were really getting it done. Cuz for the early game and Dudu in those team fights. My God! Late game Renekton. Who would have thought? He is now covered in scales and is a scaling champion. This is ludicrous. Just a little bit of cooldown down on the slice and dice. And he's an absolute monster.
And this is a demoralizing loss for FearX because they need to win this one specifically. There's a little bit of wiggle room, as was discussed on the space and their other remaining series, but this is the one you have to win because if Quantum Freaks get 7, you can't go to playoffs. So
yep.
The fact that they had such a lead and they still lost this game, they still couldn't pull it off, they couldn't make this composition work at all, and didn't, I think, play to its best win conditions. Ryu's is going to be very unhappy with what his team has given him here, and going into the rest of the series, you've got to reverse sweep now to keep your chances alive.
Yep, I think they've got to find something a little bit more comfortable for Execute as well. But it is now time to go to a short break. When we get back, it is the space, and we'll get into game number 2 of our Saturday Showdown.
아칼리 내내기 맡겨주면 안 돼? 오케이, 내가 마크할게 그러면.
난 들어오면 그냥 컴파 써줄게. 아칼리는.
야, 투표해볼게. 가게.
이거 다음 턴에 한번 다 바꾸시긴 하다.
야, 많이야. 야, 피부 나랑 겹치지 마, 제발. 젤로 갈게. 야, 큐 한 번 봐도 돼?
빨리.
아칼리 장어 빠져.
나 여기 봐줄래? 여기
아칼리 못해, 아칼리 없어.
천천히 봐줘.
천천히.
소설 보면 돼.
나 들어갈게. 나
빨리
잡았어.
줘.
아칼리
여기 봐줘.
텔 봐줄게. 잡자. 바루스. 바루스 잡자. 바루스 노플. 야, 탑쪽 가. 끝내자.
the space. We are here after game number 1 as we have very epic music for what was essentially a solo queue game. 48 kills. We're all tied up here for 2 games here. Pretty close as well. Match 74 and 77. All happening in the same week, actually. That was just a couple of days ago. That was a mess, guys. What even happened in that game?
A lot of things, you know. I feel like it started off early. There was a certain point, not even too late into it, maybe about 20, 25 minutes. I was like, wow, they're actually just going to win this. Maybe it's going to be a 2-0. And that quickly just went out the window. I feel like there was a lot of misexecution from both sides in fight. And then like certain people stood out and kind of rose to the top and were just like, actually doing well in the chaos.
Oh, I thought you were going to go the negative way. I was already ready to turn it around. Like, it was kind of fun in a way. Looking at the draft here, the interesting thing to me is FearX, their prioritization of the TF, which actually ended up almost working out had they utilized it better in a split pushing fashion. Because I actually think that Clear played out the team fights relatively well. Had a couple of TP melee into a bunch of people, but also carried some fights. But trying to play the Alistar into Talia was always going to be tough, and that is if you have perfect mastery of it and you don't miss anything. And unfortunately, not even as much to my dismay, but the man besides me here had a tough time watching.
But also, I feel like one of the things which made this MF pick really stand out is there wasn't actually that much that could easily shut down the ultimate. Because as you said, the Talia really interrupted the ability for the Jax and the Alistar to kind of move through the team fight. So a lot of the times when the MF started ulting, it just got like a full channel. The times when it didn't was kind of when we saw Close on the Akali get a flank, but we had the Renekton or the Lee Sin often marking that, so it ended up being pretty difficult. And for me, out of the whole draft, the thing that kind of stood out was the Jax, which I just don't really think worked that well and had that much impact in the fights.
Yeah, it didn't really in this one. And to be honest, we had so many fights. We had about 8 highlights prepared, but we had to keep changing them because the fights just kept changing the flow of the game and who was winning. This one going the way of Kwangdong Freaks around the Baron. We call this the Baronish fight.
Yeah, and this one is so rough because Cuz gets ulted by Henna and then Execute knocks him away as the arrow's coming in. You get the cooldown refund on the Blight. You basically just one-shot the Lee Sin, and as a result of him surviving, he's able to get a lot of value in here. I also think a big takeaway is this Renekton just being such a force to be reckoned with in so many of these fights, getting the 1,000 gold bounty there as well.
And if FearX played a little bit slower, like Kalira is killing 2 people on the backline. This is one of the fights where the EMF didn't actually get to play the game because they had TF on the backline, were able to do a lot of damage. But the front line of FearX really, really struggled with staying alive. And a lot of credit goes to Cuz and Dudu. I was really worried about the Lee pick because I do think that Poppy would have actually been like... I don't think the game would have been as close as it was if he went Poppy because it was already really hard with just the Talia. But he actually redeemed himself. I think Cuz had a really good early game, set up a lot of these fights and kept them in the game.
Perhaps a well-executed Poppy, but I didn't see a lot of good execution in this game overall. We should talk about the final fight of the game as well, where Kwangdong Freaks just decide, okay, we're going to take this Baron, we're going to take the game.
Yeah, and I think it's just a lot of indecision. You know, you see Willa like, okay, I'm going to try and look for something. Well, I can't actually get on top of them. Let's just go back on the Baron. And his health is just dropping and dropping and dropping. And the fact that you're up against a Rel, like, it's so easy for this champion just to pull the trigger. The Baron gets stolen, but the main thing is this combo comes in, and the TF, who has had such a presence in these fights, immediately deleted. And the fight's just over from there. The game is done on that engage.
Yeah, Bull doing an insane amount of damage there, being full lethality and having his first strike still available. Also really big is that the closer was just completely zoned out of the fight. Didn't get to hit any squishy. Instead, was trying to chew for Renekton. And dude is just standing there like...
I'm late game Renekton.
Don't do anything to me.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the POG here for the side of Kwangdong Freaks. It was a little bit difficult for a very messy game, but Dudu does pick it up. I think his Renekton, he was always in the right place at the right time, and, you know, it can be a struggle to get a lot of value on the Renekton in later stage team fights, but he did a great job.
Wouldn't mind the Cuz vote, but his mid-game and late-game presence on this pick, which has traditionally had issues with late-game fights, was a really big difference maker in this one.
Yeah, and this fight in particular was, quite frankly, looking like a complete loss for Kwangdong Freaks until he gets that double at the end to turn around. And so I just think you know, clutch moments that came out for him, but also just consistent in the fights where a lot of other people win. You know, we definitely had fights where Bull got a lot of value, some where he didn't. We had fights where, you know, Cuz obviously had a lot of presence, but I just think that every single instance we saw Duda really doing his job.
Absolutely. Well, 10 out of 12 is going to be the score line. We do have one for mid. I thought Bulldog also was not a bad look.
Yeah, it was clean.
We had Cuz as well for that one vote. So FearX gonna have to come back in this one. Otherwise, they're out of playoffs. We still have a best of 3, so they got to win 2 in a row. Is it possible after what we just saw?
I think it's definitely possible. That game was so back and forth. There's not like a clear one team is better. But regardless, like even just losing this one game, we saw the percentages at the start of the day. It really hurts FearX.
Yeah, it is going to be pretty interesting to see how it all does play out here for the rest of the Saturday Showdown. But let's go back to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that breakdown. And yes, as far as percentages are concerned, even if it's a 2-1 victory for FearX, those percentages will not change, actually. It'll still be a 7% chance that FearX are able to make it to playoffs, and still 92.7 or something like that. For the Kwangdong Freaks, any sort of victory for the Kwangdong Freaks immediately afterwards, or a loss for FearX would be enough to turn the tides. So still overwhelmingly in their favor, and Kwangdong Freaks just need to do one more victory.
Yeah, and my issue with the drafts of Kwangdong Freaks is how freestyle it felt didn't ultimately matter that much because the game just went so scrappy that, as Valdez said, it might as well have been a solo queue game. But I hope that this time they end up changing the priority up a little bit. As Bulldog's Talia is getting better. In that last game, he did get the 1 POG vote. He looked pretty fine. The laning phase wasn't able to put any pressure on, wasn't able to bail out his bottom lane. And he's not really the, you know, roaming, I got prio, I'm going to make a play early. He's usually the guy who, after the team fight, you go to the minimap, you see he's pushing a turret kind of guy. So I'm not sure if the Talia really suits his playstyle, but if they want to keep running it, I guess that's what we're maybe going to see. And once again, the Varus pick for Henna, I think he was the most consistent player on FearX in that first game and did layer the damage, wasn't given a lot of help, wasn't given a lot of space in that one. And, okay, Rel coming back through, we might just run it back.
Yeah, I think the Rel
special.
Yeah, you have to pick Rel here, 100%. I think taking it away from Execute, taking it away from Willa, both of these players really play well on the Rel, and it's a flex pick, right? You can give it to Andal again, even though he didn't look great on it, but you can also give it to Cuz and really shake up what the draft looked like. I think this is giving them a lot of flexibility. No reason not to go back to the Talia at the same time, to be honest with you, because Bulldog did look great, and it also meant that it was so difficult, like the space let us know, to play something like the Alistar in this composition, and then you're running out of these engaged supports.
This is it. This is the combo. This is the only thing that mattered in that last game. Was, you know, a lot of the time, the only game plan was Magnet Storm, Misfortune presses R, and you can't let that go to second ban phase this time around because they know that's your game plan. So you have to move the Misfortune priority up. In this case for Kwangdong Freak. So I do like the call. I'm not sure if I like the comp.
We're doing it again.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
We are just running it back. And my doctor told me I'm only allowed to have one FearX versus Kwangdong Misfortune game per day, and I think I might have to have 2.
This is so the reason why they're doing this is so that you can't pick the Jacks into the Twisted Fate. You pick them both, and so therefore you can't have that counter. And now what they're doing is making sure that if they want to get that Renekton matchup again, they do not get Talia. So I can sort of see it. It sort of like makes somewhat kind of sense to me, but I'm using a lot of words that make me feel unsure because I also don't think it's going to work, right? Because Willa did look a little bit weird on the Jax pick. You could theoretically do some flexing around and move that Jax into the top lane for clear and then have the Twisted Fate somewhere else, but I don't know about it.
I'm really most curious about what Execute's going to end up on because Alistar is banned, and the lead that FearX had was all really around that early massive advantage that Henna had that he won't get a second time by default in this game, and then we might actually get a chance for Kwangdong Freaks to do what their comp was supposed to do, is to get the Misfortune ahead, take those skirmishes, get early dragon control, and be relevant. Bulls still became relevant later on because the game became so weird. They'll actually ban the Talia themselves this time around with the Alistar ban coming through. Cuz loses the Lee Sin, of course, and we'll see if they want to ban the Poppy as well.
I'd like a Poppy ban. They might ban Rakan like they did in the last game because they are doing a lot of things very similar to what they did in the last game. But I'd be kind of hoping that they don't. Yeah, I like this so much more.
Well, this time they know
them to actually dash around and do things.
This time they know the Rel is going in support because of how it was played last game, so they could be sure that Cuz is the one who is playing something else here. And I think last game was a little bit tougher to draft around that, but this time you're pretty much guaranteed. I mean, I could do something weird here and play the Rakan, a little bit less of a strong front line for this Misfortune in the laning phase into Forest, though, as the Sejuani will come through here now, so that is going to be Cuz's pick, and has been one that he's been very strong at in the past. Let's see what changes here, though, on the side of Fearx, as there's no Talia. The Akali still feels decently strong here, but I feel it's so risky with how well Dudu played the Renekton and how little of an impact Closer was often able to make. Karma was banned last time around. This is going to be some additional mid-prio here, very blindable in this game. So that's what the Talia ban is going to get you here as Fearx. I actually like this pick a lot.
I mean, I like it a lot if it was anyone else other than Closer that was playing it. I think that Closer's karma has looked decidedly average.
He missed a lot of empowered Qs.
He did definitely do that, but it is a safe blind pick. You can understand why it's being picked up. It just doesn't really spark joy.
Now, Nautilus is a pick that, when you think about Execute, it does suit his playstyle. The difference, okay, we're just going Aurelion Soul. The difference in this Nautilus versus the Alistar is that Alistar has the bailout R button. He has some mobility, he can kind of get out. You go in on Nautilus, you better hope the team follows up and actually does everything that they need to guarantee that you get that pick. Otherwise, you just die. And if you go in at the wrong time, if you make a poor choice, as Execute does about 50% of the time, then you're going to die. There is no get out of jail free card. The Aurelion Soul here gives this composition so much lasting late game power for the Kwangdong Freaks, and as long as the Misfortune doesn't have a disastrous laning phase, this could just be, in my mind, a better version of their Game 1 draft that has sticking power in the late game, great scaling, and tons of engage. When you consider Magnet Storm, what it's going to do for both the Misfortune and the Aurelion Soul, it's a pretty crazy composition, and Fearx didn't prove to me that they knew how to play around the Magnet Storm, but they didn't know how to play around the choke points. And I hope that Ryu and the coaching staff of Fearx gave them a good talking to about what went wrong in some of those hard-forced fights, and maybe how to utilize the Twisted Fate pick a little bit better for macro, as that was the big issue for Fearx just in general. Giving up free turrets, not playing the map. We got to see some big improvements here. Otherwise, it looks like Kwangdong Freaks are going to playoffs.
It is definitely looking like that, and even after this, it is at least going to be a 92% chance that they are heading over there based on the mathematics done behind the scenes. But let's see whether Fearx can fight back here in Game 2. Fearx 하나, 둘, 셋.
Fearx fighting!
Kwangdong Freaks 하나, 둘, 셋.
Kwangdong Freaks fighting. I did it differently this time. Yeah.
You nailed it.
I
did
tried
it
to do
feel
different
good?
voices.
Did it feel
I liked
weird?
it.
I don't know.
I liked it to do a different thing.
I like the different thing as well. It really made me happy. I don't know whether it's necessary, but I did like it. Okay, to go back to what was happening in game number 1 and create some differences, right? Like, there's no Talia in this game, and that was a difficulty for things like Leap Strike and stuff like that, especially Headbutt Pulverize from Execute, who is very much struggling. You do want to be, using gap closing abilities on the Nautilus as well, and so pretty happy that Talia isn't there. But one thing that Aurelion Soul does have is the Singularity, which sort of pulls you into the middle of a circle. And then Andal likes it when things are pulled into a circle because he gets to pull them into another circle. And then Dudu does damage circles, and then Cuz throws an ultimate that creates a circle, and then
Bull, he fires into the circle,
Yeah, he does the cone over the circle. And so it's sort of like the Curse of the Sad Bullet Time thing that we used to have, right? Like the classic Wombo combos, where CC happens and then Misfortune presses R.
Now, the difference this time around, too, a point against Fearx, is that they don't have the Akali to get on top of this Misfortune this time around. And as you know, we've been talking about with Execute on this Nautilus pick, there is, a bit of a trolled by the pet. He's fine. A little bit of a if you go in, there is no going out here situation going on with this. And one of the other things, so I just don't think they'll be able to punish Bull very well. And they did not, in fact, in the late game, do it very well in game 1. But
they did in the early game.
Yeah, in the early game it was great. Later on, not so much. But Bulldog is also playing a champion that likes to last hit the minions, get stacks under turret. And that's the gameplay versus Karma for every champion in this meta. So he's going to be pretty happy to just kill the minions under turret and make a circle and get stacks. So this Karma priority needs to be utilized outside of the lane by Closer. He needs to make an impact bottom side, maybe get Henna ahead or control some early objectives with it before Bulldog starts to come online. Because if he's just playing wave push simulator like Karma often is, it doesn't actually roam, then it's not great.
There's another hook. This time working out very nicely as Henna gets full value of his Hail of Blades. You like to see that. Execute landing a nice hook and getting a good trade, not overextending. I think perhaps he's turned over a new leaf. I say way too early into this.
Yeah, just let's don't get too interested in big improvements or changes just yet. I think this game is definitely going back to the craziness that it was in game 1.
Maybe we could get like the series with the most kills of all time. It like goes to 3, but every game has 50 kills.
Yeah, can we break 150?
Oh, that would be the dream. We would have to break the 1-game record though if we were to get there. But I still think that we can do it. Henna is going to cleanse the Shattering Strike, and they're also going to get themselves a plate, which is pretty high value here at this stage of the game.
Well, the interesting thing about what happened last game was all of the kerfuffle and the level 3 from Execute ended up meaning that they didn't end up with a massive CS advantage. They didn't actually get plates because they had to back to get those item advantages, but they didn't end up pushing the lane that much. This time they're pushing the lane because he's not getting a kill, and this time it's Willer who actually paths up towards the top side to try to make that clear potential dive a success because he has this wave pushing in. Wasn't able to get it last time, was punished by Cuz.
Well, Tudu is going to do his best to try and clear out the minions as he looks to try and turn, but the W is not going to stun for long enough, and that is going to be First Blood going over to DRX, and already the adaptation coming in.
Yeah.
He got POG. We must kill him.
And, that's what you could do if you think Cuz is going bottom side. He is. Let's see what he can get done.
All right, nice flash to avoid the crash down here. As
Execute!
He's going to get pulled back underneath the turret, but it then loses interest. Doesn't matter because Closer comes in and he'll cash in his teleport with a kill.
Okay, so this is 2 sides of the map going disastrously here for Kwangdong Freaks in game 2. Great flash from Execute. Also put him in position to dredgeline Andil as he's trying to get out of the aggro range there. He does escape it, and will die for it. And Closer, he is going to make a roam happen, although it's via teleport, so I wouldn't necessarily call it a roam, but he's getting value on the Karma early outside of lane. And Clear kind of panic flashes here. I don't think he necessarily needed to do that at all, but, just want to make sure he gets out alive. And then over here, Execute flashes, and then Andil is hooked back in. Would have died no matter what here. Closer comes down just to make sure they don't try to extend the play, called the teleport early. Really nice plays on both sides of the map here. Now, a significant gold lead here for DRX.
Yeah, and the CS margin in mid lane is still going to be there for Bulldog, but if the map sort of falls apart around the Dragon, he's not going to be feeling too good. And you can see the Lost Chapter now completed for Closer. These Qs are really going to hurt, especially if they start landing. And we just saw one of them is able to hit. I actually think that it was almost worst case scenario that Andil got out of turret range and the turret aggro reset to the minions. Because it meant that Closer's teleport wasn't completely for nothing. He actually managed to get some money for it. Everybody else picks up an assist, so there's more value there.
Agree.
It's just not really great news. As DRX going to continue their onslaught around the map, Willer going to be taking down some bubs. One of them did go over to Cuz, so he was able to get that for himself, so we won't be missing out on experience. Still, Willer is going to get the most of these.
Yeah, I mean, the Willer-Jax angle, I'm kind of with everybody. I don't really like Jax jungle that much, and he didn't look great on it last game, as plated steel cap's going to mean that Dudu's little attempt to do something there is going to not really hurt Clear, but the Jax can be somewhat misleading in terms of, oh, he's out of position, let's kill him, and you can kind of turn on that really well do a lot of damage, and if Execute can hit those dredge lines when the collapse is there, or really nice ultimates on those collapsing players, we've seen it be very successful. When Execute was playing the Rel earlier this week, when Willer played the Jax jungle and they collapsed on him, he ended up getting a 5-man Magnet Storm, and it was an incredible play. See if Willer can kind of bait some of those situations out here in this game, already being successful on the top side, getting that kill onto Dudu. They handled the cross map by Cuz. And so just like game 1, and arguably even more so at 7 minutes here, DRX with just such a great start to this one.
Yeah, it's working out much, much better. I think as well, Execute, with the fact that he has the depth charge, will really help them lock down Bull. Of course, Edge of Night is going to help out, so it won't just be like press R and then she's going to die. They will need to put some effort into breaking the shield. But I still think that there's a lot more targeted access towards the Misfortune, especially without the Unraveled Earth being available. So Bull's going to have to play a lot better, and this ain't it, as he is going to get stunned up. Henna able to layer a lot of damage down as he's below 50%. Still, no kill pressure just yet. It's Willa in the area, and the Karma also rotating down towards at least this Dragon Pit. First one going to be a Hextech Drake, so a possibility that we get back-to-back Chemtech Souls?
I don't like the way you're talking about this. I'm just going to say it's a low possibility. Statistically unlikely.
It is statistically unlikely for them to be back-to-back. However,
see? Statistically unlikely.
Yeah, that's very true. It's not going to be a Chemtech Soul this game, as Bulldog also in a little bit of trouble here in the mid lane. Might have to go for an earlier back than he would have otherwise preferred.
Yeah, that's not great, and actually that's going to even up the CS here for Closer, so he should be able to get back into a nice advantage there. And statistically unlikely is also FearX going to playoffs, right? And
yeah.
I have to keep reminding everyone this is not just a Saturday Showdown matchup where we're like, it's FearX and Kwangdong's turn this week. It's actually so important, right?
Oh, yeah.
And it is the win for Kwangdong here in this game that guarantees their playoffs, and the last week isn't going to matter in terms of top 6. Will matter, of course, for seeding and standing and things like that. FearX don't guarantee it here with this win, but because Kwangdong Freaks have KT and D+ left, you know, we're not really expecting them to win those series. So FearX win this one, get a win over their remaining schedule, which is Bro. Pretty easy to get Bro DRX, I believe, for them. Might be
yes. It is Nongshim Bro.
Nongshim Bro, okay. That is where they are right now. So their chances are very likely if they can win this series. And that's why it's so tense.
It's going to have to be all 2-0s, and they're going to have to rely on Kwangdong Freaks not picking up random games as well. As speaking of which, we've got Willa diving underneath this turret. That is so much value as Bulldog. He hops over the wall, and Glacial Prison, it goes down. Now a Destiny is going to be called towards this top side, but he's 1v3. I'm not sure about it, as now Closer comes on over. It's his turn to start a fight against the Kwangdong Freaks, who are now looking to move themselves back. There's a gold card. That's going to interrupt the breath of light, and Bulldog is still going to be able to fly his way out of there. So this is a complete catastrophe, but no one dies.
Yeah, nobody dies. I feel like that Closer could have actually held that Q a little bit longer to make sure it wasn't really dodgeable there by Bulldog, because eventually he's going to have to go back to the turret. You wait for that moment. He does end up missing it there, unfortunately, and Bulldog kind of outplays him there by, you know, kind of walking slowly to the left. And
oh, the listing lazy.
Yeah, a little listing, a little bit of laziness, and a little bit of no second kill there for Closer on this Karma. But a lot of flashes expended on the side of Kwangdong Freaks. 3 flashes do go down in the exchange, but it's in trade for Clear, also flashing after his very aggressive Destiny comes through, and Willer flashing as well.
Oh, there's another hook going to connect here. As Chains of Corruption down as well, as Andel's crashing down, but he might also be going down. Nope, that is going to be the piercing arrow focused onto Bull instead. And another hook goes out. Jonas Strong ready for it as Breath of Light coming on in here onto Closer, as Willer's moving in, but Cuz is there as well, and there is just not a lot of answer here. Closer was just wondering what the heck he's supposed to do if this dragon keeps breathing on him, and the answer is, I guess, try and walk.
Yeah,
get out of the way.
He's not going to feel too bad about this. He does have teleport. See, Bulldog is sitting at 82 stacks right now, stacking decently well in this early game. Does have his Rylai's online now, which is why he decided to commit to that play, get those slows, and hope for Cuz's follow-up to be good enough, as Closer doesn't have to flash. Will be now down his teleport. So a lot of action, not leading to deaths, not leading to kills, maybe some burned summoners, and
it's some bubs, maybe leading to some bubs. Here we go. So Willer is going to be able to grab his 3rd. That is going to lock down the experience. I think getting 5 of them with this composition that has a Twist of Fate that wants to live in side lanes makes a lot of sense.
In theory, if the Twist of Fate does go to sides.
Oh, but Cuz coming on in with a smite. It's not going to be enough there. As now the flash hook! It's going to catch him after the Arctic Assault as they turn their attention towards Dudu. Kulvamik is massive value. Glacial Prison coming down. Andal finds 4 with the Magnet Storm, and they are hoovered up by the Renekton. He will fall down in the end as Clear is also going to be swept up. And Andal almost dies, but he's not going to fall. More breathing from Bulldog. But he's not going to be diving the turret this time around as Closer finding some value with these Qs. You can see the Varus roaming up. Wants to try and collect them as they move down this river.
Good ward.
It goes into the brush. There's a flash, but it's not actually going to get too much. But the piercing arrow's there, and Henna is going to get his first kill of the game.
Finally, Henna gets something back here. It looked like this was going to be completely a disaster.
I mean,
for
it
the
still
side of
kind of
Phoenix.
was. I don't know.
It still very much was, but it's slightly less. It's not a 100% disaster, just about like 87%.
And it's a disaster on both sides as well. Like
Dudu ends up getting so much healing from his Q, and then the follow-up Magnet Storm here is fantastic. And yes, he does eventually go down here, but he's done so much work. And I think if Bulldog is here even slightly faster, they probably end up getting the kill on the Closer here. They chase really deep to try to force it anyways, and they get his flash, and then Henna walks all the way up and does eventually take out Bulldog. He was super far away, but they stayed so long. Dudu's going to grab a plate up here. Kwangdong Freaks keeping the game even. I mean, it's 1,000 gold still advantage here for FearX, but Kwangdong Freaks have brought it back. And remember, they have the better scaling composition with this Aurelion Soul.
Yeah.
And the Karma's going to fall off pretty hard.
We'll just have to see whether FearX can utilize the fact that they are able to dash more and things like this, you know, to let Henna find some more value, to be able to stop Bull from just running amok in these teamfights later on. Getting ahead of myself, though, because I feel like this game can go completely out of control in like 4 directions at once.
Yeah, I feel like it's already out of control, but it could get more out of control as well.
and then like everything that we talk about here about what should theoretically happen means absolutely zero. And so far, I think you're right with the Aurelion Soul being a big issue is, okay, Chains of Corruption comes down, Glacial Prison's going to be there as well, but the bullet time is such high value. The hook is going to connect once again as now Dudu dives on top of the Varus. We'll be able to take him down. The Nautilus is dead as well as it's a Cloud Soul. Oh, heck yeah, love that. As now Closer is going to be discovered by Andal. He Magnet Storms, and there is going to be a Make It Rain on top of the Karma, but I think he might... No, never mind. Dudu closes the gap, and that is a... Oh,
Karma!
The inspirational shield, and the last little moment of shielding is going to be enough as the double up rains down, and of course, they don't manage to finish off the kill as Clear's in the bottom lane, just trying to ignore the shenanigans.
Why are FearX playing this comp like this? It is almost infuriating to watch the amount of backline they're trying to force. They're trying to really push hard into when there's an Aurelion Soul on the other side. Bull's positioning is so far back, it's really hard to take him out in these moments, and they're just playing into big choke points where Bull's going to get a decent amount of value out of his ultimate. Andal's going to get a decent amount of value out of his ultimate. They're playing so fast and loose when they have, you know, mid-game Karma poke they could rely on instead. It is a little bit puzzling as now the gold lead only 600 here, 500. Well, that will change once this turret goes down.
First Star of Blood going on over. They also managed to get the Rift Herald as well, so that is going to be a bit of extra money on top of it. Let's have a look at this Insanity one more time as Bull gets massive value with his bullet time.
It's so huge here with the Glacial Prison going down, and Henna is able to steal the Dragon Away. The hook does go through, but remember, this is a fight where long-term, Bulldog is going to do so much here, and Clear is on the backside of this fight doing absolutely nothing. There's nothing he can do. And then Closer just barely gets out with his life, which is just comical. There's one shield, and then he's like, I hope it comes up. I hope it comes up. And it did. Oh, why did we try to give the kill to Bull? We could have got him, but we waited, and then he got his shield back.
That was perfect timing.
It's like a split second.
Destiny going to come in. There's the Flash Gold card as they look for Bull. The hook is going to connect on Magnet Storm. That piercing arrow, just the very edge. And they're going to be able to lock down the bottom lane. Immediately, Shelly pops down as well to join the party.
And Henna's back up at 4 kills. I feel like I've seen this movie before.
I think so too. It's quite recent as well. No, I wasn't ready for a rewatch. Like, I've seen some good movies, but I don't want to see them straight away.
Yeah, I don't know why we have to remake and remaster everything. I think
right.
DRX versus Kwangdong Freaks was great the first time around. We didn't need a reboot.
No, we didn't need to reboot. And actually, like, I liked the original, you know, from round 1. Like, I liked that one. We didn't need to do, yeah.
I like
the
Closer.
redo of the redo was where we made the mistake.
I like it when Closer plays a Kali. You know, I don't need this karma in my remaster. Like, come on, it's Closer or Kali. You can't change that.
They could have shelled out for the Akali to come back,
So,
I think.
in this comp, obviously, if they're split like this, you can pick them apart. And that they found an opportunity. Obviously, the Destiny is going to give you full vision of where everybody is and how far away they are from your target. And Execute is hitting these dredge lines consistently. You know, mostly not to his detriment so far in this game.
Well, he hit the wall with that one. You love to see it. Able to flash out of the way of a few of these buttons as Andal has to do the same thing. So they are going to even out the trade there of summoner spells. Execute, I think, has kind of pulled it back together. And honestly, I do feel like he has had like tilt immunity for quite.
Well, I mean, sometimes you get nervous that something bad could happen to you, and after what happened on that last play in mid, you know, better safe than sorry. That's the, you know, I'll say the nice thing.
It's like when someone does like they do the fake slingshot, like the motion at you, and then they like let go of their fingers and you
cover your eyes
anyway,
yeah.
you know, but you know that it's not going to do anything. That's what it kind of felt like.
He didn't want to be near the enemy champions anymore, Atlas. He wanted to be slightly further away from them.
Well, he wasn't. He flashed sideways, Wolf. It was the same distance from the bad guys.
That's true, actually.
Oh dear.
He wanted to maintain perpendicularity while he was.
Oh my God! I love that word. Perpendicularity.
That's where we're at in this series. It's only game 2, and I feel like it's going to 3.
Oh man, it's game 2 of the day. You know, we could be going to 6 games.
We do have a KT game later, so
and you've already dropped the perpendicularity already.
I know it's too early.
Oh, it's a disaster. But that's okay. It fits in with what we saw in game number 1 and probably what we're going to see for the remainder of this game. But it is a 3,000 gold lead, and FearX have 2 Drakes as well. Let's have a look at this. As I feel like Execute has his screen windowed smaller than most other people who have it windowed. And so we're going to take that off your screen. We don't want to see it as we're going to go back into the game. I think that he said something, but I missed it.
He just said nice and then typed in chat the flash timer.
All right, nice.
22:10. And now they have this choke point controlled. The dragon has spawned. Of course, at Soul Point here for FearX, they are massively ahead. Dudu could teleport in, but he doesn't really have a flank ward. So I'm not sure if he really wants to. Okay, he does have that angle.
Yeah, there it is. Somehow, Closer managed to miss a stationary target, and they're going to dive on top of Andil. The Glacial Prison connects. The bullet time is going to land, and that does a lot of work onto Execute. But Dudu, he's already out of the fight, and he's been so pivotal. Cuz has to flash. This time, he's not going to escape with 26 HP. This time, he's dead. Henna's going to be able to lock down another one. And Clear, do you have more cards? Of course he does. He's got so many decks. And that is going to be the Karma locking down Bull. That's going to be Soul Point, and this time the snowball has not just crashed into a volcano or something like that. It's just looking like it's careening down the mountain.
Yeah, it's not melting this time, as I was a little bit concerned about putting everything on this rel when there is a follow-up coming through. The Magnus Storm doesn't hit anybody though, and Bull is so late on the follow-up bullet time. It still blows Execute up here. There's enough space for them to focus Dudu down, and the more you see this composition for Kwangdong Freaks, the more you can see how it really wants to operate around bullet time, Magnet Storm, and then Dudu getting around to the backside while the retreating members are getting gunned down. And it's kind of cookie cutter in how these team fights work. They look the same every time, but this time Bull isn't there close enough to actually hit that ultimate when Andil is being focused, when those FearX members are on top of him. So yes, Execute does die to the bullet time, but they're able to focus down the Renekton, and Dudu is just not as large this time around.
Yeah, and also he was in the fight at the very beginning. I feel like Dudu, when he gets to fights late and he can sort of clean up and he has that big health advantage, isn't taking incidental damage. It's important, but now we're going to see potentially another fight. Chains of Corruption go absolutely wide, but that piercing arrow doesn't. My God, they just halved the health bars. If I think it was just both carries, just straight out of the gate.
And Blast Cone going to allow FearX to get out pretty easily. Look at that, a Twisted Fate and a side lane with a Grump.
Oh my goodness, he even brought the Grump with him and some Void Mites.
Yeah.
It's like Twisted Fate's menagerie. You love to see that.
It's the Gromp is the director of the reboot of Game 1's son, so he got a cameo.
I like that. I like that a lot.
But like, look at the damage that Clear has done in this game. It's actually out of control high. This time he is not dealing with the Renekton. He's been a little bit more measured with his aggression, with his Destiny Gates into...
And he's also just sitting in side lanes, which is exactly what you want to do. Put pressure on the turrets.
He's doing it. He is doing the Twisted Fate things that he did not do in Game 1. And so I feel like this is just not true to the original Game 1.
Yeah, it really isn't. And they've taken some leeway, you know, with the adaptation. And I'm just not sure about it. Like, if you read the book, man, of Game 1, then you really would be very frustrated.
Yeah, I feel like Game 1 covered the material a lot better.
Well, like, that's the thing, and like, they're just missing the personality of the characters. Okay, Cuz is going to go in. They look for Execute one more time. He's going to be the sacrificial Nautilus. And look at these piercing arrows. This is actually, like, kind of the perfect scenario for Execute, because he can just die, and they can get some value. This time, they're not going to. And
no,
that wasn't great, but he can theoretically. If Henna can stay alive and still press Q and E, it's sometimes W.
Yeah, if they have control over the fight and he dies, it's good, as we saw in the last fight, where he died, of course, the bullet time. But this time, he is... you know, just going to sacrifice himself for the cause to bring us closer to the true nature of Game 1.
Yeah.
We're getting closer to the chaos step by step. As Clear is going to keep himself a little hidden here as we have a little bit of a side lane fight between these two. The next dragon is up in 2 minutes. DRX were able to, of course, win that fight and grab soul points, so it is very significant, this fight. Bulldog does have his Leandries stacking up quite well, but I feel like this Varus is... Again, spiking at 3 items right when this dragon fight's going to happen, just like Game 1. The window of time here where Bulldog is way more relevant than Closer hasn't quite been hit. And Quantum Freaks are going to have to make some magic happen on this dragon fight, I think, as 223 stacks for Bulldog. He's actually stacking a little bit better than I thought at this point, doing pretty well.
Oh, yeah.
Magnet Storm combo could be huge. I think Quantum Freaks needs it to come up big, and this could be their road back into the game. But first...
Andil does have his Celestial opposition, but I'm still a little bit frightened for him. Not a lot of vision available here as he gets that control ward down, and immediately it is swept back up again.
And this is so...
I'm so nervous. I am so anxious.
So scary.
Andil. And there's a blast cone there as well. So Valdez, he isn't actually, as there's the face check! And he dives in on top. Destiny immediately comes down as well, so they know exactly where they are. He's relatively tanky, but not tanky enough. And teleports are now flying in. Bulldog able to get some breaths of light down. Finally, we get a huge ulti, but is it actually going to be enough is the question. Willa has gone down, and Bull's taken out Execute as well, as Closer going to be shielded up, and this is the Crocodile that we wanted to see, the one with full health, tearing them to shreds.
It's just going to be Baron.
Oh, and we thought that it was different. They just changed up the timeline a little.
Yeah.
And so that's what keeps us book readers of Game 1 on the edge of our seats, just waiting
they must
for the
have,
moment that it was going to happen.
They got a lot of budget for the action scenes that get us up to 48 kills in the remainder of this game, but at least we're getting to the chaos, like you said, a different timeline. Now, this looks originally good for FearX because Andil face checks here, is forced to crash down and then Magnet Storm try to get away, but he's burst down. Closer gets him over the wall there with some additional damage. But then we're chasing, we're running into a choke point with bullet time. They just keep doing this, and Bull is very happy about it, and then Renekton obviously appears, and things are disastrous. You cannot get away. The slows and the Rylai's here just make it so difficult for FearX to retreat as Bulldog helps mow them down, and that's a Baron. So what could have been an amazing scenario for FearX, and almost guaranteed Soul, because they got the Magnet Storm, they got the Rel, ends up being a huge loss, and Baron is now here for Quagno Freaks.
Yep, and you can identify the problem, actually, as once again, they are going to find Cuz. The problem is that they managed to get through all of Andil's health bar and most of Cuz's health bar. And if you're putting everything into those guys, then it's exactly what Quantum Freaks wants in that moment. They are the tanks. That's their job, and they don't have a taunt button, so you don't need to worry about it. Henna is going to be able to cleanse.
Quango
Split that
split.
one. And the ulti does basically nothing there, as Bull, he's going to get interrupted, but the bullet time doesn't actually do too much. Still, Willer is trying to get these autos in, it doesn't work, and Hannah is going to get taken down. Execute the last man standing, that ain't the best of news. And now it's 16-15 in favor of Kwangdong Freaks at 26 minutes.
First dragon, and hey, look, you could give it to FearX a little bit. They did wear down that Baron timer a little bit with this one. As this initially looks pretty good here for FearX because you've isolated Andil and Dudu, and so yeah, if you can win this fight, you can kill them, you can 5v3, and it's super easy, it's free. But the problem is Renekton is really hard to kill. He's a little bit tanky, his Q does a lot, and then wait, bullet time and a choke point again. Yeah, but the scriptwriters are running out of ideas here.
And it broke my brain, Wolf. Like, I didn't actually know how to commentate the moment because Execute missed a stationary target that was murdering his whole team.
Yeah, that if he hits that as well, then, I mean, it's a totally different story, and they'll just eventually kill Dudu and Cuz, and it doesn't matter, but they didn't, and the bullet time went off, and Execute didn't interrupt it. It's a tragedy. DRX says, once again, massive lead in the early game. And then we get to these team fights, and they just do not know how to operate around the misfortune. And I guess maybe Kwangdong Freaks did have the great read. They did have the sick plan coming into today.
They may have, but also nothing is decided in this game whatsoever, except the fact that Clear is going in. Let's see what he can actually find. The counter-strike value is absurd as the Varus manages to take down his opposite number, but in goes the Crocodile. Where have we seen this before? But he doesn't have a lot of follow-up. Where's the rest of the team? Where is the dragon damage? There it is. It rains hell down on the enemy jungler, and finally Closer is going to hit some Qs. Cuz is going to get slowed down as Bulldog's doing his best to breathe and breathe. As that gold card went a really long way as Dudu's able to slice and dice his way out. Only Willer is dead in trade for the bottom lane of Kwangdong Freaks, and I still don't really know
no objective
benefits.
No objective to take.
We're fighting over something, Wolf, okay?
I don't know. I don't know how this game is just, this series is just unhinged.
There's not a lot of hinges.
No, it's been like they removed the screws and the door is just laying on the floor.
Yeah.
But I mean, this moment here, again, everything starts off well for FearX in these fights, and this time they are successfully able to blow up the big threat here in this misfortune. No bullet time to ruin their day, but Dudu, once again, he buys time, and it's a big dragon on the other side of the fight. His ultimate here, going to be doing massive damage, getting that CC, and then the Rylai's prevents retreats here. Closer just barely gets out with his life, and Bulldog decides to flash here for the follow. I think if he actually played that a little bit more aggressively, if he had a little bit more confidence, it might have been the full wipe.
And if Execute had actually landed that last Q,
yeah,
it would have been a 2-for-2 instead of a better trade for FearX. And that's sort of the state of this game right now. We're having a look at this mid lane. You can see Closer is actually doing a lot more damage, but Bulldog has a lot more money.
Yes.
And that is just the Bulldog way on this Aurelion Soul.
And the Karma is hitting some pretty consistent poke in these fights and is sometimes layering it on top of the engage, and that's working out decently well for Closer, much better than the last time we saw him on this pick. But yeah, he does have his powered ultimate for this fight, and Void Staff is not quite ready yet. That's probably going to go Crypt Loom, let's be real. He also has the Arm Guard, so I mean, this fight is...
Oh, Cuz not going to find the Arctic Assault, but he gets the Glacial Prison, and now the ulti flies down from the heavens. Great knock-up as Slice Dice, but the gold card is there! Clear is actually able to help out!
The dragon hasn't even spawned yet!
Oh, that was ridiculous. Well, I mean, it has, but it's on Kwangdong Freaks here, Wolf. And that's what FearX are looking for. They want to get that fourth dragon, but they're not able to get it.
Execute on the back line here. I don't think he should be.
I was going to say, like, was this the right plan? He gives him the thumbs up. Or is he giving us the thumbs up?
I have no idea. I don't know. Is that like a metaphor? Like he's... What did the director...
Yeah, we need the
What is Vince Gilligan trying to say with this scene? Like, the cinematography was beautiful, but I don't really understand why there's like a lizard walking through Summoner's Rift right now. All right.
All right, let's
see what happens. This fight, Cuz comes in and tries to get Henna, but there's an instant cleanse on the Varus, and then you use your big ultimate here and don't get anything out of this. Again, they're trying to get on top of Henna. Closer does end up helping Peel here as the gold card does connect. It keeps Dudu just at arm's length, and then they get nothing. But the dragon hadn't spawned yet. Like, there wasn't anything to fight for. I don't think Baron had spawned yet either.
It was a practice run. It was a practice run, Wolf. You know, you got to try and get a flash out here and there, and they did manage to get it. from Henna, so it's not going to be available for this dragon fight that is incoming. But the Baron is up and available as well. It's been up and available for 11 minutes time. Well, it hasn't because it died that one time, but you know what I mean.
I think I'm not sure if we're on pace or if we're definitely on pace for 48 kills.
I
really
think we
don't
might
know.
be really on pace.
Yeah, it's...
But it is currently not that many.
Okay,
so we're sitting on a 34 instead. As
Scuttle allows them to know this is not being taken. Like FearX know they didn't walk towards that pit, even though they don't have otherwise vision in that river. So that's pretty fortunate for them. Not just going to go face check the brush. That Scuttle getting insane value. Willer is going to be seen on this flank though. Bull does have Edge of Night, so I don't know if he really wants to engage. As now Dragon can be started up. I mean, that's a lot of damage with this Leandries on Bulldog.
You're not too worried about one singular cloud, though, going away, but the issue is that FearX aren't really doing anything with this opportunity. They're just letting the three members of Quandong Freaks clear out the mid lane and not really heading towards Baron, nor are they able to clear out much of this vision. So it is, in the end, just a free Dragon going over to the Quandong Freaks. And Clear does get a control ward, so there's that. Side lanes, FearX. They
exist. Barons use objectives to threaten your opponent. I mean, FearX are just so nervous because this is their playoffs on the line. I think this is, you know, I mean, look, FearX not known for great macro play this season. I will be realistic with you guys and say that, but I think it has been better than this, much better than this most of the time. And I think we're just seeing some nerves coming through here, some indecision. As they could have started the Baron and then tried to force, you know, Bulldog to come over. He doesn't have teleport. If they're tracking that.
It is actually, we have just remade Game 1.
Yeah.
We did that.
I think they've like toned down the violence a little bit. I guess that's because they're trying to make it more kid-friendly because everyone wants to sell Cuz toys these days.
Yeah, no, that's true, that's true.
But, you know, it is what it is.
I mean, I guess they remade Last of Us, didn't they? And that game like came out like only 2 years prior or something like that.
Well, they did remake it a few different times. And then,
my goodness.
I mean, it was a TV show for it, you know, and
yeah, there's a few different options.
It's not as good as FearX versus Quandong Freaks Game 1.
What we're saying is there is precedence. There is precedence for this remake to happen, and so we.
Yeah, no, remakes do occur.
Yeah.
Sometimes they don't come to Switch until the end of its lifetime, but, you know.
When they learn how to optimize the lack of graphical capability and things like that.
That'll be $60 or $70. But anyways.
20 FearX. Now just clearing out the mid lane, there's a reason why we're having a conversation that's entirely off topic, is because it's just dotting I's and crossing T's.
I'd be a little
bit more, get things in line.
I'd be a little bit more telling you guys about things if FearX were actually threatening objectives, but they're kind of just K-ramming a little bit here, as they do have Bio for the moment on Dragon, which is not available.
Speaking of Dragon, he breathes and places a circle on the ground, and it's getting scarier and scarier. He's 3-1-7 as hooks and things going wide. As the Twist of Fate throws out the ulti, he doesn't get too much from it though.
Willer.
Yeah, Willer in a little bit of trouble. Does have a leap strike to get himself out of the way. Not going to be interrupted on that one, which is great news. As Hannah looking a little bit tasty here in this mid lane. Quandong Freaks, you could tell, kind of wanted to go in on it. Clear, understanding exactly what he needs to do, but the Destiny is now on cooldown.
Bulldog, 392 stacks. Oh boy.
Yeah, there's the Glacial Prison. They dive in on top of Closer, but he keeps himself alive. Gets the big old shield as well, and there goes the Rel. And now these Qs are raining down. The Inspire shields are also going to be able to keep them alive, and the hooks are coming in. Dudu just getting chain CC'd, and yes, the Steric shield is massive, but he cannot 1v5. Well, he may not be able to 1v5 this time. Yes, there's the hook. And Execute's able to cut him down, and so now FearX should be able to just take this Baron.
Yeah, they should be able to. There's not really any way to stop this. There's no accidents that can occur. They will win a fight and get a Baron. It doesn't matter that Execute didn't hit the hook there. It doesn't matter that they were unable to actually get the team fight looking the way they wanted to start off. They still win it in the end, despite some crazy circumstances here. So Closer is relatively tanky because he's Karma, has shields, right? And then Clear gets on top of Bull here, so he's not able to do damage onto FearX's front line. And Execute does eventually get in there and get on top of that front line, then gets this hook here with the reset onto Dudu, who's unable to get over the wall and just decides he's going to lose his GA anyways. Maybe if he does enough damage here to these members, they can't do Baron, but they will certainly be able to. He doesn't do enough. GA is down. Baron goes over to FearX. Let's see if this power play in the remake and the reboot is a little bit
I think
better than their last one.
I think they definitely they have the budget to up the power play this time around, Wolf. Thank you so much, Red Bull, for that one. It's certainly already looking better. And I also think that FearX kind of worked out what a good teamfight looks like for them as well. Because as soon as you have clear, just threatening autos onto Bull, and you saw Bull was able to turn and actually got a lot of damage onto him in return. But it doesn't matter, because as soon as it's just a TF off on the side, you don't want to press your ultimate button on him, and so therefore you're never able to bullet time.
Yeah, you can't
because
actually,
you'll just die.
You can't actually properly fight, and I think engaging onto closer seems like a good idea when Cuz hits that ultimate, but it's just Karma is not going to go down that quickly, and he has Merc Tread, so he's just able to kind of walk it off there, and so many resources spent on this Karma, and then that's what allows Clear to get that side angle there. Meanwhile, the Baron is doing a lot. 3,500 gold. They're taking out multiple turrets here. They're going to have Prio now for their soul point to turn into a soul potentially here. Uh-oh.
He just going in once again. Chain Production going to connect onto him, though, as the bullet time. It's going to help take down Willa, or at least take him very low, but he will survive. The Leap Strike gets him out of there, and now the slows are coming in, and look at Clear. He's found the flank angle as Cuz he's so low. He's just trying to get out of there, but he's on vision right now, so you can't just be backing. And by on vision, I mean there was a giant circle above his head that meant that he could be seen.
Yes, and he still wants to come over here and contest this Dragon, but I just don't think realistically they could do it anymore, and this Baron just opened the map up enough where FearX are able to take this. Cuz really put himself in harm's way there. His Aftershock almost carried the skirmish because it bought so much time for Bulldog to actually get in there and layer that damage, but they don't get any kills. If you don't get any kills, then you can't contest the Dragon without a jungler.
And you can't get above 50 kills as well, Wolf, which is exactly what we need.
And Cuz, I mean, he comes in here, look at how much he tanks during this bullet time. It's a different version of the Magnet Storm engage. It's just let Cuz tank everything and then Bull ults towards the enemies. But Dudu can't close the gap. The spacing here is really good from FearX, and then Cuz being this low means there's just no way they could do the Dragon. So that's Cloud Soul.
All right, Execute looking for something. Cuz with the fadeaway ulti just to save the rest of his teammates. I swear to God, Cuz is just, he is playing his little heart out this series. It's just not quite working out, as there is just too much craziness going on. And sometimes it's him that instigates it, but he's hitting some good buttons.
Yeah, he certainly is aiming his ultimate well, just not necessarily the follow-up.
Or maybe not at the right time.
Yeah, not the right target.
Certain things like this, is now Willa is actually extraordinarily tanky and very, very large. As Dudu is going to be able to at least slice his way out of danger. Having a look at the gold, I mean, why is it only 3,000 gold, the lead for FearX? It feels like they're so far ahead.
Well, if you look at some of the big numbers, like, okay, Varus has
at the
9
bottom
kills.
of the screen, the big numbers?
Yeah, you look at the Varus have 9 kills, and you're like, whoa, that means the game 100% is over, it's not even playable, right? But then you're like, well, Misfortune has 7 kills, 6 assists, and it is a scaling Dragon that has 70 CS, the advantage, and you're like, okay, well, I can kind of, we can solve this, we can figure this out. As FearX are just going to kind of hang out in this jungle here to see if anyone tries to come and punish Clear and then get punished themselves.
Well, Willa might just get punished. Does have a Counter-Strike, which is pretty high value.
I would like to suggest to Kwangdong Freaks to press the tab key to see that Baron is not up for another 145. They don't need to force into this rush.
And sometimes you just want to get control. You want to get control. You want to get your wards down. You want to make sure that the enemy can't see things.
Kwangdong Freaks, more like control freaks.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what you've got to be. As Chains of Corruption go completely wide. Cuz takes a couple of buttons from Henna, though.
And the Vision juggle game will continue, but this just allows FearX to continue to push. And Kwangdong can't flank, but I don't think they really want to in this composition. They just want to be able to set up for Andil to Magnet Storm when they have the big ultimate coming through from Bulldog, and Bull on the other side will also be doing his ult and then tons of damage in the fight. And I think this game is still winnable for Kwangdong Freaks with just one Wombo combo. They can 100% still win this.
I think this is winnable for Kwangdong Freaks, it's winnable for FearX, and it's losable for FearX and losable for Kwangdong Freaks. I think this is every possible outcome
well, what I mean
on
is,
the table.
As long as Kwangdong Freaks can be in range to Magnet Storm when this Baron spawns, there's still hope, and they shouldn't just force a fight in the jungle. Just be patient, just catch waves, and then when FearX you start the objective up, that's when you're going to have your angle to push towards it. Because their comp is not a, oh, okay, like they're on Baron and they turn on us insanely well. Not necessarily. They're kind of a poke comp right now with Twisted Fate doing tons of damage too. So you should be able to realistically get Andil into position. as long as you don't mess it up. As Clear is now side laning again here, has tons of money, as is pointed out, because he's Twisted Fate. He's 2, 3, and 13.
Bloodthirster.
Yeah.
I kind of love that. He's just changing it up. It didn't work out last time building that Infinity Edge, so he's going to go for something different as the hook. He's going to break the shield, execute! He's done it! He found Bull. Bulldog goes into his Zonyas, but that means he's not doing damage. Henna gets a double! And we said it was winnable and losable on both sides. That was execute! Just deciding to win the game!
There's 9 kills left in this reboot. I don't know if it's going to happen.
No. So that means that it's definitely not over yet. So I spoke too soon.
I mean, I don't know. It seems over. Are they going to change the ending? That's wild. I don't like that.
Well, I mean, we might just need another reboot. We'll go back to the director. He'll say, no, this is not actually the ending that I wrote. And we'll have to have a game number 3. Is now Clear, looking for some autos onto Dudu. It's a last-ditch effort. The counter-strike onto 3 is massive. And yes, that's a huge Magnet Storm, but the follow-up has been dead for a really long time. And now, yeah, there's the flash cue from Closey. You love to see it, and there goes the Nexus. Game number 2 is going to go to FearX. Their playoff hopes stay alive for at least another game.
I really feel like Henna has been the one piece of this team today who is just not really messing it up. He's hitting his poke, he's hitting his arrows, he's following up really well. We saw Clear massively improve his gameplay. They played around him topside, they got him ahead, and then he took the whole map, and he was the one real macro element for FearX in the late game. Once they got back that map control, it was really tough, and then Kwangdong Freaks didn't have many options, and they opted in to kind of pushing towards that lack of vision in the brush to try to get closer and closer to a Baron fight that was upcoming. But unfortunately, Execute just said, nope, we're going to game 3. And I guess it turns out the reboot is a 2-part series.
Yeah,
and we're going to game 3.
And that's why they rebooted it, because they didn't manage to get enough content and to really tell the story of these characters in the first installment. So we're going to try it again.
And FearX, they keep the playoff hope alive. 20,000 damage more than Bull in this game. Henna really hitting that poke when it counted. And Clear also, obviously with that build you mentioned, he hits hard and he did a ton of damage on this Twisted Fate. The first real late game Twisted Fate 80 carry top we've seen, because a lot of the games end before we get to this point. He did a lot.
He did so much work. I have to say though, if I had a POG vote, it'd be Execute 100% of the way. It's time to go to a short break. When we get back, the space will break down whatever that was, and we'll have whatever's coming up next.
기대해줘봐. 앞에 있는 거 골카 던지면서 봐. 네, 4개 몸 비일 거라 이거. 여유롭게 얘네 사주셔야.
그래 한번.
나 사원 줄게, 사원 줄게. 네. 싸움 봐도.
네네네.
앞라인. 네네. 이제.
잘 해보자. 다음 잘 해보자 얘들아.
잘했다.
미안해. 아야, 너 잘했어.
미안해하지 마.
That is a target that you could look for. As gets the Featherstorm very comfortably. As the feathers are picked up, and Glacial Prison goes completely wide. Decent seismic shove there, but the Fate's Call is now going to come through, and Peanut onto 2 from Delight as they dive into the skies, says Keen, and Pays says, all right, that's where I'll send him.
But, yeah, now a wall comes down here. That's, yeah, Faker's just probably dead here, in a ton of trouble. He will flash and immediately dies.
In the mid game, then you're doing something wrong, and Nongshim, they're not doing anything wrong. Not yet, anyway. As Beryl, he's going to throw his anchor away, does have to use his ult onto Jiwoo with no one around. It's a decent seismic shove. But now Jiwoo's taking matters into his own hands. Steph, no Featherstorm, remember, and he does look for it, but he's not going to find it. Jiwoo down to about 100.
Like Doran's blade.
Did you notice that, by the way? Keria moved away from the lane to give level 2 first, and that's going to be first blood to Keria. Speaking of which, as the, is he the AD carry or is he the support?
Well,
I don't know anymore, as Keria picks up a double kill on Kalista. We do have Bull to take him down, as now Zeus is pretty unkillable himself on this lethality Aatrox, and yeah, they're going to put a lot into him, but it's not quite enough. As now Keria, he's just running at the enemy team, as he might fall here, as finally Bulldog takes him out, but after...
Time there. Aiming is going to head through the top side. Are we looking for a dive? That is a sweet spot connection. Kingen just needs... Okay, yeah, he is going to be taken down. Gets out of turret range? What? Can he do it? No way! How did that even happen? Nexus turret that's going to go down. Now Willa, cease and desist comes in, and that is at least that first kill, but Chains of Corruption somehow does not find anyone. Kingen went down relatively low, but there's the triple kill for Showmaker. Now Henna, he's trying to kite them underneath this turret, but the pushback on the Closer, the quadra kill for the Karma, and there it is, the pentakill for Showmaker's Karma.
And welcome back to the space. We are here after game number 2, which looked a lot like game number 1, a bit of a remake, you could say. That one was just as messy as game number 1, just as much excitement and back and forth action, and except this time FearX won. So now it's a 1-on-1, and we have a series on our hands. I meant to say a game, but what was going on in that game 2?
A lot of things. It really felt very chaotic, and once again it felt like there was just like these moments where people were making misplays or misexecutions, and it just made the team fight so erratic to follow. It did feel like, you know, similar to game 1 where we kind of saw Cuz and Dudu step up and really be the driving forces. We saw a similar thing on the opposite side where I feel like Henna and Clear were definitely having a better game than the rest, and as a result managed to drive through the end. But it was not clean, it was not controlled, and it wasn't clear who was going to win until about 2 minutes before the Nexus died.
To me, this series felt like, and we can pull up the draft because
Might as well look
to some extent, might as well look at it for a little bit. I like the ASOL. The fact that both teams are like willing to basically run it back does make sense to me. Great adaptation as Kwangdong, the Alistair ban, I guess. Sure, because, you know, you ban the Talia yourself as well, and you're like, if we don't have Talia, then we don't want him to play Alistair, but it felt like both teams were fighting each other blindfolded and didn't really know where the other team was, and they were in a maze as well. So they were simultaneously trying to get out of the maze.
All the lights were off.
All the lights were off
as well.
It was rough. And in the end, FearX, they got the win.
They did get the win. I think that, you know, again, much like the first game, there were a bunch of things we wanted to look at, some developments early on in the game, but none of that really mattered by the end of it, especially
game was
because
so good.
FearX did well in the early game, Quantum Freaks came back in a big way, and then FearX won some big team fights.
Yeah, and I think this is where we kind of saw the difference with the composition, having the Karma in. It felt like we really lent towards the front to back wicket for FearX. The TF had so much value. In this fight specifically, zoning away the MF there and forcing the stopwatch, but also you can kind of see the Varus to calm the TF, really strong backline duo, and you can just front to back. Like the Renekton here, pretty healthy, has a GA, has a Sterak's, and doesn't get really much opportunity to play the game because he's just getting CC'd layer upon him, and they just follow that up when he comes out. And I think this is when really we saw FearX refocus and go, oh, this is what our comp is supposed to do.
That was after they got a ginormous gold lead early, then through that in a very rough Baron fight. And they also had a couple of Dragon fights where stationary targets were missed by skill shots. So it's just... I didn't want to bring it up, but we had to.
That's the evolution, because yesterday we had the walk, where you walk and dodge your skill shot.
Yeah.
Now the next step is you just stand still. There's no counterpoint.
They'll never see it coming.
It's coming.
Especially when you're channeling an ability that requires you to stand still. How could they possibly know? We did have that as a highlight if Kwangdong Freaks were going to win, but they did not, as eventually we had this last fight. Very nice play around vision, I suppose, and Kwangdong Freaks just kind of run into it.
Yeah, I think they feel like with the Sejuani leading that they have some expectation of safety, but also the Cloud Soul 20% movement speed, allowing them to move in this position a bit faster. The flank, though, from Clear really effective. And, I mean, as soon as the MF goes down here, you're pretty convinced that the game is just done. But the fact that they catch out the Aurelion Sol, it's like you've lost your two major carries this late in the game. There isn't really much of a answer to the situation.
Is this the ending that was supposed to happen with this game? Who knows? I think if anything has been shown between these two teams, they are very closely matched. And it really is, I think we've been having a lot of fun with it. I think what is the most obvious here to me is that there is a very clear and extremely high set of stakes. Like for both of these teams, this is going to feel like the game for do you make it to playoffs or not. So I think that as a result of that, we're seeing both teams. I think both teams' macro has been sussy, but when it comes to specifically the gameplay, I think neither of them have looked this rough in a little bit, which makes sense given the stakes.
Yeah, the pressure's clearly on because there's just a lot of mistakes. Every team fight, you can see someone who does a mistake that you might see, you know, once a week or something from the same player, and we're seeing like every fight. They're not at the best, but you can tell the pressure is on because this series means everything.
The pressure is certainly on, and now it's only one game to go. Let's see who does pick up the POG for game number 2. On the side of FearX, it will be Clear's TF as the casters, and we already said he looked much better on the TF this time around.
Yeah, and I think we really saw the impact of it in controlling these fights. I felt like it was a different vibe when we had the Akali last game and you were more trying to threaten the backline, but here he just played such great interruption. I feel like Henna had a really good game as well, but a big reason he was able to do so well was the safety this TF provided, just stunning threats, particularly the Renekton. I feel like Dudu got shut down this game much more than in game 1.
Henna, as you mentioned, I think is also going to get a ton of votes, but Claire was a lot more proactive. I think this is also kind of the curse of the, as we do see, a lot of votes there, unsurprisingly. I'm not going to mention it, Valdez. Don't let me finish my train of thought. Because with lethality Varus, you're always going to be very reliant on your team for setup. So I think that's why we favored Claire. As TF, you do have to make a lot more decisions. actually getting stuff done.
This time it was Left Media Guy, but it's okay. It does happen from time to time, even to us here on the EN Analyst Desk. But guys, we are done for game number 2. Let's go back to the casters for one final game of this awesome series.
Heck yeah, I absolutely love this series. And I also love that Left Media Guy exists, because now we've just thrown a whole curveball. What did he see in that game?
He saw that one time that the Karma Shield was perfectly timed to block the double up damage, and he got away, and he was like, that's POG material.
To be perfectly honest,
it was a significant moment.
Relatively valid. He also managed to get some other shields on running away characters, you know, while abilities were being pressed and things like that. And now we get to unravel the mystery that is going to be Game 3 in this pivotal series.
Otherwise,
will the 7% remain for FearX, or will Kwangdong Freaks just promote themselves to playoff?
I like to call it FearX versus Kwangdong Game 1 Part 2 Cuz Strikes Back. It's Game 3 music, it's Saturday Showdown, it's playoffs on the line. And let's see if the draft changes, because obviously we have swapped sides, and that will change some of the priority here potentially for Kwangdong Freaks, as things still looking mostly the same.
This is exactly the same,
yeah,
actually.
Just the opposite sides.
Yeah, just the different sides. And a slightly different order. As you can see, the Vi coming in second ban instead of last. And the Senna actually going to be taken here on the red side. So that is going to be the red side ban that FearX are going to have to take away, as Twist of Fate going to be banned. So Clear going to be playing something different this time around. And maybe Willa will be playing a real jungler as well. A lot of things going to be changed up, I think, purely based on that one ban.
I think that there is a lot that you want to get rid of here, but you can't ban everything, as the Kalista is going to make it through. And that's Bull's Kalista. That's a classic, and I think it'd be silly to not lock it in here. Just going to use some extra time to talk about what comes next. But, I mean, Bull playing Kalista and Bulldog playing Hui was a lot of the wins that we had when Bull did come through to replace Taeyun earlier on this season, where we did start to actually believe that Kwangdong Freaks were going to make it to playoffs. They still could. They just have to win this last game in this series to get it done. The Taliyah going to be taken away from Bulldog here, going to be picked up from Closer. It looks like no. Just going to try to outrange the Kalista here. Kind of playing 3 games of Varus. His Varus has been the most consistent. Honestly, he's been the most consistent player across both games on it, I think, of all 10. And so I don't fault them for this. See what they want to put Execute on, though, because engage into Kalista can be very tricky and very punishing.
Certainly can. So the Taliyah will end up coming through. I was wondering whether they were going to toss up a Renata option to try and deny that away from the Kalista, because Hui Renata could be actually a decent little combo here.
Yeah, I really think they absolutely still could just grab that here. Hui into Taliyah, you outrange, you poke. Renata means you're going to win all the all-ins into the Varus, and if Execute's playing an Enchanter here, you feel like you already won the series, and if he's not, then you win those fights with the Kalista Renata. Feels so strong here for Kwangdong Freaks, and we'll lock it in. We'll see what the pick for Bulldog here is going to be. The Hui has been so strong for him, and they've relied on bottom side control, then the scaling mid pick. You know, we saw obviously Aurelion Sol last game around, but it was not with a lane that was having a good time. And let's see if maybe this time around they'll play it again. This is just a classic. CUmax is running it back to when Kwangdong was winning, and the only reason why this stopped working was because teams took it away.
Yeah, they started banning it.
But this time FearX didn't, and so they're going to play what they're best at, as it turns out.
So this is now very, very difficult for FearX, because there are so many things that Kwangdong Freaks are so happy with. I would love the Zyra, and I say it every time, and so I'm sort of a broken record, but instead, the Nico's going to come down. That is looking like a Nico support, unless Willa has been, you know, doing some technology.
Yeah, he does cook. We've seen him play a lot of eclectic picks, as was mentioned before we came into the series, but I think it is going to be Execute trying to do a Keria impression. Remember, last time Execute played this Nico support, they did not commit to a lot of the fights, and it was very much a FearX was waiting for a perfect opportunity that never came, and we weren't impressed with his Nico support last time around. See if he can change the narrative here, because playoffs are on the line. And, you know, Nocturne still could be a pick that you want to ban away. The Nocturne-Nico combo is so incredibly strong. They used it last time. Let's see if Kwangdong Freaks just want to remove that here for safety.
Yeah, I would suggest it. I think Nocturne is a pretty obvious ban, but they are really waiting until it's down to the wire. So Lee Sin going to be the first one taken off the board. Now Willow. What are we going to be taken away from Cuz? I think a Sejuani ban would make some sense. I think that he had a great game. Even though they lost last time around, he was hitting ults left, right, and center.
Any sort of, tank frontline that has some decent engage would be a good ban here. Even Xin Zhao feels like a strong ban against Guangdong Freaks right now, I would say, to kind of protect the Hui in the backline. Renekton also great. Duda's been so impactful on this pick. And you don't have the Twisted Fate to kind of put it down early this time around, so I think that's actually a pretty wise ban. There's the Nocturne. I was starting to get worried that Willow was just going to get that for free.
Not going to happen this time. Oh, is he just going to play Wukong?
He might, and you know what? I mean, it's the Willow special. A lot of champs have been removed, and I mean, Guangdong Freaks are going back to what they're best at, what they're known for. Maybe Willow goes back to one of his old picks. We won't know just yet, and they're keeping the Nico technically a flex. I mean, it's unlikely, but still possible. That goes to the jungle.
Could happen. It's not exactly like it used to be, but I would, I wouldn't put it past Willow. Like you were talking about, the guy has played a lot of different things.
And depending on what gets locked in here, you might just consider the Jungle Jax again, because it has decent follow-up here in this composition. And the Rel actually has gone all the way through this draft, shockingly, and that is right now the strongest jungle pick, and it is going to be picked up here for Cuz, as looking for a Gnar into the Cassante for Dudu. This has been a pick he's done very well at in this matchup in the past. It's a strong matchup for the Gnar, and it gives you a lot of space for your Hui. They already have the Rel. I think it's a really strong lock-in here.
Yeah, it also gives you a third winning lane, which is kind of crazy. Hui doesn't necessarily win, but he's not going to lose as well because he does have the extra range. And so Gnar is going to be picked up. This is a very powerful composition, especially in the early stages of the game.
I feel like
all the Guangdong Freaks.
I like Xin Zhao way more than Jax here. I was worried he was just going to go back to it. We're not sure until it's locked in, and he will lock it in. So the angles here of attack for Furex, they have so many different ways to get this short-range Kalista pulled back, be it Xin Zhao knocking him in with the Crescent Guard, with the shove of the Talia, the Q3 from Cassante, and obviously Execute's ultimate can be quite impactful. Even Hannah can lock down this Kalista at the front line. Gnar, on the other hand, the Gnar management of the bar for his Mega Gnar is going to be really important, because if he's not Mega and he gets caught by any of that CC, he's also not going to last very long. Bulldog should be fine with this insane frontline he has. He's going to need to be accurate with his poke and his skill shots, which he has been in the late game. His laning phase hasn't always left us joy, right? I mean,
yeah,
he has enough prio in this lane where he should be fine into the Talia. He should be able to push those waves and clear the minions very quickly. Won't see any accidents there. You could hope if you're a Guangdong Freaks fan. I think it's really just going to be about how these team fights go in the late game. Furex did not inspire me with the Nico support last time around, but we've seen improvements already within this series from Clear. Everything on the line.
And it's also a bit of a gamble, because this Nico support, Execute, he's had a series so far, and we'll see whether it's going to be a happy ending or a sad one. As Guangdong Freaks, this is their bread and butter. They are so happy with the draft that they picked up. This is Furex with a lot of question marks. Closer on a control mage, Execute on a mage himself. Henna's Varus is still there though, Cassante exists. Some possibilities, let's get into game 3. Guangdong Freaks, 하나, 둘, 셋.
Guangdong Freaks fighting!
Furex, 하나, 둘, 셋.
Furex fighting!
All right, here we are. Saturday Showdown. Game 3. Furex, they need to win if they want to keep their playoff hopes alive. It's their last opportunity to do so. Guangdong Freaks, they could just get into playoffs right now.
Yes, and they could also get into playoffs even if they lose this, if they beat KT or D+, which is a tall order, but nothing is impossible.
No.
As a bit of a group up bottom lane, obviously, to try to get the Kalista an advantage, and we'll see Furex hope to catch a Hui looking for some vision and some information, as the invade is not cancelled. They channeled Bex, but they haven't seen the Hui just yet, and they are going to stay.
So Cuz
is now in danger,
cantering towards the jungle. This is very dangerous. They haven't seen anyone. You can see now that FearX are going to fan out. And Willa thinking about starting on the enemy Raptor camp. They don't exactly know where Cuz is for now. But Willa is going to clear these Raptors and then look to see what he can actually do as far as taking this one away. Cuz moving it into the brush is very
Level 2 advantage.
And there we go, yeah. Level 2 was picked up. Cuz gets the ward into the brush, but he's not going to be able to contest this.
Oh man, the Raptor leash could end up being so successful here. Willer gets the smite. Cuz is level 1.
He's still level 1, and now...
No aftershock.
Now Kwangdong Freaks, they have to move out of the bottom side. They were winning in the 2v2, but now Willer is just going to audaciously charge towards this Rel and push them all away. And so it all just collapses towards this bottom lane, which saves Execute and Henna from a difficult scenario.
I mean, Execute with that leash, allows him to clear it so fast, the Raptor camp, get level 2, because he's Xinjiao, he can clear it so fast and then come over there. This is a really cool strategy here from FearX, and now even Bull and Andal have to come over and help Cuz kill the Krugs because he doesn't have any experience. Now hits level 2, but the advantage, you could really feel it. And what was going to be level 2 advantage here for Kwangdong Freaks in the bottom lane because they did have control first is now a disadvantage, and they're getting pushed in and zoned out of farm. What a fantastic strategy here from FearX into Kwangdong Freaks in the level 1 in the jungle.
Yeah, and also it's when we were very worried about what FearX were going to be capable of into the quintessential Kwangdong Freaks draft. And there are a couple of schools of thought. I actually thought that it was very dangerous for them to leave up all of these options that they're so good at, but FearX just seems to me like they came in with a plan, and there's an immediate cleanse from Bull, but he's going to get bailed out. Execute! Oh, so close to dying. That would have been absolute disaster, but instead, it is perfect, and that's first blood. A double kill for Henna as he casually tanks up the turret for his jungler, and that is 2 swift ones for FearX.
3 for 3 on Henna, getting advantages in his Varus lanes in this series. 2 kills, the dive is well set up. He gets a Dirk at 340 here on first buy, and his opposition, now down summoners, has 6 CS, and he gets a control ward. And you know what? This lane is 100% over. Meanwhile, Hui is on a losing streak. A little bit inopportune moment to show this.
The nameplates are also pretty important.
Yes.
In this one, 4 of those games being Bulldog on their massive losing streak, and then we've got Fiesta and Yehu. So I wouldn't read too far into that losing streak, personally. Sway picked in the right spot can still definitely work. As Willa just continuing to have the greatest of times. Still, Cuz is going to be able to catch back up just because he's Rel, right? He does farm very effectively.
Yeah, but, in doing so, does leave his bottom lane completely exposed to that dive from Willer coming through to get Henna the 2 kills. Now a tier picked up as well, actually, for Henna coming back into this lane. So he has Dirk and tier, and the refillable here for Bull will help him deal with some of the Varus poke in this lane, but isn't going to feel like it's really valuable as an item comparatively. The advantages are really going to stack up now. Doran's Ring also here for Execute to push this advantage further. You can't even overstate the advantage that they have now. It is just so unreal.
It is. But do you know what worries me, Wolf? It's more reminiscent of Game 1 than Game 2.
Yeah, that's true.
And FearX, I think, as a team, had a larger advantage in Game 2. But in Game 1, it was all Henna that had the lead. And that was the game that Kwangdong Freaks were able to win. So maybe they identified that as their blueprint. Feed the Varus, and then we can win. That would be crazy, and it's not true. But it's just interesting that it does kind of line up.
Yeah. It's guaranteed prio here on this Dragon, obviously. Cuz has to, do Krugs and hover around the bottom side of the map just in case they set up for another dive, which they could because Henna still has flash. No flash on Bull. And Andal is just not going to be able to offer much back. All he really is a handshake at this point. If he had 6, then that's all you need to deter dives. But that means they're not going to be able to trade Dragon for the top side Bubs. And that is very frustrating here for Kwangdong Freaks. Just getting nothing. 20 CS behind, zoned out of farm. As even this cannon minion is tough to pick up here for Bull.
Yeah. The fact that Andal needs to go back home, Bull not going to be able to approach this, and Willa He walks over vision, but it doesn't actually matter. He's still just going to flash in for the audacious charge. There's the knockup, and that is just so easy. 0-2 now for Bull.
And they saw
Kalista.
They saw Cuz on that control ward, so they knew he was too far away to help out on the play. And that's why Willard, as soon as he's seen, he flashes for it. Was going to look to zone him out, but knows he can kill him 100% once he knows exactly where Cuz is.
Oh, Crushing Maw does come down. The flash has to be used to avoid the ultimate from Bulldog. So at least Bulldog's got some control here in this mid lane. They're going to need a whole lot more, and they need follow-up on that flash that was just used. Let's have a look at this one more time as, it's just flash E.
Yep, and he's as soon as the rel shows, he goes in. I mean, he was probably going to go in either way because he's so far alone by himself. If the rel isn't actually right there, you kill him anyways. But he was able to even see it and identify it, know for sure Cuz was there. And now it's 30 CS to 60 in a normal series, you know, because I don't want to call this series that. Saturday Showdown pressure is high, as we've been talking about. I mentioned on the cast several times. Kronkler reminded everyone as well on the space, like these players aren't playing at their best because of the pressure. But in a normal game, this is over. This is done. This is unplayable. You cannot come back from this. And
the bottom lane is.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we're going to need some doo-doo heroism, but the problem is that Cuz was involved in that in game one, right? Like, Cuz Lee Sin was absolutely fantastic, and he wasn't put behind in the early game. He actually had, like, a decent CS advantage over Willa, and I think that could be a big difference maker because they need a way to bring doo-doo into relevance so much earlier, and Jungler is a way of making that happen. It's going to be really tough this time around.
Look at that poke already here. Second lethality item picked up for Henna. And obviously, Execute can offer some poke as well.
Yeah, he's got rings and a book and like another book that's open.
If he gets a root, that's a kill. So that's part of why Bull and Andal have to play so far back and so respectfully. And then they're going to slowly freeze this wave away from the turret. And as it crashes, look for a potential all-in once again. Henna does have level 6.
Yeah, Execute will tank a turret shot, but otherwise it's going to be absolutely fine. And it looks like Cuz not going to be able to get down here. Does have Magnet Storm now up and available, but Willa putting on some pressure. And Cuz, believe, was spotted. And so was Willa here as he walks over this ward. But Andal, look at how low he is.
Execute has level 6 too. They really need to respect this. And respecting it means losing an entire wave and losing another plate, losing the cannon minion.
Oh, God, this is... Oh, it's so awful for Bull.
The game is so unplayable. Not even just for the bottom lane, but for Cuz as well. And there's not much that early game Hui can do here to bail them out either. Bulldog can't really fix this situation. Yep. Not to mention Closer could like Tulia wall in down here. It is so doomed. And it's just an anchor dragging them down. Meanwhile, Dudu?
Oh dear. Okay, Dudu's down to about 400 health, and Clear is just dashing after him. The Ghost has been popped, doesn't find the third Q, but he's still running so quickly. There it is. The dash, and then the blast cone. Oh, Valdez, yep. I agree with you, my friend. I 100% do.
He has no TP. Dudu, he's going to lose a ton of farm. Look at where the wave is in the top lane. He can't get those minions. He can't get that money, and he is teleportless, flashless. And this bottom lane is so doomed, and the news does not get better. He is currently 2,000 gold behind pre-10 minutes.
What?
With only 2 kills going to the Varus.
The gold lead at the top of the screen is 2,000. He's got a Ghost Blade.
Yeah. And, wow. I mean, Clear is actually 15 CS behind in this tough matchup. Meganar will keep Dudu relevant in this lane.
Got an exchange of buttons here as Dudu throwing drills around and things like that. And Clear continues to have a bad time not being able to win that all in. A little bit sad, or not being able to get the kill.
Bulldog on the roam.
Yeah, he does speed himself up, and now he's looking to try and get a kill onto this Cassante, and he should be able to find it, although Bull taking some damage. It's just not going to be enough. Wasn't close enough to that turret to really be under too much threat, as Willa not going to be able to get there in time.
This will mean Closer can grab a plate here in mid to punish the roam, and will end up catching up a little bit in CS here. But Bulldog, the cool thing about this was he had TP, so he can actually get back to the lane, won't lose too much from this. Just that single plate going over. And Willer will just have to catch this wave. Really well played by Bulldog, using his prio, something we don't actually see from this player all too often.
And we don't see it from plays either.
Yeah, love to see it.
Looking good. Now we've got this bottom lane turret that is getting very close to going down. Cuz is going to be able to get himself a bub as well, and that is definitely good news. Looking for all of them, in fact, and will be able to secure at least the second. He should be able to get the third as well. And now DRX will take down this turret, right? Right
Yes.
now? Yeah, they will.
He just wants to deny as much farm as possible before doing so.
Ooh, Sentinel. That's going to distract
Plus
him.
10 gold as well on that one.
Indeed.
He's furthering his gold lead.
And they make sure that they destroy the entire wave utilizing the turret. And Willa becomes lightning onto Cuz. Bit of a 1v1, but you know that Execute is going to be able to rotate up earlier. Dudu. It's a 5v5 that they are potentially committing to here.
Closer does have Weaver's Wall, of course, that Quantum Freaks need to be aware of, but they do have a ton of prio. They have that mana advantage for now, as Closer's looking for the long wraparound to cut this team in half.
Yeah, Chains of Corruption. Not going to quite do too much here as now Closer splits up the fight. Seismic Shove is so good as Cuz he's going to get lost, and Execute gets into the back line, and there's no Mega Knife, but Dudu Bulldog is just torn to shreds, and FearX, they do not want to give up on the playoffs. They are looking for it this early into the game.
Yeah, I mean, that is basically the game, because now you have Varus with 3 kills, and, I mean, Closer, he came in on the flank, and the Quantum Freaks just, I don't know, forgot the Weaver Wall exists. I just don't think this is a fight you ever want to take, and yes, you have mid-prio, but this Talia says, well, you don't actually have mid-prio, you don't actually have the mana advantage. By the way, where's the support? I guess we gotta get out of here. Close flashes away. Oh my god, there's a Nico in the back line. There's no winning this. 0 chance. Absolutely none. It's a Fed Varus to begin with. Forget about the engages. It would have been tough anyways, even if the Talia was just standing with the squad. But she cut the team in half and it was easy peasy. Execute 100% KP. And 7 out of 7 assists. The Nico comes up big.
Man. This is just...
It's a absolute stomp.
This is a shellacking, absolutely. And FearX, just going from strength to strength in this one.
All 3 early games from them were fantastic.
True, and this is they've been getting better at it with practice, I guess. Did we have to do it? It's almost double. At this point in the beginning.
And this is not Henna's fault. This is actually a Wheeler sick thing that he did that messed everything.
Oh, 100%, yeah. And it was a lot of pressure that Quantum Freaks were able to put on at the level 1. And then since then, it was all doomed. 100%. As Chains of Corruption do go wide, Dudu takes a heck of a lot of damage. As the second completed item comes in, Serrated Dirk now done for Henna.
Yeah.
Second opportunity going to be there relatively soon as he's stacking that tier at the same time. So FearX, where is the next fight? Are they going to fight for this Herald? They're going to look to try and lock that one down.
I mean, all they really
Freaks find a way back in.
All they really need to do is just be grouped up near the objectives. There's not much Quantum Freaks can do. As Clear is
all right. He's going to take a lot of damage. Yeah, shortcut in which way though? Because do you want to go back to the Death Chamber and then go to wherever your destination is? Is that where he wanted to go? I guess we'll never know. But he is definitely going to be caught in the enemy jungle and just destroyed.
Yeah, I mean, obviously what he wanted to do in this case, because he pushed the wave up, he couldn't go further up without vision or it would have been unsafe to be in the lane. The problem was he also couldn't be in the enemy jungle either because he didn't have vision and it wasn't safe. He could have just backed off there. He wanted to come up and join his teammates with the mid-siege because they have such incredible siege with this Varus and the advantages that he has that he thought, okay, maybe we go for a flank, maybe I can all out somebody on the side, but ends up getting punished. As, yeah, this is 4 kills away from the biggest of all time in a series.
This season. So, last time it was in the Quantum Freak series against KT. This time, it is against FearX. And so we are approaching it. And we almost did it in 2 games, which is absolutely crazy. Now, Cuz just wants to get his frog guy, as Chains of Corruption do go wide. Closer is just going to put up a wall and just tell Cuz that he can have it. And that is just fine. So FearX not actually able to lock that one down. Might be a blue buff going their way, but Speedy Ground going to convince FearX to leave the area. And they have a Rift Herald. They can use that. See where they're going to put it down to try and break open the map a little bit. Get them a little bit more control as Clear gets himself his Frozen Heart. We've got first items coming in for basically everyone now. Almost second item for Henner, I imagine, is going to be on the way.
Yeah.
If he picks up opportunity on this back, that should guarantee Soul Point, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. And he does pick it up.
Bull has like he can go mining, and he's got a small sword.
Yeah, he also has a very wet tier, sitting at 210. It's going to be transforming early. If he wins this fight, gets enough money.
Yeah, it's pretty stacked.
He's pre-stacking. And hey, he's got 200 extra mana for this next team fight for his poke. And going into this next fight, I mean, I don't think Kwangdong Freaks want to give up Soul Point, but I think there is not an option to fight. There's just no... I mean, we saw what happened last time when they had, air quotes, a man advantage. Did not go well. This time could be even worse, as they're not even going to have necessarily a mid turret. As okay, hold up.
Yeah, Snare going to come on through there as Willa picks up the ulti, and it's not going to do too much to him, although it does soften him up somewhat.
So now they don't have a whale ultimate.
They don't
for this fight either.
A whale ultimate?
Yes. I don't know, rather, because he doesn't have it.
Yeah.
Trying to, put the Kalista in the top lane as well, to where it feels a little bit more safe. I do like this choice. Bull's getting some free farm up there. He is not going to be relevant in this game ever, probably, but at least he's getting something up there. As don't do it, Kwangdong. You don't have to.
Well, there's a Pop Blossom, and Execute looks majestic while he does basically nothing. Clear just going to all-out cuz over the wall so he can't steal away the Soul Point, and that is going to be successful. I love that from FearX. Don't opt in for a fight, just opt out of it. Get yourself exactly what you're there for, and that is going to be it. As Bull, like you were saying, he's relegated to side lanes to try and get as much money as he possibly can so he can maybe build half an item.
Yeah, uh-oh.
As, oh dear, yeah, that is going to interrupt the back as Closer, I think, just was probably going to teleport there anyway because this minion wave was crashing into the turret. So they're also going to get the 2-for-1 special of also interrupting the back.
Yeah, so he stops the back but also catches the wave and will push this in and can put some pressure on this turret. Very high value teleport here from Closer. He's going to surf his way in, and actually this turret's not long for this world. They don't have any Void Grubs, so it's going to take him a little bit longer, but he should eventually be able to take that turret out, as now FearX is grouping around the top part of this map as well. Willer not really under any threat here, and the rest of his team is so nearby.
Yeah, he's got Sundered Sky as well as the Merc Treads, man. Like, he is just, he's ready to brawl, is what I'm feeling.
And this Cassante, that struggles into the Gnar, we're out of the laning phase now. He has Frozen Heart. He's not really under any threat, and the Gnar can't really pressure him too much, and he has teammates to back him up because they have so much map control that not much Dudu could do. He is trying to get something. Getting a turret would mean bounty gold, which would be a small victory here for Kwangdong Freaks. A drop in the bucket, it almost feels like in this one, but would be massive if he could get it.
Every drop counts, well, true. Every drop is now Dudu with a Mega Gnar bar built up. It's 3.5 minutes though, so they're moving into the river, not necessarily needing a lot of vision right now. Just wanting to make sure that they can safely farm. That's what the emergency protocol is here for Kwangdong Freaks. It's focus money into Bull and mainly Bulldog, and give them as many opportunities to actually do damage as we possibly can. It's going to be really hard.
I mean, there is a world where you can win a fight basically 2v5 if the Gnar is layered with the the Magnet Storm, and then Bulldog presses all the buttons onto 5 people. And FearX mess it up and you end up getting caught in a combo. Like, it's not over till it's over. It is a horrible game state for Kwangdong Freaks, and like I said, in a normal circumstance, you wouldn't even consider the possibility a team like this could come back, but the series has been crazy enough already for me to tell you guys that I don't believe this.
I'm ready to entertain the option. Ready to entertain it.
If the Nexus of FearX has, or rather of Kwangdong Freaks hasn't exploded, there's still a chance in this one, but I think there are ways in which Kwangdong Freaks, if they just slow this game down, can win it. The problem is that gets so much harder when Hextech Soul is on the other side. And not only on the other side, but basically as fast as possible, they speed ran the Drakes, got them all instantly on spawn. The first Drake was taken super early. So it's going to be, like a 22-minute Hextech Soul that could just allow them to continue to further their lead, be super impressive. Willer on the flank.
Oh dear, okay, when becomes Lightning, as Bull is going to move in towards the rest of his teammates. Andal can play a little bit more aggressively. These hostile takeovers are going to be so important, but also may not be enough. That's the thing that I'm really worried about here for Kwangdong Freaks, is they've got Dudu towards that bottom side, always a power point for this team. And Clear, just happy to weather the storm, I think. Understands that everything else is going just fine, and so if he just stays in that bottom lane, trades farm, everything will be a-okay. As Henna execute, moving down, thinking about maybe a gank towards the Gnar. Might present a Baron opportunity as Bulldog wants to get himself and the rest of his team a blue buff. He will be able to secure it there as Henna is just continuing to be frustrating.
Yeah, he is just firing towards them, and every time it connects, it's just extra value. And just gonna push this wave in here. Bulldog gonna clear this one up. Bull still in top lane, still trying to somehow become relevant in this game. It is just not likely that this Kalista is going to be...
Oh my god.
Yeah.
So this is one of the problems as well, is that Andal now is on a very squishy champion.
Yes.
And he may just go boom. He's been playing the engage supports over the last couple of games in this series as well. One thing that worries me is the fact that this gold lead has stagnated once again. What happened last time? It stagnated?
Yeah, it did not end up being a win for FearX, but this time they're playing the map pretty well. They have deep vision, and the real win condition is this Hextech Soul that I just don't think Kwangdong Freaks, without a miracle, without that crazy wombo I was describing moments ago, can win a fight on. And they have to deal with this Nico engage. The Nico is also very large and very ahead. So Kwangdong Freaks have to pull a miracle out of this fight, and then maybe they can go to playoffs.
Well, as the wind becomes lightning from Willa, but no real follow-up. Still not a lot of damage. As Dudu looking for his opportunity to try and get some splitting done.
Bulldog with some successful poke here onto Henna as well. Yes, he's the one who has all the gold right now. If he pops, if he is blown up, if he dies before this fight starts off, then that's a way for Kwangdong Freaks to get this dragon.
I see what you did there. As there's a Flash Magnet Storm, but I don't know about that one, cuz as Henna already taken down relatively low, and now the Cassante sort of by himself pulling in the Gnar, as Dudu just getting taken down so low, he has the bailout. They do manage to proc it here, as now Closer's flashing away, but the Nico is going to be taken down, and now Cassante is doing Cassante things, and the benefactor is going to be this Talia, who picks up the double. Bulldog and Andal, nothing they can do. Bull died at some point in that fight, but I missed it. I'm not going to lie to you, I just did not quite see what happened there. And they'll take a Hextech Soul at 23.5 minutes.
My eyes on that fight were on Henna, who just kept kiting back. And he didn't do a lot of damage in the early part of the fight, but he didn't die. And the Talia was outputting the damage throughout a lot of this. So Henna's super low, right? And they want to get on top of him. The Gnar is shut down here by Clear pulling him away. And then Henna, look, he's sitting at just below half health. While on the other side of things, Closer is poking, chipping away at Cuz. Yes, the engage here from Cuz is fantastic, but Henna is still not a part of that engage. He's not locked up, he's not stunned. And yeah, Closer takes a lot of damage, but he's dealing it out. And once the front line is gone, once the Gnar is gone, and once Cuz dies, the Kalista is worthless in this game. And I mean, Bulldog did as much as he could. The poke gave them a chance, but they weren't able to capitalize. And now it is Hextech Soul, Lightning Strikes, and will slow every single time they hit these champions. And that makes the engage so much tougher. As you can see here, Cuz already taking the brunt of it.
Oh god, yeah. And that is without Henna just layering a million arrows that then slow and just make everything really horrible. Willa's just going to start up the Baron because why not? You know? FearX just want to try and start as many fights as they possibly can. Yes, it's only 4,000 gold to lead, but the value of Hextech Soul, man, it cannot be overstated.
I mean, there's just no vision here. They pushed Cuz down to half health, so he's not able to come over here for a contest. The Rel moment is not going to happen without Flash either. Man, that is just a dead Baron. Very late TP here from Dudu.
Oh, well, there's a Pop Blossom as Execute going to land the snare as well. Dead jungler, but I mean, the Baron's already down. They're doing it in the opposite order, but it's working out very well. Fate's Call comes on in, and Andal is just going to pop back very close towards Willa there, which is a little bit worrying, but still, he is going to survive.
This was not a Baron take where it was desperate or there were low health bars. Kind of bizarre choice there from Dudu. I mean, he didn't have much he could get done in the side lane, didn't have enough time to, you know, push that inner and get bounty gold or anything like that, but late TP from him and lackluster contests from Kwangdong Freaks. They just didn't have vision. There was nothing they really could do there. Just looks kind of silly in the aftermath. As Execute is standing on this control ward, they can't see him. And Rel, his job is make sure Rel doesn't do Rel things on this Baron. And at that point, it was already too late, obviously, but he still kept the Rel at bay. They still end up killing Cuz here, and they're not going to opt into anything further. Weaver's Wall from Closer also just kind of make sure that Kwangdong Freaks can't turn that around. And it's just a slow and steady wins the race, you know, massive advantage. You know, here by DRX, they don't want to squander. They're not going to over-force or over-push their lead, just doing the bare minimum to keep this advantage, and that's now turned this into a 7,000 gold lead.
Ow. Whoa. Oh my god, the amount of damage that this Varus is doing.
It's big.
Yeah, it's just revolting. Clear, now splitting towards his top side of the map as well. He's got his Jack shows. He's a very happy Cassante as Dudu. He's going to look for some boomerangs, does not quite get them there as you can see, Clear is just happy to jump underneath this turret. I don't know whether he should be, because Dudu's hit Mega, and probably doesn't really want to be perfectly honest, but some friends are going to show up. Dudu not finding the Gnar onto anyone. Seismic Shove is too good. Clear's taking no damage. There's the all-out, and that's going to finish it up. Cryptloom going to go off, and there goes the inner turret in the top lane. That's all of them now done. The entire outer ring, 6 turrets to 1 is that scoreline, and that's why we're sitting in a 9,000 gold lead and a 5.2k Red Bull Baron power play. And this is officially the most kills that we've had in a series this season. And I don't think that's a surprise to anyone at all.
And this is a low kill game.
Oh my god, just ripping them apart. I mean, it sort of is, and it's sort of,
for this series.
I guess it is. Yeah, for this series, it absolutely is.
It's the lowest one by far.
Yeah, it's like 0.6 of a kill per minute. That is not what we're used to. And these Nexus turrets, they're not used to being taken down this early in the game as well. As DRX, they also understand that this is not the time. They're going to need some more kills. Is that Nexus turret going to go down?
The siege is just so strong here, and when you focus down the Gnar as they did on that top side Weaver's Wall play, it just becomes so easy to siege the base, and there's no great engage besides Cuz in this composition, and he's very tanky. He is Rel. Magnet Storm could be massive, but you need something else to pair with it as Dudu's going to whiff that one, gets shoved back in. I mean, I can't criticize Dudu in this moment. He's doing his best. But the bottom lane was a gaping void in...
and the jungle as well.
Jungle as well. So, I mean, there's just not much you could do. There's not much you could say. So, I mean, you can whiff that as Dudu, and I won't say it impacts the game in any way, unfortunately.
The thing that I'm really sad about, Wolf, is that I think that the bottom lane played so incredibly well. I think Execute also had some beautiful engages. That first one around the Dragon Pit, I honestly think was game-winning. But I'm so proud of Closer and his ability to play Talia this series.
Yeah, he
has looked so extraordinarily good. Even his Karma was okay. He got that one media vote, right?
Yeah.
Like, this is Closer actually finding success on champions that he's been historically not so good at. And it's a great look for DRX if they are going to make an attempted run towards the playoffs.
Yeah, great wall in that first Dragon fight that obviously Execute got the big play on as well. There's a shove.
Yeah. As Crashdown does come in, Magnet Storm is only on to Closer though. It's not exactly optimal. Pop Blossom gets some work done. 3-man Gnar from Dudu though. Is this going to be a turnaround? I'm not sure about it as Andil. He bails himself out, and it's not actually going to be enough. And it's an expensive bailout at this point in time as Bulldog finding some value here. In fact, that is 2 kills on both of the casters. Henna is very, very large, and so I don't think they're going to be able to kill him, but Bulldog can keep him at arm's length, the only one that can really threaten at range.
Yeah, it is.
And he keeps him in it.
If there was no Nexus turret here, he might just be able to get it done on his own, but he's not going to be able to kill them with that turret still alive. And this is the kind of, I don't want to call it a wombo combo, but setup that could have gotten Kwangdong Freaks back into this game. And I like the attempt here from Execute to just counter-engage after Cuz goes for the Magnet Storm to make sure there's no follow-up. But there's a bit of a chasing too deep situation kind of going on here with Clear. And he ends up getting feared, and the Way ultimate is also massive onto Closer as well. He cannot get away from Clear, who's just trying to run for his life. And they will get the inhibitor here. They will push through, but they're not able to end. And the problem is that they still have Prio. They still have the advantage on this Elder, and I don't think it's going to get flipped. I think they're just not going to, well,
yeah.
I'm like, don't let Rel steal the game away, DRX, but it's going to keep Cuz at arm's length so they can't actually get in range to do the Rel things. That was their MO on Baron, and they will do it again.
And now Cuz is going to try and get towards this Dragon Pit, and it's not going to work, just because there are 3 inhibitors down. There's absolutely no way for that one to be taken. So now there's 20 seconds on the Baron. Exodia up and available here for DRX. As they, oh my god, Andil. He's almost burnt by the dragon after 1 Q.
Yeah, one more and he dies easily. That's what you're dealing with here as Quantum Freaks, not to mention the Hextech slows.
Same can be said for Bulldog as in they go. Okay, Pop Blossom is too good though from Execute, and he's able to take down Andil almost just by himself. As now Cuz is going to fall. It's a double kill for this Nico. That seismic shove goes wide, but you know what, Closer? You're 100% redeemed. You can miss as many of them as you would like. As now Dudu and Bulldog, nothing they can do but watch on as another chance at playoffs passes them by. FearX, oh my goodness, after dropping that first game, we were worried. And then we weren't. Well, actually, we still were. We're not now. Yeah, right at the very end, Wolf, we're not worried anymore in this series.
Hannah not looking too happy, to be honest, after that series. I think he did a ton of heavy lifting in this one, but was set up well by Willer in this final game. Execute is relieved. I think he's trying to tell his boys, like, this is the beginning of our run to playoffs, because it is not guaranteed, and it will, of course, still require Quantum Freaks to lose both remaining series against D+ and KT, and then they have to beat either, either Nongshim or Bro, remaining schedule here for FearX. So it's not done, but the fact that they got the first step done here is a good sign. I think the way in which they got it done is why some of those players on stage, despite a huge win in Game 3, were a little bit somber, because it was not a series when all 3 games where they had clean early games but not able to finish it out very cleanly. Game 1, especially Game 2, they got it done in the end, but it was definitely shaky. Game 3, they finally just really took that lead and pushed to the end. Good play from all 5 players in that final game. But my vote went to Willer because of the level 1 and just pushing Cuz away, and the dives that got Henna ahead in the first place was what this game was really about. Yeah, I think we might see votes everywhere just because it was a good all-around team effort and a crazy stomp.
I would agree. I actually think that Execute's actually going to get some votes. This time, I think that, like you say, Henna was just fantastic. I think very similar to last game and the first one. Henna was just brilliant. But Closer, I mean, he got my heart today with the fact that he managed to lock down these control mages better than I've seen him play them in a very long time. As this was really the moment that it all went completely downhill. As soon as Bull doesn't get that bailout, it is so incredibly doomed. And this moment, the moment Closer was like, nah, I'm actually really good at Talia, it's fine.
Yeah, the wall was great, and then Execute really punishes. Because if he doesn't have that flank, you know, maybe Quantum Freaks get some kills. They probably don't get the Dragon. Maybe they get some kills and then, you know, could have some relevance in the game, but Execute just made sure the lead was snowballing super hard. Dudu tried his best this game too. The bailout not going to come through onto this Gnar, unfortunately. And watching these team fights back just feels painful if you're a Kwangdong fan. And Kwangdong was so exciting to watch this season, to be honest. Early on, for me, they were the most interesting team. I was like, wow, they're making massive improvements. This Bull guy seems pretty good. He's got a lot of potential. Because in Challengers, he did not, right? In Challengers, he was a very weak player. And then they've kind of just careened down. And I don't want to see any team go 6-12 on the season and lose playoffs the way that they might. But they're going to have to turn something else around in those next 2 series. Otherwise, that may be their fate.
Yeah. And in this moment, of course, Quantum Freaks, staring down the barrel of an Elder Dragon. Baron was not required for this particular push. As we can hear, it is still a lot of business, but Execute, a big grin on his face because he knows the result of this series already, and he's actually able to accept it. The rest of them, it ain't over until the Nexus is destroyed, and that Nexus did not take very long to kill.
Yeah, I just think honest ending there for a lot of the players. This is not a moment to necessarily celebrate. Nope. Because of the way the series did go. And they could have gotten this 2-0 if they played out the mid-games and late games much better in the first 2 games. But hey, a win is a win. And this is the toughest of their remaining opponents. Nongshim and Bro, their last 2. So the hope, the dream is alive for the Fearless Foxes.
And you say that, Wolf, but Quantum Freaks lost back-to-back series against Bro. So I think when the tier list is made, that Bro is probably going to be ahead of them. Thankfully, FearX have Henna, and Henna knows a thing or two about the Giga Chads. I think it is now time, though, ladies and gentlemen, for us to throw it over to the space to break down that epic Saturday Showdown best of 3. Take it away, boys.
Ah, yes, it all comes together. Thank you very much, Max, Atlas Anderson, and Wolf, for that awesome breakdown of that best of 3. FearX come out ahead, finally, by the end of it all in the 2-1 victory. It was a crazy series, but they got across the line and they keep their hopes of playoffs alive.
I'm a bit shocked that the final game was a merciless smackdown after we got 2 games that were, yes, sure, great early games from FearX, but then them not really able to make it happen from there on out. But this was very, very clear statement that they're gunning for that playoff spot.
Yeah, and I mean, it would have been honestly a lot nicer for the playoff odds if they got in the 2-0. Does make a pretty healthy difference for Quandong Freaks in the game score, but this was regardless the must-win series. As we said before, if Quandong won this, then FearX were just out, so they secured the win of the day, and that's the most important thing. Their playoff hopes are alive.
And it keeps things interesting for the rest of the season as well, because if Kwangdong won, then we just know all 6 of our teams before week 9, and then it's like, oh, well, we can see seeding, but it's not quite as interesting, but it will be pretty fun. By the way, the most kills in any series yet in spring. So we broke some record tonight, for sure. Maybe not the only one. Let's take a look at the draft as well, because this one was pretty interesting. You know, Bull gets his hands on the Kalista, the first pick, but it doesn't quite work out in this game.
Yeah, I think the 2 things that stand out for me is we've kind of talked about Execute always playing these engaged champs, which is why I feel like Quandong Freaks were like, oh, Renata counteracts like most of the champs that wanted to put Execute on. I like that they went for the Nico, which obviously provides some of that engaged potential, but also the lane pressure and doesn't just play into what Renata does. I think if they'd gone for something like the Nautilus, it would be an absolute disaster. So I like the adaptation. And also the Xin Zhao, I still wasn't sold on the Jax after 2 games. And the Xin Zhao was a pick that allowed Willa to have much more early impact in the series, in this game, sorry.
To me, the Nico, as you explained, it makes a lot of sense, but we've also seen Execute completely fumble it while he was playing with Kalista, which gives you so much more extra agency. So all the credit here for FearX to not only go for a plan that I think makes sense on paper, but actually be able to successfully play it, because that is something that they have really struggled with, and it was really a big level up of, I think, Execute in particular and just the bot lane in general here in this final game.
Yeah, and that early plan that you guys are alluding to in this one was really what broke the game from a very early stage on. I mean, we're talking like 1 minute, 2 minutes into the game. They have the setup in the jungle already, and he just gets so far ahead, does Willer.
Yeah, they moved as a team to invade the Raptors here to secure it, and this really puts a massive damp on what Cuz is able to do. And the thing is, in the series, we had such hectic macro and team fighting. The thing that you can kind of plan out the most is the early game, because it's, you know, it's the easiest part to put like a plan in motion, to put an invade in, and have a clear direction for it. So I really like the fact that they set this up. They had a plan early on, and it allowed them to get such a massive lead that even when some mistakes came in later on, it just wasn't enough to match up to how far ahead FearX were.
What's really big here is that Wheeler, instead of what many junglers would do, is just paths toward top and take the fact that you get a huge lead by being up 2 extra jungle camps, but instead opts into going for a dive. Now, if this was a Poppy, that wouldn't be a surprise at all, but I think with Xin Zhao, we often see players go for just a full clear, even though he does have a lot of power. Also, great job here by Henna and Execute to get all this poke down. And even a single kill here already would have been a difference maker, but they invest the flash, invest the cleanse, and they still get both kills, right? So from this point on, the Kwangdong bot lane just doesn't get to play the game.
Yeah, and the execution, the fact they reset aggro before going back for the second, really good. It was close to that reset coming in on Execute, but then as a result, we saw Bull flash to try and get the reset. Now Flashless gets punished here. At this point, I think it was 54 CS to 27. It's just over. You're playing Kalista, you don't recover from this ever.
And in fact, they did not, really. The game was kind of just over from there, and we saw kind of a committal to an early Drake as well, the second Drake of the game. They didn't want to fall too far behind on the Drakes, which is kind of understandable, but they're already behind, and they get set up on like this.
And Kwangdong knew that the bot lane was important, because we saw Andil go for Doran's Blade first, right? So they were like, we need to win this early game. I agree with that. This call, though, especially given how much difficulty FearX has had with closing out games, I think you can actually find a way back into it. I think they're going to mess up. I think they're going to make mistakes. But by hard committing when you're already this far down, they basically created a game state where, like, it's unplayable. There's actually no shot at all. It's just a second Cloud Dragon.
Yeah, and Obviously, you lose the fight and you lose the dragon, so the Hextech Soul was very quick. I do want to give credit to Execute in that play, had a really good flank, really good angle. I'm going to be real, I think his game 1 and game 2 were very rough, but game 3 did have some redemption to get them over the line.
Came back when it mattered in game number 3 and secured the win. Let's see the POG for game number 3 here on the side of FearX. To close it out, it will be Willer with only his second POG of the entire split, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, I think this is a no-brainer. I think he set up these early dives. He made the decision to, instead of just funneling resources into himself, set the enemy bot lane so far behind this massive wave that is lost on top of the kills given over to the Varus. The double kill just meant you were never playing the game as the Calista. He came with an early plan, executed well, and made this such a easygoing game in a very hard-fought series.
Willer in general, a jungler that I think we always love watching, is very creative, willing to go for a lot of strategies a lot of other players aren't. But we saw in the Jax games, it's not like he's always 100% clean, made some questionable decisions there, so coming back with a really decisive game I think is great. I think bot lane votes make a lot of sense as well. Obviously Execute getting some shoutouts, and Henna, this to me also feels like he just had 3 back-to-back great games, even in the series that they, or in the game that they lost.
Yeah, also the 1 vote for Execute there from the Vietnamese cast. Pretty nice to see. So FearX, as we already mentioned, they give themselves a pretty good chance to make playoffs. Now they have a much easier schedule than Kwangdong Freaks do have, and Kwangdong Freaks falling already to FearX, not looking good for their next couple of matchups. So do we think it's going to happen? Is FearX making playoffs?
Yes.
I'm not so sure. I think it's most likely at this point, but do we truly trust KT and DK? That's what I'm asking you, Ox.
The thing is, right?
No.
But do you think both of them are going to lose? Because even if somehow they upset one of them, we still can see FearX.
Yeah, but obviously FearX lose to Brion, like Atlas said.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
Right? Surely very obvious. Guys, we do have an interview on the way, so let's hand it over to Deer for the translation.
2024 LCK Spring Split 8주차 세러데이 쇼다운 PRX 대 광동 프릭스의 대결 PRX가 2대1로 승리를 거뒀습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
PRX, who get to keep their dream of their playoffs alive after defeating Kwangdong Freaks. Clear! Congratulations on your victory!
PRX와 광동 프릭스의 대결에서 PRX가 승리를 하면서 결국 플레이오프 가능성을 이어가게 됐습니다. 승리 소감 한번 들려주시죠.
So, how do you feel to clutch the victory today? If we were to lose today, I was aware that we would not make it to the playoffs, so I think we played with our lives on the line. Willer, what kind of mindset did you play with today? We'll continue playing our elimination matches, so we came here with the mindset that today may be the last match that we play. Clear, in the first phase of the draft for games 1 and 2, you took Jax and TF early, leaving room open for swaps. So what was the preparation process like? In the team, we had rated TF pretty highly, and we thought that it would be better to take him early. And since Jax would be a big counter to him, I think it was the idea was to take both Jax and TF. So top TF has a pretty high win rate currently with a 11 win and 2 loss record. So what do you think is a reason top TF has such a good outcome lately? Since TF is a pretty good range champion, just by farming, he actually can create a gold difference, and that's a really good pro for him. Clear, in game 2, the concept of your comp was similar to game 1, but you guys swapped mid Akali to mid Karma. So what was the feedback like after the game 1 defeat? Regarding the mid swap, we didn't really talk about that during the feedback. I think we had to blind pick the mid, but Karma just happened to be a pretty decent pick with all the options that we had. And Willer, at the start of game 3, your Xin Zhao stole red by counter jungling and created some stepping stones for the Varus to scale. So let's take a look at this replay. So how did you set this up here? It wasn't a smooth process to set this up. It wasn't something that we actually planned ahead of time in the draft. But we believed that we had to be aware of the enemy pushing in. We have to give some strength to the bot lane. I think Execute actually made the shot call to sort of counter this, and it actually worked really well. Yeah, your early setup here at bot was incredible. Your Sinzao Willer has so much early impact, so how confident are you with him? I feel like Sinzao is a pretty common pick right now, and he is really strong in the early game. So as long as you can utilize this, he becomes a very strong champion. As expected from a Saturday showdown, the entire series was intense. And a total of 113 kills in 3 games. So how did your teammates feel in game? We were so focused playing the game, so we didn't really expect that it would be such a high kill count game, but it was a really enjoyable and fun game. And Clear, I don't think I can recall the last time I played such a long game, but in game 3, bot lane did so well that I had a really comfy ride. And you guys have your remaining matches against Nongshim and OK Savings Bank Brian. What will you focus on to prepare for these matches? Both of the teams we have won against in round 1, so as long as we play the way we normally do, we will do well. And Willer, as the team captain, can you tell your fans what your resolution will be? I'm sure everyone was pretty down about our long loss streak. I hope that we'll put in enough effort and we'll try our best to overcome our struggles. And this will be the end of the interview with Clear and Willer of DRX, and back to the space.
Thank you, as always, dear, for that awesome translation. Great to hear from Clear and Willer. Feeling very happy about being halfway done with their to-do list, which does include Brion and Nongshim later on in the next week. And Kwangdong Freaks have some work to do themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I think Kwangdong Freaks are just looking for an upset against KTD+. I think it's a hard ask, but that's the only way they keep fate in their hands. I think DRX, even though obviously today was a little bit rough, I think nerves were on them because it was such an important series. I am confident they should be able to get 2 more wins, but they still have the work to do.
We'll see. Barring any major upsets, looks like DRX is going to make it after all, unless Kwangdong can pull a similar level of upset. And after today, I'm not feeling so confident about that.
It's going to be interesting to see how it does all pan out. But guys, during the break, we will have replay too, so make sure you guys watch that. We also do have KT Rolster up against DRX for a second match, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back with that second match.
상대 억제기 정도만 깔까라고 하다가 이거 끝낼 각이 나올 수도 있겠는데 라는 생각이 들어서 한번 푸시해봤는데
사실상 인게임이었죠. 야, 너네 와서 이거 해봐 라고 했을 때 이걸 질 수 있는 사람들이 더 적지 않을까.
이걸 이겼어야 되는데. 저희가 이제 단체로 이제 후반 운영하는 데 있어서 판단 미스들도 너무 많았고
제가 이제 뭐 더 해줄 수 있었는데 이제 제가 좀 미숙하다 보니까 못 해주는 거.
뒤에서 대기하는데 깽맘이 말하더라고요. 1경기 거의 그냥 졌다고 생각했는데 뭐 그 정도로 말했으면은 그냥 저희 판단이 너무 아쉬워서 졌다라는 말밖에는 할 수가 없네요. 나 1경기 이거보다 유리하게 할 수 있을 것 같지가 않아요.
그렇긴 해요. 이거보다 유리하게 할 수 힘들죠.
실수를 좀 냉정하지 못했고
너무 게임 끝내려는 콜을 너무 많이 했어. 너무 급하게 이기려고.
사이드 안 잘리는 사이드 하다 오브젝트 하면 그냥 이겼을 게임이긴 해요 사실.
일사도 우리가 이쪽에 당연히 갈 거라는 것도 인지했어야 됐을 것
저도 인지를 못했죠. 라인전보다는 저는 깡대 억제이긴 한데
뒤에 이거
뒤에 결국에 운영 단계나 한타
내가 콜을 더 확실하게 할게.
블랙가 좀 더 신경 쓰는 해보죠. 사실 라인전이랑 뱀픽이랑 그런 것들.
진짜 스킬.
뭐야 이거? 재밌네. 질 뻔했어. 싫어요.
레전드 못해서 피싱 뭔가 일단 look at the graph fight after fight second 약간 왜 이렇게 뚫리지? 약간 좀 그랬어. 팔딱 폭발해서 근데 여기 와서 그런 것 같아. 너무 쫄렸어. 약간 이렇게 싸우면 하지 마. 이렇게 싸우면 안 되는데
나중에 여기서 경기 할 거야 너.
그러니까
저 이렇게 핑계 될 거야 여기서?
아니 핑계는 아니니까
이거 내야지. 나중에 여기서 경기 할 거야 너.
할 거 생각하면 됐지. 근데
알았어. 좀 더 연계 플레이를 많이 하려고 해. 카이사.
일단 저쪽이 벤기를 바꿨으면 바꿨지. 우리가 바뀌진 않잖아.
그렇죠.
근데 요네 세주 나오면 조금 걱정되긴 하다.
그냥 메시지 주고.
무슨 조합을 하는
그렇죠.
또 오리스몰도 하고
저도 산테 같은 거 할 수 있으면 하고 나르나 차라리 산테 같은 거.
네.
어차피 티켓 낸데 가서 얘기합시다.
스몰더를 근데 일단 이번 판 자체는 되게 잘 컸거든.
네, 자, 다시 리플레이 시즌2 마지막 정규 경기 팀 160과 T1 e스포츠 아카데미의 대결 보내드리도록 하겠습니다. 앞서서 또 패한 이후에도 뭔가 피드백을 열심히 하는 그런 모습들이 있었는데 자, 어떤 결과가 나왔을지요?
저도 냉정하게 봤을 때는 뭐 전략적인 부분, 움직임, 뭐 그리고 뱀픽까지도 나쁘지 않았어요.
네.
한 번 더 자신 있게 가봐야죠.
그럼요. 자, 그러면 팀 160과 EMS는 T1 e스포츠 아카데미의 두 번째 세트로 가보도록 하겠습니다.
우리 밴은 일단 고정이니까
스페벤이다.
이러면 아지르 카라마
막변 아지로 할 때.
세나
변해. 락한벤이다.
야 이러면 아지르 하자.
아지로가 맞는 것 같아.
아지르 안 할 이유가 없다 이건.
아니 아무리 그래도 이걸 풀어! 아지르를 풀어? 맞죠? 황제의 진영 한번 맛을 보여줘야죠. 한번 찔러를 보여줘야죠.
와우. 황제 아지르.
야 우리 하나 하자.
우리 하나. I use Maokai, you use AD jungle later.
오케이 try.
이거 산태 할 거야?
저는 산테 스틸리사이 뽑아도 돼요.
나 근데 솔직히 정글 내려가도 상관없어. 예를 들어 스몰더에다가 크산데 먹어도 상관은 없는데.
스몰더 산테 갈까요?
아틀. 이러고 우리가 카이사를 밴할지 말지 좀 이것만 생각하면 되긴 하는데.
밴하는 게 나을 것 같은데?
굳이 줄 이유 없다 생각함.
카이사부터 밴해줘.
그럼 바루스 밴할게. 제일 좋아 보여.
제리 하겠다. 이거는 바이가 괜찮을 듯, 그지?
바이가 베스트야 바이가 베스트. 노틸하면 뭐 할까? 상대가?
마오가 서포트하거나 레오나 할 것 같은데?
노틸 확정이야?
노틸 할 것 같은데?
What do you think?
비에고 벨베스?
LCK 좀 과해 보여. 초반에 딱히 굴릴 여지가 없다.
비에고? 땡. 오버링.
시원하게 합시다. 파이팅.
이것도 똑같아. 우리 첫판이랑 밸류 우리가 훨씬 좋아, 훨씬. 급하게만 하지 말자, 급하게만.
빨려 들어가면 큰일 나.
팀 160과 이에 맞서는 T1의 두 번째 세트 시작됩니다.
초반 라인전만 잘 버티다 보면 조합의 완성도나 한타 구도로 봤을 땐 팀 110이 좀 잘 짰다는 생각이 들어서요.
오리아나 대 아지르 특히 오리아나는 아지르를 리드하는 장면도 많이 나오고 또 크산테 대 아트록스의 경우에도 아트가 일단 기본적으로 유리하긴 하단 말이에요. 그러니까 이걸 바탕으로 하는 라인 주도권을 잘 견뎌야겠죠.
찬영 이번 판 약간 변칙적으로 3캠 미드갱 해볼래?
블루 쪽 3캠 먹고 미드갱도 괜찮긴 해.
오히려 그러게 좋지, 그치? 맞지?
아트가 몸으로 체크 가능하긴 함, 물론 확인하지. 체크했고 아트가 아트 스킬 없긴 해요. 저도 붙어드림 일단.
빼야 되겠네. 나 그냥 잡골 먹으러.
네, 에고 오겠는데 이러면.
내가 알아서 할게.
오케이.
갱각 나올만해? 얘 민다.
나 3레벨이 안 돼.
뭔지 알아. 내 말은 라인 상황이 좋다, 또. 당했구나. 안 갈게.
보이기 시작했어.
근데 이게 현역에서도 종종 나오는 장면이라고 봐야 되는데 조금 방심했네요.
좋은 플레이를 한번 했다 이 정도가 아니라요. 이건 진짜 완전 대박을 낸 거라.
맞아요.
바이는 초반에 그냥 망했습니다.
뱀픽 단계에서 계속 강조드렸던 부분이 라인전을 잘 버텨야 하고 그 과정에 앰비션이 들어가 있다라고 말씀을 계속 드렸잖아요. 그렇기 때문에도 지금 망한 바이는요 팀에게 더 고통을 줄 여지가 있습니다.
알아서 공부해볼게.
하게.
비에고 들어왔다. 아래 정글 들어왔어.
바이 밑쪽이라.
비에고 여기 있다.
확인.
선배님 뭘 드시려고 합니까? 이렇게 얘기하듯이 이런 플레이 가능합니다.
아래쪽 바이게 올라나?
I think go down.
Yeah, okay.
Put pink is very nice.
Okay. I'm minnow ping, but I can wait. 바이 여기. 이래 믿다 바이. 레벨 2. 레전드. We can block him long time.
네클래스는 경력이 있잖아요. 알고 있어요. 일로 올 거라는 거.
아니, 그래서 정말 지독한 초반 설계를 T1 e스포츠 아카데미가 보이고 있습니다.
이 시련을 어떻게 극복할 수 있을지.
미드.
마지막 겁니다. 전체적으로 좀 흔들리고 있습니다.
초반에 칼부에 와도 있을 듯?
칼부터 도와줄래? 메라야?
오케이. 이거 우리 큰 싸움 날 수도 있다 생각해봐.
미드.
맞기만. 천천히. 나이스. 이거 어떻게 라인 밀어줘야 돼요? 밀면 좋은데 밀 수 있겠나? 힘싸움이? 밀어줘.
결국에는 이 5분대가 넘어가면 또 오브젝트랑도 연결이 되는데 정글 차이가 이렇게 나게 되면 오브젝트 컨트롤도 어려운 거잖아요. 보통 아지르 대 오리아나 구도도 결국에는 갱압박으로 풀어나가는 게 아지르 입장인데 바이가 상황이 저렇다 보니 아지르도 좀 고통받아요.
나 할 거 없으니까 그냥 유충이나 먹을게. 미드.
문제 없어. 오리아나 노궁이야 이거.
확인. 드래곤인 것 같기도 하고 아래쪽 갱인 것 같기도 해. 오케이.
우리가 게임 플레이 그냥 시간만 벌면 돼.
주도권 어때?
야 이거 내가 주도권 잡겠다 미드. 이거 미드 공격적으로 할게. 나 이거 주도권 잡을 수 있을 것 같아.
오케이. 미드 해볼래? 지금 해래.
너 7초.
오케이.
6초. 해볼까?
해볼 거야. 해. 나 바텀 궁으로 지울게. 우리 노텔 있어서.
여긴 너무 멀어 찬영아.
안 할게. 이번에 유충이랑 드래곤 생각해야 되는데 어떻게 할까?
상대 반대 걸 먹자. 먹을 수 있으면은.
그러면 유충을 먹게 될 것 같은데.
반대 거 먹자. 지금 했다가 또 지면은 시간 더 필요해 우리 게임.
그냥 유충 먹게 될 것 같아.
유충 먹고 이번에 다이브 할 거거든?
라인 미리 컵.
나 텔도 있는데 다이브 할까?
아니야, 나 궁으로 지울 수도 있어.
그러니까 라인을 지워야 돼 우리.
지울 수 있어. 이번 웨이브는 지울 수 있어.
오리아나 미드텔. 확인. 이러면 나만 텔이야. 확인. 상대 셋업 했어 지금 마우카이가.
이거 집탐 잡긴 해야겠다 이거. 우리
온다. 안으로 들어가서 그냥 공 쓰고 지워야 될 것 같은데?
나 궁 없어. 만화 없어.
만화 없어?
텔 봐줘야 될 때 그러면.
텔 봐줘야 된다 이거. 나 약간 지금 못하. 피해고 볼게 나는. 오케이. 이제 가능 타줘? 아니야 나 그냥 준비를 알 것 같은데? 탈게. 오케이. 나만 텔인데 이거? 확인하게. 안 돼?
안 될 듯. 나이스. 페이드.
조금 빡세요.
용도 상대가 이용. 어떻게 풀어나갈까? 그냥 다음 드래곤 한타 할까?
저는 한타 괜찮긴 함. 그냥 무난히 커스 탑은 서로.
일단 할 수 있는 변수는 항상 미드 오리아나 넘기는 식으로 할 수 있어.
오케이.
용전엔 미드 오리아나고 그 전엔 용. 그 다음엔 용.
나 탑 압박할 듯. 뭐 깨지진 않은데 갉아먹히는 정도?
바텀 깼음.
탑 싸워보던가.
뭐 오거지로
근데 미드. 얘네가 다이브. 나 있어.
저 타워스 한 방에 더 왔어.
야 이거 탑 카바를 와야 될 것 같은데?
그냥 탑 2차 두고 그냥 이거 안 되나? 어차피 갈 수가 없대 우리.
오케이 막았어.
네, 우리 비에고
그러면 우리 조심.
레클리스 여기저기 다니면서 구원과 함께 킬 먹여주고 본인도 2어치 다 챙기고 있어요.
말씀하신 대로 넥클래스 대단하다 생각 듭니다. 어디를 시야 장악하고 어디를 힘을 줘야 되는지를 완벽하게 알고 있어요.
네.
I'm behind. 나도 할 수 있어. W1? 죽이려 했어. W1 오케이. 잠깐 얘를 누릴게. 얘를 누려야겠다.
우리끼리 돼.
미드 갈게.
W 앞으로 갔다.
나 미드 할게.
용 40초 이제 밀고 나갈까?
오케이.
싸움 괜찮을 것 같아? 난 좋다고 봐. 오케이. 지워줘.
미드 먼저 밀어야 돼 이거. 나 혼자 드래곤 쳐볼까?
너 혼자 쳐. 우리 미드 나가. 마우 플래시 조심해.
나 전면 있어. 정화 있어.
피 브리핑만 해줘. 용 브리핑.
시야 걸렸어. 용 8천.
확인. 테론다. 테라겐.
나가줘야 돼. 막아줄게. 나 점사 당한다. 나 터졌다.
야 이거 빼야 돼.
빼.
탱이 안 되네.
지금 딱 이 타이밍에 한 방에 눈사태가 와르르 일어났어요.
그렇죠. 충격파 대박에 이어지는 달의 진입각도 굉장히 잘 어울렸고요. 아니 레클래스가 한타각을 진짜 잘 만들어줍니다.
그러네요. 대승입니다 솔직히. 이제 매드라이프만 간신히 살아갔고요. 킬도 예쁘게 필요한 선수에게로 정립이 되면서 크게 앞서 나가는 T1 e스포츠 아카데미입니다.
안타가 아예 안 되네.
뭔가 변수를 만들어야겠는데.
제리 안 보이고. 제리가 로딩 돌수 있어요.
아래쪽 뛰었을 수도 있어. 그냥 그대로
오케이.
빼.
나 그대로 쭉 빼. 맞다.
안쪽인데?
쭉 빼.
빨리 났다. 3밀자.
뺐어.
오케이 나이스.
뭐 빡바로 같은 거 해볼까?
한번 쳐볼래?
관심 쳐보긴 해서.
폴더 나가. 나가 보여줄게.
오케이.
이거 7만한데 딜이 좀 느리긴 하다.
모를만한데요?
예.
근데 적당히 핑은 찍히고 있어서 레클래스가
레클래스가 직접 보면
이거 레클래스 아는 것 같은데요.
아니면 뻔히 아래쪽 여기 궁금해요 그게.
결국 레클래스가 이런 한탕바론 전문인 유럽에서 왔잖아요.
그냥 설렁설렁 좀 하지 그걸 꼼꼼하게 체크해요. 간신히 한번 이렇게 찔러대고 있는데 힘들게.
이거 들어가야 될 것 같은데?
힘들긴 해 나.
나 쏘 떴다. 봐야 돼. 이거 피 봐야 돼. 쳤어. 5,000원, 6,000. 다
맞아. 텔로 갈게.
내가 막을게.
나궁 떴어.
빼면서. 빼면서 해야 돼. 투력파 있다.
앞으로부터 보는 중. 아이고.
안 돼. 빼.
아이고. 아트 노클. 싸움이 안 되었구만.
멸망해버렸네.
아이고. 이게 초반에 너무 망하고 시작해서 내가 할 수 있는 게 없네. 할 게 없다 이거.
할 게 없어요.
225 땄긴 했다. 오케이.
할 수 있는 게
딱히 없긴 하네. 이런 소리 뭐 할 것도 없고.
저쪽이 뭐 그냥 동수로만 올 거니까.
그래서 뭐안 될 듯?
바로 끝나고 뭐 하자.
어차피 이거 블레이어 노플이거든? 와봐. 이거 노플이야. 이거 잡아. 제리도 노플 안 되겠다는데.
되겠다. 마음이야. 아이고. 시진에
1킬을 땄네. 됐다 그러면.
유일한 1킬 먹었다.
1킬 따면 됐지.
내가 그 말 하려다 말았어 근데 나.
인류네요. 인류는 그냥 지릅니다. 이 경기가 너무 맛있다 이거보다도 근데.
그러니까.
생각이었다.
아이고. 너무 발렸네.
여러분 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 우리 자랑스러운 팀 160 선수분들이십니다. 큐버님부터 인터뷰를 차근차근 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 3월 21일
네.
군 입대를 앞두고 계십니다. 오늘 어떤 마음가짐으로 경기장 오셨나요?
저는 사실 일정이랑 겹치면은 좀 많이 곤란한데 그래도 하고 나서 가는 거라서
네.
저는 오늘 마음 편하게 뭐 지면 지는 대로 뭐 어차피 잃을 것도 없는데 뭐 나쁘지 않다
네.
이런 마인드로 가고 왔습니다.
그래도 뭐야? 뭐예요? 우와. 이어서 앰비션 선수께 여쭤보도록 하겠습니다. 앰비션 선수 약 6년 만에 이제 관중분들 앞에서 경기를 치르게 됐습니다. 경기 마친 소감 어떠신가요?
뭐 오늘 좀 이겼으면 그림이 참 좋았을 텐데 좀 아쉽고요. 그런데 어쨌든 좀 경기 끝나고 나니까 이게 경기 지는 기분이구나 하면서 다시 좀 그런 쓰라린 기분을 또 느껴보고 참 재밌는 경험이었던 것 같아요. 네, 보러 와주신 분들한테 감사해요. 네, 고맙습니다.
네, 좋습니다. 이어서 이지훈님 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 이지훈님 리플레이 시즌 1부터 함께 하셨습니다. 이제
네.
시즌 2도 마지막 경기를 마치셨는데요. 지금
네.
기분이 어떠신가요?
일단 경기를 져가지고 기분이 참 좋진 않은데 이번에 처음으로 유관중 경기를 하게 됐잖아요. 네, 보러 와주신 분이 정말 이렇게 많을 줄 몰랐는데 이렇게 준비된 대신 좋은 모습을 보여드리지 못한 것 같아서 그게 좀 많이 마음에 걸리네요. 그렇습니다.
여러분 아니죠. 너무 재밌게 보셨죠? 네, 박수 부탁드립니다. 네, 정말 모든 관중분들이 정말 그냥 재밌는 마음으로 즐겨주셨거든요.
네.
네, 그런 생각 안 하셔도 괜찮을 것 같습니다. 정말 다시 한번 고생 많으셨습니다.
근데 진짜 정말 이렇게 많은 분이 와주실 줄 몰랐는데 와주신 거에서 정말 너무 진심으로 감사드립니다. 정말 진짜 거듭 감사드립니다.
네, 멋진 경기 보여주셔서 저희가 더 감사합니다. 네, 이어서 분석 데스크 자랑 캡틴잭님 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 우와! 오늘 CJ 시절부터 팬이셨던 분들이 멤버들과 스태프들의 간식까지 준비를 해주셨다고 들었습니다.
이거는 정말 감사 인사를 드려야 되는 게 제가 이제 선수 시절 할 때가 이제 거의 10년 전인데 10년 전에도 그때 팬 활동을 해주시고 또 이제 개인 방송할 때도 계속 와주시고 지금 여기 현장까지도 와주셔서 이렇게 선물까지도 이렇게 또 제공을 해주시더라고요. 저희를 이렇게 응원해주시는 진짜 팬분들 정말 감사드립니다. 여러분들이 있기에 제가 이 자리에 있다고 생각합니다. 감사합니다.
네, 좋습니다. 앞으로의 행보도 저희가 응원하도록 하겠습니다. 이어서 마지막으로 매드라이프님 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 안녕하세요.
네, 안녕하세요.
네, 오랜만에 팬분들 앞에 서셨습니다. 기분이 어떠신가요?
일단 오랜만에 이렇게 무대에 선 것도 되게 떨리고요. 또 롤파크에서 경기해본 게 처음이라 더 떨리는 것 같습니다.
네, 이 치어풀 아까부터 제가 봤는데 진짜 잘 만드신 것 같아요. 한번 해주세요, 저거. 한번 해주세요.
네,
네, 좋습니다. 네, 메라님을 응원해주시기 위해서 정말 많은 분들이 오셨습니다. 앞으로의 계획과 함께 감사의 인사 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다.
저희가 이제 이 자리에 이 무대 위에 있을 수 있는 거는 많은 팬분들이 저희를 오랫동안 잊지 않아주셔서 여기에 있는 것 같거든요. 그래서 오랫동안 기억해주셔서 정말 감사드리고요. 평일 저녁 시간대 이렇게 시간 내서 저희 응원하러 와주신 분들, 팬분들 정말 감사드립니다. 감사합니다.
네, 여러분 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
네. 자, 고생 많으셨습니다. 사실 끝났는데 좀 어떠신 것 같아요? 팬미팅까지 하셨는데 어떠신가요?
그냥 초장기 프로젝트 드디어 끝이 났네요.
저는 경기 져서 좀 이제 아쉬웠는데 팬미팅 하면서 좀 많이 날아간 것 같아요.
예능 프로그램이잖아.
처음에 다큐로 그냥 이길 수 있는 멤버 이러더니 갑자기 저러고 있네 그냥.
저희가 연습을 이게 좀 연습을 많이 못한 것 같아요. 최대한 많이 잡아서 하긴 했는데 이게 참 아쉬운 게 뭔가 준비된 그러니까 시험 공부 다 못하고 시험 보러 간 그런 기분이어가지고 만약에 준비를 잘했으면은 진짜 1경기 같은 그냥 잡았을 텐데 그게 조금 아쉽고 뭐 어쨌든 후회는 없는 것 같아요. 그래도 뭐 할 만큼 한 것 같아요.
자, 그동안 고생했고 우리 아까 시작 전에 약속했던 플레이 메이커상을 한번 투표를 해볼까요? 자, 하나씩 갖고 와서 적어서 저희한테 주시면
아까 선생님 준다고 했었는데.
저 받아요? 그래요? 저 이렇게 하고 있을게요.
누가 잘한 줄 알아.
탑 가요 그럼 내가 전국 갈게. 자, 여러분 결과를 말씀드리겠습니다. 리플레이 메이커상은
와
큐베입니다. 큐베는 아직 할만해. 기업 게이밍 모니터를 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 큐베님 상 받으신 소감 한 말씀 해주시죠.
역시 다들 게임 잘하시네요. 예. 누가 잘했고 누가 주축인지 다 아시는 것 같습니다. 감사합니다. 예.
오늘 단스 고생하셨고.
와 뭐예요?
뭐야?
또 이렇게 케이크로 마무리를.
케이크와
뭐라고 써져 있는 거야? 출연료보다는 의리. 의리?
그쵸?
너무 많은데.
뭐야?
그렇구나 말입니다.
그리고 또 꽃을.
재밌었고 그래도
나도 송이.
그냥 이제 뭐 후련하기도 하지만 또 결국에 져서 끝났다 보니까 결과가 아무래도 다 또 선수들이었어서 승리나 패배에 좀 민감하거든요. 좀 많이 아쉽죠. 그래서
너무 아쉽죠, 사실. 너무. 항상 고맙고 감사하다는 마음을 가지고 있는데 표현을 할 수 있었던 길이 이렇게 좋은 경기로 보답하는 거였는데 오늘 그걸 못 보여드려서 정말 너무 죄송하고.
뭐 진에어 때, CJ 때 팬이셨다고 하셨던 분들이 오늘도 와주셔서 저희 경기를 봐주시고 가셨습니다. 그래서 더 아쉬운 거죠. 경기를 이기는 모습을 보여줬으면 좋았을 텐데.
일단 경기를 져서 되게 아쉬웠는데 많은 팬분들이 이렇게 저희 봐주러 와주시고 응원도 해주시고 경기도 재밌게 봤다고 말씀해 주셔서 되게 많은 위로가 됐고 아직도 저희를 이렇게 기억해 주시고 응원해 주신 팬분들이 많았다는 점에 대해서 되게 행복했습니다.
저희 와이프는 이제 저가 선수인 걸 너무 좋아해요. 거의 제 생각에 거의 8년 정도 된 것 같은데 좀 보여주고 싶었어요. 그냥 선수를 하는 거를 저보다 더 보고 싶어하는 사람이 와이프거든요. 좀 이기는 모습 보여줬으면 정말 진짜 너무 좋았을 것 같은데 그게 좀 아깝네요. 그래도 선수와 가까운 그런 모습을 좀 보여줄 수 있어서 좀 좋았던 것 같고 미안하고 사랑해요.
역시 선수에게는 이겼던 순간이 가장 기억에 남죠. 농심 아카데미와 했을 때 딱 그 1세트 땄을 때 그래도 우리가 저력은 있구나.
가장 기억에 남는 순간이요? 뭐 그래도 앰비션이랑 그 뭐 도자기 빚은 거 정도.
아 도자기 나왔나요? 네. 아 이거 꽤 이쁜데요? 이거 좀 반짝반짝 예쁜.
아 진짜 열받아. 일단 이 푸르딩딩한 색깔로 얼굴을 한 것도 열받고 이거를 와이프랑 안 하고 앰비션이랑 했다는 것 자체도 열받네요.
책팬은 근데 제가 좀 많이 편해진 것 같긴 하더라. 아마 나중에 또 같이 컨텐츠 할 수 있는 거 있으면 또 해야죠. 같이 계속 만날 그런 사이이기 때문에.
고생 많았다.
사실 제가 이 프로그램에 나왔던 제일 큰 이유는 그냥 내가 잘한다는 거를 사람들한테 보여주고 싶은 게 제일 컸거든요. 그거를 이룰 수는 없었던 것 같아요. 좀 아쉽고.
짧지 않은 시간을 가졌는데 준비가 안 돼 있다, 준비를 못했다 라는 건 다시 돌아가도 못할 거니까 딱히 후회는 아닌 것 같은데요. 그냥 뭐 아쉬운 거죠.
기억에 남을 수 있는 선수가 되는 게 제 선수 시절 때 희망하는 거였거든요. 리플레이라는 콘텐츠로 이렇게 모습을 다시 보여드릴 수 있어서 되게 좋았고요.
평소에 롤을 그렇게 막 즐겨하지 않았던 친구들이 대회 같은 것들도 찾아보고 뱀픽 찾아보고 형우 같은 경우는 뭐 평생 손에도 안 댔었던 뭐 스몰더 같은 것들 연습하고 열심히 해준 거에 대해서 되게 고마워요.
시즌 2 때는 좀 더 좀 진지한 느낌이었거든요. 진짜 이번에는 제가 진짜 준비한답시고 딱 시즌 시작하고 지금 거의 한 350전 했나? 또 지금 메타에 맞는 픽들 또 연습 다 하고 그랬는데 그 노력의 결실을 맺지 못한 게 그냥 아쉬울 뿐이죠.
리플레이 2 재밌게 보셨으면 정말 감사드리고요. 아마 리플레이가 뭐 저는 2로 끝날 것 같지는 않거든요. 다음 도전자들이 꼭 저희 이제 1과 2를 거친 사람들을 보면서 본보기를 삼아가지고 꼭 이 도전을 잘 성공했으면 좋겠습니다.
리플레이 그동안 봐주셔서 감사합니다.
감사합니다, 팬분들.
항상 그리고 감사합니다. 네, 맞습니다.
뭐 다음에 또 이런 기회가 있으면 더 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있으면 좋을 것 같아요.
아마 일자리가 있다면 저는 계속 이쪽에 있을 것 같아서 계속 기억해 주시면 좋겠고 잘 다녀오도록 하겠습니다. 충성! 이렇게 했나? 충성!
안녕하세요.
파트 써드릴까요?
네.
여기 참여 구할 거니까 이런 거 아니에요? 난 작가로 참여할게.
뭐 고스트, 뭐 뱅, 뭐 쓰고 있는 뱅.
my blood. Fear is afraid of the dark side of me. I'm not gonna stop. I'm not gonna break. No. I'm a fighter, survivor, awakened in the light. I'm a fighter, rising higher. I'm burning through the night. Sets the world on fire. And I will rise again and again, 'cause I'm a fighter, survivor, awakened in the light. I'm a fighter, rising higher. I'm burning through the night. I'm a I'm a fighter.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2024. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf here as we bring you the second series of the day. And I do have to say something from my heart, and that is, we may not necessarily be able to give you the most hype for this one, because we used up the majority of it for our very first series, which made absolutely no sense, and we needed to expend almost all of our energy in order to...
Hype or confusion? I'm not entirely
I think
sure.
all of the above. All of
Yeah.
the above happened, and it was very, very difficult. Let's have a look at the standings, though, and see what changed.
So
not a whole lot. Now we're looking for some seeding stuff for KT and DRX.
Yeah.
They can keep their playoff hopes alive, Wolf.
They are, right now, if they win the remainder of their series, they can go to -10. Kwangdong Freaks, of course, could go down to -11 from here. So the hope is still alive. It is definitely doable. Is it likely? No, but there's a chance. And so this match is important for them. Of course, for KT, it's just trying to stay out in front of D+, as it's been a while since DRX has beaten KT Rolster. They are on a 5-match winning streak, and it's according to our playoff percentages probability thing, it's 0.2502% chance.
Good old 0.2502. Yes, it's a classic number. And one that, there are a lot of DRX players. Like, let's be honest, there are a lot of DRX players in this series. Of course, 3 of them won the World Championship. They're on KT now, though, unfortunately. And which jungler will path to victory? We'll just have to see. Sponge, you can see in the picture we've chosen here, has had some lows, but he's also had some highs. I feel like DRX have certainly gotten better with age when it comes to Spring 2024. And even if they fall here, their playoff dreams die, that's only for spring. They can look forward to summer and hopefully come in with the same sort of trajectory as we've seen this season.
Frog is coming in over Rascal, and I think DRX as a team massively improved over the last few weeks, and they seem to be our best team that we're still in playoff running. Obviously, they have a tough strength of schedule, so it's unlikely they make it, but Frog replacing Rascal. The one part of DRX, so I feel that was really needed help is a top lane, and maybe Frog can get it done.
Yeah, let's hear from him right now.
안녕하세요. 저는 DRX에서 탑을 맡고 있는 프로그 이민혜입니다. 첫 LCK 출전하는 거라 조금 떨리기도 하는데 연습한 대로 잘 보여드릴 수 있도록 노력해 보겠습니다. 어릴 때부터 별명이 그 개구리였는데 눈이 커가지고 프로그로 그냥 하게 됐던 것 같아요. 라인전 그냥 괜찮게 하면서 팀적 플레이 위주로 하는 게 제 플레이 스타일인 것 같습니다. 제가 LCK에서 뛰는 게 지금 가장 큰 목표였는데 운이 좋게 올라오게 되어서 여기서 꼭 좋은 결과와 모습 보여드리고 네, 열심히 해보도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
What an absolute cutie. Of course, we now get the classic combination of Frog and Sponge.
Yeah?
Frog and Sponge is a top jungle duo for the ages, Wolf. This is one of the greatest. We have seen this before in Challenger. If you were a Challenger watcher last year, you would absolutely know. And of course, if you've been watching all throughout this season as well, Frog has been down there. Of course, Racer was called up to take his place as he was preparing for the LCK debut.
And, you know, it's a top jungle duo that has a lot of pre-existing synergy. They've played together in the past, as you mentioned. And, you know, the ways in which this is winnable for DRX are... It feels very few. Like, there are very few of them. As first, let's
the
talk
ways
about
they can win is not many.
Yes. But let's talk about the jungle matchup where Sponge has leveled up quite significantly. And if you put the focus on his KP and his KP at 14, he's making a larger early game impact than Pyoshik is in terms of kills. Pyoshik has done a lot on the map, though. It did end up getting a pentakill earlier this week at 14 minutes. The guy is an eclectic player. I think Sponge is definitely the underdog going into this matchup, even though if you cherry pick some of these stats, it makes him look like he's a higher impact early game player. I think that's just not true. Pyoshik has been so strong in early games. He has been so aggressive. He's been so confident all season long, and I think he's really on form. He's also got the better late game where Sponge does often struggle when it comes down to making tough decisions on objectives. The top lane matchup, I think actually I would have said before Rascal was subbed out as Frog is coming in here, I would have given Perfect the edge actually, because he's improved a lot all season long. Rascal has had one of his worst seasons in his career, and that's why when playoffs is on the line, still technically here for DRX, they're going to put Frog in instead. And I'm very happy to see DRX be willing to make a tough call like this. They've done it in the past. They pulled Juhan in for the Worlds qualifiers, for example, an org that's not afraid to take risks and make tough calls and substitutions. Yehu has been working out as well.
He has. I think Yehu has been a real positive force for DRX. I don't like the fact that we talk about it all the time, because I do think that Satab was a great player, but unfortunately I think has been really struggling with nerves, really has not been able to get rid of these stage jitters that seems to get to him. So Yehu just not suffering from that nearly as much, looking better and better. The big worry for me, and we look at the top side of the map and we're like, oh, Frog versus Perfect, this is cool. It's like a challenger matchup, like both of these young players, blah, blah, blah. But I don't think that that is what's really going to impact this game. I think what's really going to impact this game is whether Teddy's veteran voice can get these kids in line to go up against some of the late game insanity shot calling that we're going to get from Pyoshik and Beryl. That's what I'm really scared for DRX about. But let's see what happens as we jump into the draft for game number 1. KT on your blue side this time around, as Sejuani and Ash both banned away. Freljordian bans only. Oh, dang it.
Sponge pool thinning out here. The Nocturne gone, the Sejuani gone. Sejuani's been his best pick this season so far. Def will not be allowed to play Kalista. I think that's a wise choice. We'll see if the Senna is left up here. Smolder is gone, so I think that will force a matched Senna ban here. And it might just be Varus for Deft in that first spot. That has been basically the way of things on this patch. Ever since Azir was globally banned, it's just been Varus first picks a ton of the time, and there's the Senna ban.
Yep.
And I imagine that Varus is just right behind.
I'm just gonna write it in. I did. Of course, you kind of have to pick it away for multiple reasons, right? It is the best AD carry left up and available, but also Teddy loves defaulting to it if given the opportunity. But what is he going to bring for us? This is the thing. Like, this is a guy with a champion pool that goes back many, many years, as does Defts, of course.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one. You know, they do have the Vi here, and Ahri is available as well. You could just go Vi Ahri and try to worry less about how the laning phase is going to go into the Varus and worry more about killing the Varus later on by locking him down. And I think you can just grab the Ahri here, and you may end up with an awkward, bottom lane where you might have to play Aphelios, you might have to play Zeri as Teddy, but that's Teddy's MO, is to just survive these tough laning phases and come out on the better side of things. Will instead be Frog's Renekton. It's his most played champion. He's played actually 40 games of it so far this season.
Whoa, this season?
Or actually, no, I think that's just
all time. Yeah, I think that's all time.
I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, that would be absolutely crazy. If,
I was like, and he's
Frog-
also played 30 games at Cassante and 23 games at Aatrox. I'm like, how many games is this guy?
He has played half of those Aatrox games this season, though, which is pretty crazy. There is the Cassante locked in for perfect, though, as we've got the Cassante versus Renekton matchup. A little bit Shuriman. I do like that. As BDD, are you going to pick away the Ahri? That's my question. Or are we just going to look for a priority jungler for Pureshik, or to line up this bottom lane as Nautilus up and available? Both of these, the champions picked on both sides, the Vi and the Nautilus with targeted CC. But I think that this was a definite must pick. The Ahri Vi is so incredibly strong.
Yeah, I mean, this one is 100%, but now you have an answer to the Zeri as KT roster here with the Nautilus. If that is what Teddy is planning on running here, the options are, like I said, thinned out significantly with the ban on the Smolder. The Senna was banned by DRX, so right now in this meta, Zeri is the one that you want if you're scaling on the AD carry into Varus, but tough into Varus and tough into Nautilus now, so we'll see if KT just ban it or if it's just going to be left open because they're very happy to play into it.
There's a lot of picks up and available. The Orianna going to be the first one taken away from BDD. The Zeri, like you were talking about, just going to be removed. Even with the Nautilus picked up for that pseudo safety, they're not wanting to give Teddy too many of these late game scaling options. You can already see Senna, Smolder, Zeri, all these three taken off the board. I wonder whether they'll just ban Jinx as well, just try and get rid of all of Teddy's, Fountain Laser style champions, as there's the Talia. I'd already actually written that one in.
Xayah is another pick that Teddy could play. They'll ban the Rakan, which isn't going to be great into this, but I don't like Xayah into Varus, especially when BDD could play Jace as well in this composition. Wouldn't feel great into Ahri Vi, obviously, but if he can survive the laning phase, can be quite strong. And this is going to be a weak laning phase for the Xayah. It's going to be tough on objective fights. Works well with Ahri in isolation as Rise.
This is an old favorite of BDD.
But it's just going to be the counter with Annie.
And BDD was one of our Annie guys. Definitely did find a fair bit of success there. And Pureshik with some ultra comfort here. And Viego Annie was definitely a favorite of these two players. Of course, playing with different junglers and mid laners at the time, but they did very much like it. As Stand Behind Braum is going to come through. So an uninspiring bottom side of the map after DRX basically locked in three of the greatest champions on this patch in every other role.
Yeah, and not to mention that, I mean, you can't really play very easily around topside when you're playing into a Cassante because it's just really difficult to lock him down and kill him. He can just go unstoppable, as we all know, as Showmaker has taught us very well. And so, playing through topside really tough. Playing through your Xayah Braum into Varus lane sounds nigh impossible. You're going to be dealing with so many different engage tools here. The Nautilus, the Varus Chains of Corruption, but more important than anything else, the Annie dropping a Tibbers on top of you. It's pretty hard to ult away from that one, as it turns out. And if you ult away from that, you're still going to have to deal with the bear. That's going to still be there when you get back onto the ground and everything else. And the Varus poke into Xayah, it's kind of been proven throughout League of Legends history, but in this season in particular, it has just been so strong into Xayah that we were always left speechless when it is picked into it here in the LCK. This is not going to be another exception. DRX opting into this with some other options available. The Jinx was up, the Aphelios was up.
Yeah.
Let's see what Teddy can get done on this scaling pick.
And it's all just so that he doesn't have to worry as much about depth charge. But I just don't see that as being the only threat to the Xayah, especially when he's going to get so considerably outranged. But let's see whether it works as we hop into the rift for game one. KT roster, 하나, 둘, 셋.
KT fighting.
DRX, 하나, 둘, 셋.
DRX
환영합니다.
Shy fan. Fan in the library at the moment.
Yeah, the fan in the library. We actually we went there with the mic. We want to make sure that this is an inclusive fan chant environment. And
Yes.
So we're going to get everyone from every environment that they can possibly come from in order to get these fan chants happening. As Beryl is, I was expecting him to flash, but I don't think he's going to.
I also thought he was going to flash.
I just had that Beryl moment, you know, in my mind. I could see it as this ward is going to spot exactly where they're going. Teddy moving towards the bottom side of the map, but I don't think they're in too much trouble.
Would be nice to have flash advantage for BDD in the mid lane, but I think Beryl would much rather hold on to his own for his laning phase here with the Varus. Lethal Temple Varus here for Deft into the Vi and Renekton feels pretty good.
Yeah, it
feels pretty good into Braum as well, obviously.
Yeah, it's an odd choice because we have seen mainly lethality, and it's actually been doing very well at all stages of the game. So this has sort of fallen out of favor. You can certainly get a few more autos off when the composition is this low range, but there's also a lot of things to worry about. You know, like if you're in slice and dice range, which is like basically half a screen, then Frog will just get on top of you and kill you. So kiting him out and still being able to auto attack safely it's going to be a tough one. But Deft really does like the on-hit Varus, so he is going to give it a crack, and let's see whether it is going to work out. As Beryl looking to clear out some vision, Deft is going to aid with that.
Yeah.
KT wanting to get that level 2 hit pretty quick. They should be able to get there relatively soon.
Just a few more minions here, and respect is being shown by Teddy and Pleta right now. Pleta just offering back a little bit of Q damage, a little bit of poke. As Beryl and Deft walking forward here, there's the 2.
Yep, there's the hook. Gonna connect there onto Pleta, who takes a lot of damage, gets the heal out, in fact. Does KT, so already a lot of pressure being put on.
Yeah, that's lethal tempo Varus, so, you know, you do need to kind of get away from him. Otherwise, he will ramp up. And I like the hook there from Beryl. They hit level 2. It's pretty standard. Unfortunately, Pleta, he was showing a lot of respect, but right when 2 is hit, does end up getting punished, as they really want to get those minions. Yeah. But that's what happens when you pick Xayah into Varus, actually, you know? They could have made an alternative choice, but they decided not to.
And there were, you know, quite a few AD carries on the table, you know? Like there was Jinx, and Caitlyn, and Ezreal.
Could have played Ezreal Karma. Like, there were so many things they could have done.
A few different choices. But that's possibly the next game, or something like that, or in the future at some point. And maybe it is all just going to work out because depth charge value is not going to be as high. And maybe that is the ultimate thing. Maybe that's the goal that you're looking for every game.
And my point here really is not just to dogpile on the Xayah pick, but it is just the natural way this lane is going to go.
Yeah.
And that is the frustrating part of this. If you are the Xayah, or in this case the Braum, who has to use heal, is just that you opted into this, and you will have to take it.
And speaking of opting into things, this was perfect opting into this matchup, I am pretty sure. Never mind, it was not, because the Renekton was picked as a response. Was it not? No,
it was R2.
It was blind Renekton.
Yeah.
So blind Renekton came in, perfect, opted into it. We did just recently see that the Cassante did struggle somewhat into the Renekton in the laning phase, but that might have been a doo-doo factor. You can see here that Perfect and Frog just very comfortably trading farm between one another. Not too much more is going to come out of it, I don't believe. Just a few minions. I think there's like 1 minion separating these two.
Yeah.
If Perfect gets all of these, then he should be able to.
He very likely will. Frog just gonna continue to put the pressure on there. Gets the Q. Now has an empowered ability of his choosing. And can just continue to put the pressure on. That's what Renekton does. So the early laning phases are going according to what we know and understand about League of Legends so far. Nothing mind-breaking here at the early parts of this game. And we do have a lot of accidents in the LCK this season, is what they call them, and not in this game so far.
Beryl almost snared up as Pleta gonna get max range hooked. As Deft just going to get snagged by Winter's Bite, and that's going to mean that no more follow-up is going to come on through. Pyoshik was on vision. He's going to walk over even more vision if he heads into the river. And I think knows that these wards are down.
Yeah, just based on what the movement is of Teddy and Pleta, he should be able to figure out that he is spotted. And Beryl will, of course, then come over here and clear it out. We'll get the control ward. Not sure if he's actually going to get the ward there in the Tri-Brush. Unfortunately for him, he will not. So little bit unlucky there. Pyoshik's still going to get the dragon here on Vision, but that's what the prio in the bottom lane is going to get you. Sponge will get all 3 Void Grubs on the top side. And you know what? I'm not used to casting games like this after what we had in 3 games of the other one. I'm like, well, this is a little slow, isn't it?
The pace is not really up there like it was in our previous series. You're absolutely right. You can see that Frog has actually been able to take some control here towards the top side. I actually had to go and check the teleport to see what was happening as a bear comes down into the mid lane. And Yahoo is going to be battling with it. You really cannot underestimate Tibbers just being left on top of you and hitting you with his paws.
Yeah, this is kind of how this matchup goes, is you do press R and then all of your other buttons onto the Ahri.
And she loses that one of them is the stun version.
Yeah, and she loses all of her health.
Yeah. As Frog might be just dead. Yes, Perfect is going to solo kill him. Missing a little bit of context here.
Yeah, we didn't really see why they were heading over there. Obviously, Pyoshik was in the area, so Perfect had a lot of help there, potentially. It didn't end up needing it, as you pointed out, but not entirely sure what Frog was doing. Might have been fighting over clearing vision here in this Pixel Brush. We'll get it in the replay, but either way, Perfect will get the kill there, does commit the all-out after teleporting back. Frog does have his own TP, and will head straight back in. Perhaps Frog was trying to get some incremental advantages before TPing, since Perfect TP'd and then messed it up. We'll find out, but at the end of the day, 2 big advantages here for KT. They get the advantage mid, force Yahoo back, so he's losing farm. Top side here, Perfect solo kills his opposition. As no, looks like just an all-out incident here. Where
the classic all-out incident.
Yep, just pulls him away from the turret.
Yeah, it's beautifully played. Look. Picks it up. Unfortunately for Pyoshik, not able to actually collect himself an assist there. Of course, you do like it when assists do happen. It's just that bit of extra money, but nitpicking, you're going to be very happy with First Blood going towards the Cassante in what could arguably be the most difficult matchup as far as the lane is concerned in the game right now for KT.
His teammate indicators were bugging out on that screen, and he was like, what is going on with that? I don't know what that was. Probably just something on our end, not on his end. But
yeah, I assume so.
That was kind of weird. Either way, you know, the gold advantage is really just in that solo kills. This bottom lane is stabilized very well here for Teddy and Pleta, which you do love to see. It was a call here for Deft. Teddy picked one up as well a little bit later on since he's behind a farm. Here comes Sponge.
All right, Teddy and Pleta going somewhat aggressive. And you can see Deft and Beryl not really wanting to... Oh, I was about to say not wanting to all in, but in goes Beryl. There, of course,
Pyoshik's coming.
As Pyoshik gets a 3v3. DRX just going to back away, not wanting to bite off more than they can chew, and they are just going to accept the fact that Pyoshik was there. Back off and see whether this is just going to be laning phase once again.
Well, seems like UD is just bringing a little bit more Australian flavor to this lane. Another bear dropped on Yahoo's head.
Oh, not the drop bears again. Oh, golly.
And,
you have to be very careful.
Yeah, you do. Just always be aware. Make sure you look up, especially if you see any eucalyptus trees.
Oh, yeah.
Be very, very concerned.
You do see some of them in Australia.
Yeah, they are.
They are there.
They're there. They're not like necessarily abundant, but...
You know, I went to Africa for my honeymoon.
Yeah.
And there were eucalyptus trees there.
Wow, I didn't know.
In Mauritius.
No one talks
Island
about that.
off Africa. It was very weird. I was amazed. Very excited. Because
were
there
drop bears too?
I think obviously there have to be drop
okay,
bears,
just checking.
as well. That's just sort of how that works. Drop bears are included. You know, we have like full classes in high school, mandatory classes about drop bear
safety. Yeah,
and
Beryl.
also conservation as well, because they're very important creatures for the environment.
Sure. Beryl on the roam here, by the way, Alice.
Yeah. Okay. We'll focus on that momentarily, as he's anchor at the ready at all times. Currently, just testing the waters. He loses interest.
Well, that's what happens when Teddy's on the back timing and he thinks he can get something done here. He's actually staying off camera. He's still here. Okay, he's just going to help Perfect push this in. I got really excited when I saw him up there on the minimap, but it was just not real. He's just going to go over here and assist Pyoshik. Beryl, he's limiting the duo proximity stat very heavily right now.
He is, and they didn't have a great one just in general, because Beryl does like to bail on the lane. As Perfect behind the turret, having a great time in. does feel a little bit like KT has more members on the map right now.
Yeah,
that's what it's sort of feeling like to me.
A lot of these KT drafts all season long, especially at the beginning of the season where they were winning a lot, and we were, you know, there were some E-words thrown around. Like, wow, this team's got its synergy. The DRX boys back together. They're just winning all their lanes and just pushing incremental advantages. And that's kind of what we're seeing here. As Perfect gets a solo kill top, Bears are dropped in mid, and then Deft is playing Varus into Xayah. So, yeah, it's not a massive Varus lead like we saw in our first series with Henna just getting massive leads, but he's winning. BDD's winning. Perfect is winning. It's a 700 gold lead. Not much else to report. And that's just the way of KT.
Yep, that's how it sort of goes. And this is not telling us anything about who is going to win this series or this game. And even the outcome of this game is not going to tell us a whole lot about the series. That is sort of the rule of KT, as we know. And DRX have certainly been up and down themselves and actually have found some clutch moments in some of our series. So it goes both ways, both things impacting the fact that this is entirely unpredictable. We can never really know. In theory, KT should be better because they're the team with the highest thingy on the standings. That is going to be a Glacial Fissure avoided by a Flash. So that is a much higher value cooldown that Beryl has to burn there.
Yeah, but he still has his ultimate for this Dragon Skirmish, so that might just be enough to deter DRX away. So even though in the long term the Flash is going to be a worse cooldown to lose, the fact that he does have Hex Flash still and his ultimate means that DRX is not confident to play this RE Skirmish out. That's perfect. He's going to come over here and
just
get
permanently behind the turret.
Yeah. He's just hanging out over there.
Yeah, now Pyosik going to be able to grab the second Drake. Should be able to do this by himself unhindered. As you can see, Sponge and Yehu, both of them going back home. And Earth, Wind, and Firewolf. Is it going to be my Earth, Wind, and Fire in order?
I hope so.
Really nice.
I hope so.
Oh, Orcs, are you paying attention?
And
he was sort of paying attention. He
must have been in the shower.
The Chemtech Drake, but unfortunately couldn't save us from the ocean.
Yeah, maybe he's at the beach before the space.
Ah, that's what it is. Well, technically Valdez be closer to the beach.
Probably.
Because like Incheon's like pretty coastal.
Yeah. Maybe.
We're closer to the river here in Seoul.
True. It's a little bit less oceany, but a little bit more rivery.
Yeah. Thanks for that.
I mean, the first series broke me out.
No, I'm completely broken as well. I think we've got plenty of excuses. It's totally fine. Yeah, just with a bit of spare time in this lane, Malignance is done for B2D. It's a pretty big spike to start this one off. Unfortunately, there's 4 minutes until the next dragon. Not a whole lot to fight for on the map right now to really utilize that one-item spike. It'll be pretty powerful as Yehu's going to get snared up by Beryl. Aftershock is going to wear off, though, as Heartbreaker coming on in there as the bear goes down. Man, that is a feather recall. That was amazing from Teddy. Not able to get any kills just yet, though, as Frog going down so low. Deft gets it with a hail of arrows as Sponge finally able to grab one back as well. But now the Vi is out of the fight, and the Cassante is Cassanteing, ladies and gentlemen. Perfect gets another one, and I don't know how DRX didn't get more value from that.
Maybe Sponge can get something here. I'm gonna say probably don't. Yeah, just recall. And he will get away with it. BDD is gonna come down here, just try to sweep this out, see if he was lurking elsewhere. That was a scary moment. I was concerned, Yehu, about where he was standing there when Beryl was there, and he is the one who ends up getting caught on the beginning of the exchange. He didn't go get the blue buff either. That was actually picked up by Teddy in this fight, as Yehu ends up losing a third of his health bar here, and then Sponge doesn't hard commit to this. The ultimate is, like, both...
Oh my god.
Teddy both avoids the ult from Beryl there, but also he gets massive value from the feathers. And if he doesn't have that great ultimate, this fight is probably just straight up a wash, but he actually keeps the health bars low, so Sponge can trade one back. He then gets out, and then Cassante is Cassante, and Perfect. Good play there, using the shield very well, and the all-out is quite valuable. If he didn't have that early solo kill, wouldn't have necessarily been as powerful in that fight. Now he's got two. He's got a Bramble Vest picked up into this Renekton, as well as that Frozen Fist. I mean, the Renekton is just not going to hurt him anymore. That blade is going to feel very dull, the Croc is running around with.
Yep, I think that might apply to almost everyone. Maybe the denting blows are going to be helping out here for Sponge, who can at least mitigate some of it, but I think if you get ahead on this Cassante, we know it all too well. It's just be impossible to even, like, you talk about theoretically a Black Cleaver being able to cut through the armor. If he's strong enough, it's just not really going to do anything at all.
We've seen enough Cassante to know that it's not the answer. as it's Renick toy as well, the skin, my favorite. So
yes.
It's going to feel like it's actually plastic that he's swinging around.
Oh,
trying to
no.
hurt Sante with.
I also feel like the Renick toy skin is also the froggiest version.
It is.
Which is absolutely fantastic. He needs to be playing Tom Kench top next time around, though, because that means he will actually be a frog. And to anyone who tells me that Tom Kench is a catfish, he's both, okay? Technically a catfish, but also a frog. As Pletter and Teddy park themselves in the mid lane, it is going to be solo lanes in the side lanes this time around, as Yahoo going down very, very low. Q's flying forward, as BDD is just pyroblasting all over the place.
Interactive gameplay with that one.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that targeted abilities kind of are a thing of the past these days. Annie holding onto hers for so incredibly long.
It's just, I mean, as long as she doesn't miss the bear, which is pretty hard to do. That's a lot. He didn't even have the stun for that one, actually, but hit it afterwards, I think with a follow-up Q after the bear was dropped. So, and that's just all of Yahoo's health bar down. Or he doesn't have that much magic resistance built into her, even with the Merc Treads that he has picked up. So that's just how you get a turret. You just press R. He's pressed R 3 times on camera now to get massive value in the lane. First in the mid lane itself, and then later in the side. And BDD, he's getting huge advantages himself. Already has that Haunting guys picked up here. He's got those 2 stacks of Dark Seal. His willingness is going to keep that bear back up and healthy all the time. Already back off cooldown as we speak.
Yoshik not going to quite find the stun. The Sponge moving in, wants to be able to clear out some vision if he can, but he's not going to be able to right at this instance because there are 4 people in this mid lane. Kasante moving on over as well, as we have 6 seconds until the Ocean Dragon. That is going to be Soul Point. KT, it looks like they're interested in taking it.
Yeah, I think they are grouped around it. Heal burned here from Pleta.
Okay, and a bear on top of Teddy. He does still have Featherstorm, but he doesn't have Cleanse now, as Beryl is going to drive Shelly into that outer turret. It's not going to be going down or anything like that. His feathers are recalled. Frog moving now towards a flank angle. Can he actually get on it, make something happen, though? That's the real question.
Okay, I mean, not going to actually commit just yet. They get Teddy's Cleanse and most of his health bar. He's going to back. But they just want to get the turret here first instead.
All right. Yeah, who needs to be a bit careful, but Spirit Rush is now on cooldown. He finds the charm onto Deft, who just doesn't press Cleanse because no one is close
carry.
enough.
Yeah, Teddy's not here. And now they're going to be able to turn back to this dragon. That should be a pretty easy clear on the ward. And BDD, he is just pressing R on people and getting most of their health bar, and that's enough to win this game for KT, basically. That's what it feels like.
Yeah,
he's like, hey, how's a bear? Oh, you don't like that? You're going to have to walk away. Well, that's cool. I mean, we'll just get the objective. Oh, I dropped the bear on you. Well, I guess I'll get the turret. Oh, I guess I'll get your teleport.
Oh, I'm so clumsy. I keep dropping these bears all over the place and we can't team fight. It's very rude.
And it's just, in the late game, obviously, you're going to need a little bit more than that. You're going to need your team to follow up on that Tibbers stun and actually blow people up. Like, Tef will be following up on that. Perf will be looking for a Q3. You've got the Barrow ultimate. But in this early game, it's just alone enough, I guess. So far, this game it just has been.
Yep.
BDD in danger.
Yeah, there's a cease and desist as BDD knew that something could be coming, as that is a very dead Vi. Yep, brought him underneath the turret with that preemptive flash. Really nicely done from BDD. And yeah, not going to be able to do too much. He does have his ultimate back off cooldown, so that's going to mean he's able to dodge away from the dredge line, but damage has been done 4-1 now in favor of KT. They've also got themselves the Ocean Soul Point. Everything is coming up them this time around. See whether they can keep it up, though. Of course, KT not necessarily known for consistently great gameplay throughout the entirety of a series.
But sometimes the boring KT games do happen where they just play really well the whole time. Like, there is an occasional 2-0 nothing to see here, actually.
Yeah.
that does come through from time to time.
You sometimes do hit a heads. Sometimes it also lands on the edge of the coin, and you don't necessarily understand what that means until you watch the game. And then it makes sense, because the game doesn't make any sense at all.
And KT are just playing this so slow, so measured, but they're getting incremental advantages, and the gold lead is increasing. And, I mean, that is all you can ask for. They have Soul Point. And, like, the play topside was a nice attempt there from Sponge, but Beryl was there. He knew that the one place where maybe there could be a weak point on the map was up here on the top side. Beryl comes up, They have a really good idea about this. BDD flash pulls him closer to the turret, and then Barrel just helps out with the ultimate there. Not even really necessary. Yahoo couldn't really follow up on this at all. And once again, BDD drops a bear,
너무
and they get an
뻔하거든요.
advantage.
어디 있는지.
I can
He
read
said
you like a
yeah.
book.
He basically, I know where you are at all times. Is
Yeah.
the gist of it. Reading them like a book, indeed. And so easy. Barrel is just so smart, man.
He just knows, and you know, maybe he has a bit of added experience alongside some of these guys as well. They've been in a similar organization for some time. It's okay. Yahoo diving on in there. They look for the Annie, and they do manage to take her down. But now Tibbers is extraordinarily angry. Sponge is going to die alongside Yahoo. And yes, you managed to get your one target, but everyone else is still alive, and they will take you out. The entire top side of the map is destroyed, and now Teddy and Pleta, I think they might have to just watch on as this 21-minute Baron goes down.
Yeah, even without BDD, they have enough damage here to break this down. It's going to take a little while, but again, Sponge isn't up for 15, Frog not up for 20, even with TP, nothing they can do. Perfect. Just going to go over here and catch these minions. Did stand guard for a moment, and this Baron finally going to go down here. This is going to open up the map further. Let's go back to this play. As BD's looking for a pick, Pleta ults aggressively here, and then they do have the follow-up with Sponge. But everything is used on this Annie, and Tibbers is still doing damage. Look at the follow-up here. Pioshik coming in, becomes Ari, gets on top of Frog. Here, that shield is not going to last long enough, and Teddy is just going to have to walk away. All he has is one ultimate. Like we've talked about, there's so much CC to deal with, and he alone is not going to be able to get it done. I think that DRX could have made a more team-coordinated fight happen there if they were all grouped up, but BDD, he knew they weren't, and that's why he was looking for the pick. And yes, he dies, but his sacrifice puts KT's gold lead up to 6,000.
Yeah, 6,000 at 22 minutes is not bad at all. You're not going to be scoffing at that one. As BDD, as long as he gets Tibbers down, is actually extremely valuable in these fights, even after he's dead. Now that Tibbers gets extraordinarily angry if Annie ever dies, and he's hanging around. So it's a rough time. One thing also came to my mind, Wolf, and that is the okay, there is a Featherstorm used by Teddy. Definitely had to. That hook was very, very close. It was almost like he wasn't quite able to get the ulti, but then finally was able to do so. But what I was going to say, I feel like Cassante has power crept Glacial Fissure as Beryl Hex flashing over walls. But like, what do you think? Because it's like Glacial Fissure, which is Braum's ultimate, is pretty much a Q3 from Cassante.
Yeah,
it's a basic ability.
It's so hilarious when you put it that way, but like, it actually is. It's so silly.
It's not fair at all.
I mean, the thing about the advantage that Braum has is that he could use it at any time, whereas Cassante has to hit the ground twice first.
That's
then
true.
He gets the
That's
Q3.
true. It's a bit. It's
balanced.
Telegraphed. It's a bit
balanced.
telegraphed. And you also get to apply your passive and things like that, and on all of those things with Glacial Fissure. So I guess maybe there's that too. But it does feel a little bit like Cassante Q is just better Braum.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to say, like, I wish you hadn't said that to me, because it's just another reason for me to look at the Cassante champion in a less a positive light. Teddy does not have ult.
Oh dear, BDD is going to find him, and there is a depth charge. Pioshik picks up the kill, and now he's going to possess this Xayah. Yeah, he gets the passive stacked up. That's a max range Chains of Corruption, and then the piercing arrow to go straight through the Braum. Didn't have a door that time. It was torn off the hinges, and KT, I think they're going to march up the mid lane, look to break open the base, and maybe even more.
The Xayah pick, man, it's just not it. It's not happening. He loses ult, then he's just a sitting duck, super low range. He is the main prime target, and KT just gonna win the game off of this play, practically. I mean, they might not actually end, as Teddy's gonna be up in 3 seconds here, but they get the push bottom as well. The inhibitor is down, and they get Soul. And this is a massive Baron power play for them. 1,700 gold on top of what was already a massive lead. And I mean, what are you gonna do? He didn't have ult.
Yeah,
he's dead instantly. He has no vision.
And the thing is, like, we have seen some moments in this game where you do get a bit of value from the Featherstorm into things like depth charge, but for me, when I was in the draft, that's all I could see is the benefit of picking Xayah in that instance. And I really don't think it's enough when you get so severely outranged and you just can't really do too much about it. Teddy, this time around, it had nothing to do with any of that. He was just caught.
Pyoshik stunning him through the wall, and then he just gets hit by BDD, and that's just
Was
the end
that the
of it.
Pyoshik stun? I thought BDD queued him.
Yeah, it was. I think it was Pyoshik stun first, and then BDD drops Tibbers on top, and just too much burst damage. And just didn't have any vision to know, that could even potentially have been coming. The Viego lurking in the brush there. And meanwhile, KT did have a ton of information themselves. And now Pyoshik is just taking the vision away. It's going to be 2 more minutes before the next Baron. KT are just going to see how much map control they can get with this mid-prio. The super minions are going to guarantee for that next 120 seconds barrel.
Oh, Charm gonna connect onto Pyoshik, who dashes his way up. Bear comes down, and Teddy gonna have to go up into the sky, but it's not gonna be enough to save him. He's gonna stay up there as BDD takes him down. The Xayah once again is going to fall. That is the Pyoshik version of it. Maybe not the possession that he really wanted in that instance, because Xayah has been falling quite a lot this series as teleports are coming in, and KT, they want to go home.
Looks like it. I think that's going to be GG Atlas. Fleta holding up the door, but he is going to be pushed right through it into the death chamber, as that's the ace, and that is KT. Clean 1-0 start to the series, we could say, as they win all 3 lanes, and BDD just keeps setting up stuns, just keeps setting up plays. Fantastic game from Barrel as well. And the whole team just works together like a well-oiled machine. When we see these KT games, these are the ones Hirai says that he doesn't want people to focus on. These are the games that Hirai said, I don't want to talk about those games. I want to talk about the hard games. I want to talk about the losses, because when KT win these games, there's not much to say. There's not much to improve on. There's not much to grow with. And it's just simple, it's basic, and quite honestly a little bit dull. It kind of reminds me of old Gen G, where it's like, oh, this is the boring win.
Yeah,
but they don't do anything.
At least
the game.
this one happens in, more like 27 minutes instead of 47 minutes, which was the old Gen G way. So a slight upgrade there, I guess, when it comes to the speed and efficiency. But I think you're exactly right. And one thing that is an absolute joy to see is BDD's Annie once again. I mean, that was a large reason why they were so incredibly strong last season. BDD looking fantastic on that pick in particular. Now his Talia, his Annie, all sorts of these incredibly very strong picks coming back into the meta that BDD is so good at. Definitely bodes well for KT.
Definitely true. Having this answer to the Ahri gives you a boon against even players like Chovy, potentially in playoffs. You can pull this one out and answer it super well. Good play all around, though. Yeah. All 3 lanes.
Really nicely done from KT. Clean first 1-0. Nothing to see here, but we'll have to see what happens in game 2. Short break, then the space, then we'll get into it.
그냥 이길 것 같긴 하거든. 다음 라인은 사업 게임을 여기 아리. 반복해 이거. 이해볼래 이거? 잡았어 저거. 바이까지 와줘. 바이. 나 그래빌 쳐. 못 뒤에 못 받았어. 티거 넣었어. 살려. 오케이. 미드. 끝. 그냥 와요. 그거 잡을만 한데? 내려가. 돌아갈게. 진짜 가. F8 몰라? 요거니. 스탄, 큐, 나이스. 오. 맛있는데? 나 실드랑 왜 이렇게 많아, 이거? 이제 실드 좋구나. 나이스.
Hello and welcome back to the space after game number 1 of KT versus DRX. That one a little bit less crazy wild gaming than we had in the first series of the day, but KT Rolster proving that they were the much stronger team with a pretty clean win in this first one.
Yeah, it felt like, laning wasn't going too horrifically, but it got to that team fight around the dragon, and that was kind of enough. KT just kind of took it in their stride.
Yeah, unfortunately for DRX, as the cast has pointed out as well, the first rotation of that draft, wonderful, perfect, really good picks if you do play proactively and if you win your lanes, which we'll get to whether or not they did that later on. But then additionally, the bottom half was not very inspiring. I think particularly with Braum, you really want another source of initiation, because what we saw this Plata out of desperation just kept firing off Braum ultis, trying to start stuff, which just never works, and they didn't have a source of engage. So, and Xayah, I don't even want to... I think the cast already said enough about that.
Yeah, I feel like as well, with Braum, obviously people pick it a lot into Nautilus, and like that matchup's good in lane, it kind of stops the Nautilus from being as aggressive, but in team fights, he's still just going to press R, and I think a good Braum pick is a lot more depending on the rest of the comp as well. If there's a lot of projectiles you can kind of block, but against things like Annie, she just kind of runs up, presses R, and hits both you and your AD carry and kind of everyone in the vicinity. So the value is still really high, and he's not really good at shutting down that AoE damage.
Yeah. Felt pretty good in the beginning of the draft, but the second half kind of went awry. It feels like that does happen more often than not for kind of our lower of the standings teams, in this case DRX, so kind of a rough one. We should talk a bit about the game because KT Rolster were able to get a very nice lead around the Drake. Not a huge one though. DRX actually did play this well, I think because Teddy got a fantastic ultimate in the middle here, but still went the way of KT.
Yeah, and we do end up seeing that there's a certain point in this fight where it starts to feel like it's going to go in favor of the side of DRX. They managed to get the cleanse out, they managed to get the value from the Xayah. It looks like they have the momentum, they have people low on HP, but I think ultimately the K'Sante was just kind of ignored to an extent. They're trying to focus it down here, but the value of this champion is just absurd.
Also, testament to Perfect actually got the early solo kill, and BDD, even though he wasn't actively involved, barring the start of the fight, like his Tibbers zoned Teddy. Like Teddy was just autoing Tibbers because he was just standing there menacingly. So K'Sante didn't take any damage, and they didn't really get anything done in that fight, unfortunately.
Yeah, I love how he's just super low, and it was like, call an ambulance, but not for me.
Yeah.
And I as well, like,
fine.
Playing a short range carry into Tibbers, just, it's not fun, not enjoyable.
Again, that second half of the draft really coming back to kind of hurt them in this game number 1. But we can take a look at the second fight. This is kind of the desperation you were talking about with the Braum, where they try to set up something here. And initially, it looks pretty good, but then the turn is just so strong.
Yeah, and I think what you end up seeing is, like, even though they kill the Annie's kind of in that sort of ballpark of champions like Zyra, where it doesn't really matter as long as you get your combo off. And the Tibbers ends up getting dropped and just does so much damage with the build as well, with like Liandry's Malignance. You're just getting absolutely melted, so the turnaround's coming in. In fact, Tibbers gets empowered when Annie dies, so maybe BDD dying was just optimal in that situation, and the rest of the team are there to clean up.
Plata, like, this is how rough it is. Even, we've seen a lot of these engaged Braum ults that just whiff. He actually hit, I think, most of them, but because the team can't follow up, and he's Braum, like, it doesn't really lead to anything, and here, when you throw everything, as mentioned, into like one character and you're already that far behind, it's not going to be enough by itself because they were ready to respond. KT just playing a really clean game from start to finish, which is weird because they have done a lot of
it's suspicious.
It's suspicious because they've done a lot of like random. I think they've gotten a lot better at winning games, but they do look like the one little Baron throw, little ace every now and then.
Well, not really in this game, and apparently Malignance did 2,244 damage in this first game, so pretty good on that Annie pick. Maybe part of the reason why we're seeing more of it, but let's take a look at the POG here for game number 1 on the side of KT, and it will be Tibbers.
Yeah, I mean, I think the value in the fights, the damage done was just kind of absurd, and it was very clear that DRX knew he was a major threat, and as a result tried to force fights onto him, but it often didn't work, and I feel like Teddy got to feel rough about this one and have to play in the Annie is something he really didn't enjoy.
Yeah, BDD played really well. I think Barrow had a good one. Perfect, as mentioned, I think did a wonderful job. Frog, obviously, in its first game. experiencing a fair amount of difficulties with his Renekton, so expect to see a smattering of votes there. Is anyone on KT looked great? The only one that didn't necessarily was just Deft was just kind of there. He didn't do anything wrong. And we do see, all the other votes.
Oh, so it's you and Media.
Do go the...
Hey, even right side Media guy got it right.
Well, did my right side media guy get it wrong? That's the question, you know.
Well,
open to interpretation.
Yeah, I suppose so. Interesting. We're done here on the space. It was me alongside of Media for the breakdown, and we're going to jump to game number 2 and the casters. Let's throw it back.
Thank you so much, Valdez, and the very strange Media Cassante voters that you are sitting next to. Very, very weird. Rascal going to be joining the fray once again. Frog, he came out, but, you know, amphibians, they got to go back in the water at some point. So he is going to delve back there. We'll see whether Rascal is going to be in a better position, of course. Kind of interesting that they used Frog on the blue side. Frog on the red side and then Rascal as they move to blue, just because I feel like Rascal's extended champion pool after his years and years of play could benefit them with some counter picks, you know, maybe some rock, things like that they could throw in, but instead, he's going to be playing on blue.
He will be. You know, it was a little bit puzzling, the Renekton priority there with Rascal out, just considering how well he's known for playing the Renekton, although obviously a shadow of his former self right now, and I hate saying things like that, but it's just the truth at this point in time, and that's why Frog was in. He is now out, and let's see what DRX want to do with this draft, because I think the 80 carry situation was their main problem, right? And it was partially due to the fact that they set up, I think, a trap hoping to get Smolder that was banned, and then they were like, well, we'll see, and then Varus was up, and we know the ending to the story. So
yeah,
let's see what changes here, as they will actually ban the Vi themselves.
Don't want to give that one over to Purshik. Kind of interesting, as there is a Nocturne ban, once again, second off the rank. And of course, the Smolder was the final ban for KT. We'll see whether it's going to be both Smolder and Senna both banned, or whether we're just going to see them left up. It might be a scaling trade, which I think would benefit DRX better than it did in game number 1, right? I think that Teddy has looked so much better when the team is just 100% playing around him.
Happen.
Yep. It's a guarantee that one of those picks is going to be left up. We'll see whether KT want to get rid of one of them.
Yeah, I think they'll probably leave it up and probably trade it, as obviously blue side is going to give you the opportunity to get the one that you prefer.
I wouldn't mind just banning Smolder away and then picking a Varus into a center if you really want to, but instead the Hui is going to be taken off the board, and DRX need to pick their poison.
I'd rather see Teddy. Okay, this is smart. That's actually really smart. You don't want to get that necessarily. You can react now to what the enemy's going to pick, but I'd rather see Teddy on Smolder myself than the Senna. He's looked good on both picks, and it looks like that's what we're going to get with the Senna lock-in here. Purshik will be able to get this Lee Sin pick here early, and the Smolder will come to follow.
Yep. So the Senna Lee Sin, Tahm Kench, going to be the classic pickup here for KT. We saw that all day yesterday in our final series of the evening. Wasn't necessarily winning all the time.
Okay, I thought for a second that maybe something weird was about to happen, but no, they will get the Smolder.
Any Karma banners in the chat?
Yeah, I think right there on the stage on the KT side, yeah, I think 5 of them.
Yep.
They're ready to ban it. It is going to be Barrel's Ornn and not the Tahm Kench, and I think that is totally warranted because you don't need that Tahm Kench survivability into the Smolder. It isn't that useful. Having some additional engage to get on top of the Smolder and some itemization to try to keep up with the Smolder scaling is definitely much stronger. We saw this come to fruition with Deft last time around. His Senna was incredible on that extremely long scaling game. So I think both Teddy and Deft prefer this side of the Senna Smolder. So I'm hoping this game is going to be a little bit more competitive. At least we don't have a Xayah, but a different game coming through. And I was also starting to get a little bit concerned that Karma wasn't going to get banned, but it will.
Yeah, didn't have to worry too much because they could also pick it. And I think it would bridge this composition, which is very greedy at this stage towards the later stage of the game. The TF going to be taken away from Perfect, one of the champions that he does play quite well. And then there's the Corki. So they're not going to be playing the same draft that they played a couple of days ago.
Orion is so free here for BDD, so easy.
But it's also just it never goes to him. It always gets banned. And so this is actually kind of huge, especially paired with the Lee Sin, which can really get in there, make things happen, of course, on a decent ball carrier as well.
I do not like this Nico pick even slightly, okay? It's not going to be the case. Talia can definitely cheat some objectives onto your side if you have a good Weaver's Wall or a good shove. Make it a lot easier. And then the Aatrox has always been good with comps like this because you already have a decent front line here, but you also have the tankiness that is the Aatrox on top of it all, and it is a great cross angle to threaten. Gasante actually hovered for a moment here, though. It looks like they're just going to go for the Gnar. Very surprising. I feel like doesn't really necessarily suit this comp's identity. And on the other side, they've got range already on the Senna. They're going to add potentially some poke here as BDD.
Oh, this is what I wanted. I was daring to believe that maybe Perfect has got something a little bit more aggressive planned into the Gnar, and there it is, the Camille, one of the oldest of the counter picks into the Gnar. And of course, both of these champions, many iterations.
It's so good into the Smolder as well. You know, he has some mobility, but if you get Hextech ultimatumed, it's really hard to play into. Obviously, there's some mitigation that Sponge can put off here with the Crescent Guard, and obviously Rascal can kind of keep you at arm's length if he plays it well. But now, because it's Senna versus Smolder, Senna can roam, and you can play to BDD and Perfect as dev tier, just put Barrel with Teleport on the turret, and then have the Camille end up getting super big, be a side lane threat that DRX aren't going to have. And this is just such a checkmate R5 pick. I love it so much here from the side of KT Rolster. Very intelligent drafting here, knew what they were getting into. And Deft is going to be roaming and making plays all game long. We saw him get, what, 4 kills, 5 kills in the early game?
Yeah.
That series they played earlier this week. And then he did pop off. He did carry in the late game. I think this is going to be a similar story. DRX have their work cut out for them. But Teddy does enjoy the Smolder. His positioning is very good. He's known for his late game scaling. I wonder if the Camille is going to be too much for him to handle.
Yeah, this is the thing. I think that it's a nice looking draft from DRX. We're just not exactly all that confident that they'll be able to play it out as effectively given what we saw in game number 1. KT, bit of greed, but also a whole host of power. Let's jump onto the rift for game number 2.
DRX, 하나, 둘, 셋! DRX fighting!
KT Rolster, 하나, 둘, 셋!
KT Rolster, fighting!
Woo! Okay, that was a game 2, wasn't it? Or a game 5. That was a game 5 fan chant.
Feels like a game 8.
Yeah, I feel like the fans really are getting a little bit sleepy out here. So that's why the fan chants get a little bit weird, but that is totally fine. Yehu and BDD, the Talia versus Orianna matchup. Doesn't seem like the greatest one. You don't get a lot of rock value.
No.
But you also, there's not a lot of mobility to get out of the way of seismic shoves and things like that as well. So BDD might get set up upon.
I like the Talia here because it allows you to maybe make some plays on the Barrel in the early game. If you can get Prio with the Weaver's Wall, you can just wall an objective and say, well, you know, we can't beat your comp right now, but Smolder is not going to be threatened because we have Weaver's Wall as kind of an insurance policy. Nice sidestep from Yehu. Meanwhile, Perfect is Camilleing.
He's going to get hopped on momentarily, so Rascal does at least have to take hop to start things off. Not the end of the world or anything like that. Might have wanted something a little bit more aggressive. It's going to be fine. Yehu throwing rocks around in the mid lane as BDD. Some cogs doing the same thing. Command attack taken first. I'm a big fan of command protect and then just walk at them.
That's also a cool strat.
It is a fun one, but it's not the high skill version. You do a bit more with the command attack available, especially if you pick your orb up when you are trading.
Atlas is very specific about the things he likes about Orianna.
I am.
Especially if it has something to do with Rage Blades.
Indeed. Thank you very much.
But listen, the lane here we're watching, it looks kind of fun to watch. Like, oh, how much can Sunny heal? Can they get threat off onto this Smolder? And in this case, yes, they kind of can. But the real story for me when I watch this lane is how many stacks does it get? How many times do Barrel and Deft stack up on top of each other and get hit by the Achu? That's the thing that I'm always watching in this lane. How many stacks can Teddy get? How quickly he's going to reach that 25 break point and then 125. As you can see, getting a few here early. If you can Q barrel, it is a nice opportunity to just grab an extra stack. That one's going to go wide, unfortunately for Teddy. Oh, look, he hits that one. Counting them up.
Yeah.
And now I'm tired of looking at it, actually. Let's move elsewhere.
We do tend to spend a fair bit of time here towards the bottom side of the map, so you might have to get used to it, Wolf.
Let's do some stat commentary, okay?
Yeah, I think it's going to be okay. Small rocks are being placed down, you know, some exterior decorating done by Beryl, and there are plenty of other things that we have here to entertain us as Beryl bonking things with his hammer. And it is going to be a very early teleport back from Teddy, now with his health bar back up again.
I do appreciate the teleport instead of the cleanse in this draft, because there's a lot of things that can go wrong for Teddy, but not most of them cleansable. So it's kind of like give up and get better advantages. Because he will get the refillable potion, which will allow him to deal with some of that poke from Deft coming through. And Deft won't be in this lane too much longer. He will start roaming around the map and making an impact elsewhere. Obviously, top lane is where he would like to make the largest impact, a little bit tougher to do. And Beryl will just be down here on his lonesome getting resources. But for the time being, that refillable pot will be what Teddy gets from the teleport.
That's perfect. You can see actually getting a fair bit of work done here onto Rascal. But now, I mean, as soon as you start getting chased down, it doesn't really stop as the Boomerang Blade is going to go slightly wide. 24-23. I think that the matchup scoreline actually recently just changed, as here we've got a bit of a change in the bottom lane as well, as Teddy down to 300 health. Pleta now picking up the aggro from the two KT members. And remember, there is one side of this that has sustain and one side that doesn't. And so KT getting at the better end of this.
Hey, he got a refillable. Come on, give him a shout. Like,
all right,
a little sustain, like small sustain.
He does have, yeah, but he doesn't anymore.
Yeah, well, he
does have a biscuit.
He had, yeah, he's got a biscuit. And Doran's ring, mana sustainability.
Well, Rascal has hit Meganar. Pioshik going to move on up here as he does manage to get at least the slowdown. Q going to connect as the flash he was trying to predict, and it does not work. As Perfect just looks a little bit silly. Both of them are going to flash, though, and look for these back timers, so no harm, no foul. Still, probably would have liked to have held on to that one.
Yeah, Rascal does have teleport, so can get straight back here. This wave is right on top of Perfect's turret. He won't catch it. This is a significant amount of the minions, in fact, actually, but will be able to TP back himself, and nothing coming of it there on the top side. Just a trade of flashes. Good reaction there from Rascal. Perfect trying to get a little bit too fancy. Sponge.
Yeah, speaking of too fancy, BDD was sort of just wandering around Yahoo, but Wind does not become lightning, as it turns out, and that will just be the Xin Zhao slinking back into the river. Pioshik takes down all of the bubs, and
Deft.
pretty slow in the early stages.
Yeah, Deft is starting his roaming Swifties arc. As we've seen from him before. We'll see what he can get done this game around. He wasn't gifted the crazy early kills from Pioshik that he got last time. As it is time now to see what the Senna can get done, because this has kind of always been the crux of my argument of Senna greater than Smolder in the great debate about which one of these scaling picks is better. Is Sponge unaware that Deft is very nearby.
Yeah, the Q going to land there as Pioshik also steals away the Gromp. And his pocket center going to be able to get something done as now Perfect moving back towards Rascal once again. That wall hasn't necessarily been his best friend as far as successful shots. As that is a flash in from Deft. All right, as the shockwave and Yahoo. I mean, it's brute force, but that is first blood for BDD.
Yep, he doesn't have two charges of flash, and Deft is just making that roam. And the early pressure is so successful here. Sponge loses his flash moments before, and then right after that, they know he can't be there for the assist. BDD will just put the ball on himself, flash in there onto Yahoo, and that's a kill. And this is what you have to do if you are the Senna comp in this matchup, is get advantages across your lanes early. And they are being so successful at it, and that's why this Camille is so great for this draft. It's not like Perfect is getting kills, it's Pleta.
Oh dear, yeah, the wall is going to come on through there, but the snare is going to land as well. Sponge gets amongst it though, as Pleta going down extraordinarily low. Deft now finds himself in front of three people. Teddy's on fire as the Blacksmith is after him, and now Sponge is going to be taken down. It was a fight in so many different parts, and I feel like we missed a lot of the important bits, but Pleta's the last man standing, and Teddy is still there as well.
Yeah, looks like the sustain from the Senna, as well as the positional advantage that KT had, is enough there. In the end, some shielding from Pioshik. Speaking of Pioshik, he has level 6 now, and they may look for a dive onto Teddy, and there's just not much Teddy can do. Doesn't have flash.
Well,
clear.
Is going to get a bit mad. Call of the Forge God up and available, though, as the snare is going to go wide. Sponge moves in. He's only level 5, but Pioshik's half health, and there is a turret. And so Teddy will survive this time around.
Good ult from Teddy to clear that wave out, otherwise he probably dies 100% there, as... Yeah, just see a little Nara proxy meanwhile. So they already got the flash out of Yehu when BDD decides he's going to commit in and get this kill, and they're just generating gold on the map. They already took away the flash of the Xinjiao, who was top side, so wasn't there for the play. And then Pleta, I'm trying to argue that he was trying to bait for the Weaver's Wall counter engage here. He's way out of his depth, and then looks like, okay, maybe they could trade it back, but it is unfortunately a Talia kind of combo based in this early game. Her rocks aren't going to do that much damage. Pleta is so low that Def just offers too much damage. Doesn't pick up any of the kills, but grabs some assists there, some additional stacks, as the rest of the squad is going to pick up gold. 2 kills for BDD, 1 for Pioshik there. At least Teddy survived bottom side. That is the one good thing that happened, or less bad thing, you could say.
Yeah, the
DRX.
saving grace.
Yes.
And there are currently no flashes for anyone on the map right now, so if we do have a fight for this Hextech Dragon, man, it'll be a fun one. None of those safety spells up and available. Level
But none of the
8 for our
aggressive
top laners
spells
as well.
either.
I mean, that is a very good point, but they'll be up sooner, maybe?
I mean, Hex Flash for Pleta, and it's Hex Drake, so that's thematic.
That's true, I like that. I like that. A little bit of a Hextech vibe. As Deft moving on over. Sponge, I believe, was unseen, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, not 100% sure there either, but Dragon is
they
just
got
being...
pings. Yep, they knew.
Yeah, Dragon's just completely being ignored for the time being, but KT have so much control right now. Beryl, of course, does have his ult and can make a huge impact in this fight, whereas Teddy, his ult is coming back, but his ultimate is all he is as a champion right now. And he might be way too far up this lane as there's no vision here. There's vision in the pit, as I think he's realizing.
Well, there is a mom, and now Beryl going to get that knock-up. Remember, Teddy, no flash up and available. That's a great little dash into the wall from Beryl. Gets the knock-up, and oh my goodness. Okay, it's now 4-0 for KT. They'll take some more bubs as well. That could be 6. Never mind. It'll be 5 if they are able to actually get some of these. But instead, Sponge going to grab a couple. Should just be evened out as the Drake is going to be the trade.
This is my hope for DRX, is maybe they can get something in a perfect here. He has Hextech Ultimate and Flash, though.
That does make it quite difficult, but it is just going to be the wallop landing, and now gets the physical shield as well. Oh, the drill is going to land, and now Perfect tries to get out, but the wind becomes fire, and now BDD! Oh dear, he's running real quickly, looking to try and catch up to them. Does he have another dissonance? No, and he's going to get slowed down by the boomerang, and so out of there scot-free, I guess. Well, scot-free except with a flash.
Yeah, I mean, that almost worked out for KT, but they are able to make that happen, because DRX, if they fail that, if Perfect lives with his Hextech Ultimatum and they get a kill back, I mean, it's just doomed. It is not feeling that much less doomed, but it is, it is, you know...
It would just be even more doomed.
Yeah, silver linings, and Perfect does end up getting caught here. The CCE that he has with the Hextech Ultimatum comes out very late, and also the house/screw does connect, but wind becomes lightning is enough here. Sponge does have the help of Rascal's Boomerang here, otherwise BDD just speeds himself up one more time and probably does secure the kill. Now,
Deft is the jungler. As it turns out, he's going to find himself a snare, and that is going to be a Meganar making it to safety.
This style of play with the Senna, when you have a tank support who gets the CS, you know, when you're fasting, is exactly why I feel like Smolder is so bad in the Senna, because he can never make the same impact, and Pleta can also never make the same impact that Beryl can in this game as a support. So you just kind of sit down there and farm, whereas the Senna actually wins the lanes and wins the game for you elsewhere, and that's exactly what is happening in this game for KT. Is a TP flank.
Oh no.
Beryl.
Okay, yeah, Rascal in trouble here. Is Beryl going to turn up? There's Call of the Forge God as the hop is not going to be enough to get Rascal out of there. Searing Charge not going to get the knock up as the flash does come on through, but he only just got that back off cooldown. So no flash ultis to come out from Rascal in this game for the next little while, as Yehu getting some damage down onto this outer turret. Completely though, so he's probably going to be heading back home pretty shortly.
And because there's a teleport here from Perfect, there's not going to be any plate gold going over to Teddy here. You know, left alone in this lane, but doesn't get anything out of it because it's a Camille. He needs to leave really fast. As over here, KT, they don't get the successful kill onto Rascal, but they will win control of top side and will be able to take the objective with it. Last bub going over to Pioshik there. And, I mean, you know, the stemming of the bleeding is okay here for DRX. Remember, Teddy is going to be very relevant in about 15 minutes' time. That's where we're going to be starting to get scared of the Smolder. In about 10 minutes' time, he'll be slightly relevant. But it's just the question is, can they stop the bleeding further now? Because Perfect, he's not as ahead as they would have liked to for the resources he's been given. So there's not a Camille side lane win condition just yet. But we can't see KT get any more control over this game in the next few fights, or it feels like it's just going to be lights out as the Mountain Drake is spawning in 2 minutes. If DRX can get that, that'll feel great for them. Definitely a potential avenue back in the game, slowing it down further and having some additional resistances to survive these team fights.
I think that the next fight is probably going to be the Herald. You know, it's coming up about a minute before that Drake is going to be up and available. And that should mean that getting the Herald, then getting the Drake is going to be sort of the aim of the game.
I just wonder...
Both teams might go for it.
I just wonder if DRX can actually fight for Herald right now with the lack of control they have over the map. I mean, I think they absolutely would like to have it, as you say, and maybe they will make a fight for it, but they just don't have a great way to get control over the pit. You can see Barrel is clearing out vision right now. BDD has topside control with the lane swaps here coming through, and obviously Deft and Barrel now can clear out mid, and looks like DRX just can't contest. And this is so frustrating because the timing works out so well for KT where they could do this, recall, and then approach Dragon as well.
Yeah, this is the real danger. And DRX going to give it up. I think this is intelligent. I think maybe fight for the third, maybe even the fourth. When Teddy is looking a little bit stronger, maybe Spirit Sojourn will be completed by that stage, you know, in a couple of Dragons' time. And that could benefit them. Steph going to help Pioshik out here. And that is going to grab that Rift Herald. So Perfect collects his Trinity Force. He's now heading back towards that bottom side of the map. Rascal desperately just trying to continue holding on to this decent CS advantage.
He went for a call start, so hasn't cashed that in just yet. He's 31 away. That wasn't actually a call start, but he went for the call, so delayed his build, I should say. So BDD is significantly ahead of him in terms of itemization. Because he didn't build any MR, because he's Gnar into Camille, BDD can kind of keep him down in this lane and control that. Pretty intelligent lane swap here for KT. Barrel is farming mid, and then Perfect was able to obviously deal with Teddy pretty nicely on the bottom side. It's now kind of a threat down there. The Dragon has spawned, and we see Pioshik and Deft returning to the mid lane. They can use the Herald for some of that additional prio. I mean, Teddy has to be so careful about how he positions in this fight because he's not a champion. He's an ult button in this one, and if he gets Hex Tech ultimatum, he's dead, and that's the end of the fight.
He's not only an ult button, though, because he's also a stacking button.
True. I mean, he can stack a little bit.
As Weaver's Wall is going to block Pioshik, who's now just going to head towards the top lane. Sponge, possibly going to get knocked up, but no, he actually isn't. As Pioshik was thinking about trying to do a bit of a roundabout maneuver, but that's not going to work. Perfect is going to be able to take down this outer turret on the bottom side of the map, though, as the Rift Herald was very distracting.
So the irony is the Rift Herald is still going to get a charge here.
Oh,
okay,
no, not quite.
No.
Very close, though.
Okay, so it doesn't get a charge, but it still ends up getting the Dragon here for KT fully controlled because so much time was spent by DRX, and then the Herald chase happens, and they don't punish Pioshik, and then they get a whole turret for Perfect, who's still down on gold by 350 here, but he gets a whole turret, so that's relevant, and then KT still get the Dragon. So yes, it was weird shenanigans, and Pioshik's driving was mostly good and then got weird at the end.
Yep.
But still, it comes up all KT. And now the gold lead here, over 2,000, 2 Dragons. It's Chemtech, so don't know what's going on with that, Ox, but
yeah, that's all right.
At least they got the 2 relevant Dragons here, stacked both of them, and both of those individual Dragons will be relevant.
Indeed.
For these the stats they're going to give.
And hear me out as well. I mean, there is some value to the Chemtech Soul as well. You know, there's healing, there's some shielding on both sides.
Yeah.
Especially KT side, and not really for DRX, but KT could benefit if they are able to pick up a couple of these Chemtech Drakes.
I mean, look, Pledis going to have some shielding.
True.
Teddy's got a shield.
Teddy might build a Bloodthirsty, you never know.
And, you know, the the fact that it is a Chemtech Soul with these compositions can mean that we might possibly have a very long scaling game on our hands, because that's sometimes how these Senna Smolders go.
Yeah.
Feels good for Ornn, obviously, though, and KT do have the ability to dictate which dragons they want to take very easily.
Giving away a quad stack could be rough. I feel like the tenacity, although the tenacity is not exactly the most valuable because it doesn't work that well onto knockups and things like that.
I feel like KT are just going to be looking at it saying, well, if we have Prio and we feel like it's a good fight, we'll take it every time. And if we don't, then we could just be like, all right, well, we have a Camille on sides. So that feels pretty good.
Yeah, hookshot going to come on through there as they manage to get the stun. Pyoshik. It's a drive-by. That's what we call it. Spotted the fact that there are a bunch of DRX members moving down. They are just going to get themselves out of there. So successful disengage. It is going to mean that our relative lack of action is going to continue.
Yeah, I was really excited for something to happen there, but alas.
Look at all of these players walking together though, Wolf.
Yeah, they are definitely sticking together as a group.
And Beryl is walking alone. That's his strategy here. See whether he goes for a flanking ram. Could be an option, but no, he's just going to move back towards the top side. And we have some ping-ponging of minion waves.
Yeah, Pyoshik maybe for a steal attempt.
All right, Q going to go completely wide there as we've got a teleport coming in. Beryl wanting to get in on this action as there is a Camille coming down as well. The ramp, oh my god, there was another at some point, but he's gone now.
And they're just continuing to skirmish with the Senna. Deft 100% KP. I mean, in this case, you're just grouped up. You're trying to get Senna value. You'll find any target you can get. Beryl's TP flank is a success.
Okay, that was a bit strange. I don't know. Maybe he forgot which side of the map he was supposed to be on as Teddy has moved towards that turret. That means that BDD, he just teleports up there. And in a turret, is that going to fall down? It does. Oh god, KT injecting a lot of gold.
It's just so much money they're getting off the map. So much advantages they're pushing out of small wins. And Beryl knows that Teddy on Smolder can't interrupt his TP. His TP is right in front of his face. They had that deep ward on the red buff, and that's why KT were grouped there. It was a set play. It was not just a, oh, looks like maybe we can get a thing going on down here. They grouped there, and they're like, we will get this kill. It is going to be that simple. Beryl has TP, and it's hard to mess up his ultimate in this case, and down goes the Gnar. And now the Camille starting to really catch up here on 2 items.
Yeah.
Just have the Hydra online. And yeah, Drake in 90 seconds here, KT are going to be able to set up for that one too. Again, not super impactful, but it is going to be relevant for Senna's healing. And just the ability to threaten Soul at any point, DRX will have to respond to, and it can serve as an Elder Spawner and things like this, but they just have so much of an advantage right now in terms of what Deft has been able to do versus what Smolder has been able to do, and that's always going to be how it is.
Yeah, that's kind of that's the eye test, is to see who's been able to get things done. And of course, Teddy will be able to in about 5 minutes time, maybe, 4 to 5. I think that he has been stacking up relatively well as the game has progressed. Of course, does work relatively exponentially, so still likely to be able to get there within the 5 minutes that he does have for the average.
Yeah, 74 stacks for Senna, but we haven't clicked on Teddy in a little while.
Yep.
My guess is he's probably sitting at like, I don't know, 150 or something like that.
He was already up to a decent number a little while ago, so he's doing relatively well.
He just hasn't been in team fights, so as long as that inflates how many stacks you can get, because you can just stack off the champions, but he's just kind of been alone this game for the most part, so that's why I'm kind of feeling he's a little lower, but we'll see what does happen at some point. Either way, he's not ready yet, and he is going to back right now and pick up that second item. The Spear of Shojin will help him stack a little bit faster, as Rascal may be in trouble.
Yeah, another hookshot going to come down there as Perfect just uses it to close the gap. There is the disengage from the Hextech ultimatum, as Seismic Shove is going to miss. And now Sponge thinks he may have found Perfect, but it's actually Teddy that locks him down. Mom gets mad.
+1 stack.
And that is a second kill for DRX, and it's on exactly the right champion. Now, Sponge going in. The Seismic Shove is too good, and instantly they both blow up, and there's the KT we're used to seeing. Deft, that's a creative way of getting out of there, and he will be safe, at least for the moment, as Hook going to connect onto Beryl, and it looks like DRX want to go for Baron.
Yeah, it looks like they probably will be able to with 3 kills going over. There's just no one to stop them. No steal attempt here for Pyoshik. I mean, he'll be up in 15, but I think they've already just conceded the point. Deft is going to go ahead and try to get Soul Point here with the Chemtech Dragon and Beryl's help. Just no answer here to this Baron. So, do they have to force this? No. Did they? Yes. And Rascal, if they time it just a second later and he doesn't have Gnar, they probably can at least trade 1-for-1 here and then maybe get out. But he has Gnar bar, so he just pushes them back and they turn into a huge win. As this is going to be the follow-up, of course, BDD and Pyoshik staying way too long here. Yehu's shove, fantastic, and just really trying to force super hard, even though they had all the advantages. The fact that the Camille was down there was alone enough, you could say, before this Dragon spawn, but will be a Baron for Soul Point here. Chemtech Soul Point is why it doesn't feel so great for KT.
And Opportunity is now upgraded, so if you wanted some good news for KT, there it is.
Certainty.
Yep, a little bit of extra money. And KT are behind about 600. The Baron power play, though, 2 minutes on that one. And we'll just have to see whether this is going to be the recipe for Game 3 that DRX were looking for. So far, things looking better than the first game as Hextech Ultimatum comes on down. Teleport in from Beryl as well as he joins. They do manage to get the ram over as Perfect is just dead. Beryl's going to have to flash to get himself out of the way as now BDD and Pyoshik in position to try and help out as Teddy. Oh, the three-man shockwave is gigantic from BDD as they round the corner, but Teddy still at full health. He's sneezing all over them. And KT not going to be able to get rid of DRX that easily. Still, they managed to take down Pletter and trade for Perfect.
Was very worried for KT that we were going to see another situation that we just saw bottom side come to pass once more.
Oh, okay. Well, Yehu is taking a lot of damage. Does have to flash to get out of the way. The Sonic Wave is... Oh, Wind becomes Lightning. That could have almost got Sponge in there, but instead he's going to be flashing to get himself out of the way as that back is not going... Oh, Teddy? Teddy is in a little bit of trouble, but so is Def. BDD, can you actually find it? The clockwork windup's not enough! And Teddy is going to be able to walk out of this one. Perfect is now walking the wrong direction as he wants to make sure that he saves his teammates instead of just killing the low health Smolder. And in fact, he's just not able to do either of those things as Beryl does go down. And Perfect just wants to kill someone, but he's just not going to be able to do anything. So he teleports in to die.
So it's now a 2,000 gold lead for DRX. KT sprinted it, man. They really did. I mean, I don't know what else to say. Like, they just sprinted it. This is like, you know what? We have all the advantages. Let's use this Camille to try to get more, and then, bam, 2 big backfires back to back. As, again, Rascal is very difficult to kill when he has Narbar, and he has enough of it here when the Hextech Ultimatum comes down to where he can shove him into the wall. Teddy's ultimate is big, and then Teddy's actually going to teleport here to chase because he has it available. And then KT on the back side of this, yeah, you end up getting the really amazing shockwave as BDD, but just accept that. Just that's good enough. Like, okay, you didn't get completely massacred. Then they try to push mid here, and then the teleport flank catches them behind.
How did this work?
I mean, Zonya's slash arm guard is actually how it works.
I guess he had an arm guard and then just had enough health to survive the attack dissonance.
And KT is super greedy for the push, but I guess in their defense, they probably expect that he had arms. 2,000 to 3,500 very quickly there during that replay, and now Teddy is stacked at 26 minutes.
And it's late. It's still quite late.
It's late, but it's better late than never.
Oh, 100%. And now he's looking so much better. 3-1-2 finishes the Zonyas because, of course, had to break the arm guard. May as well finish it. It's going to delay his rapid fire cannon by just a little bit, but it's not the end of the world. As Rascal just gets rid of the rest of the minions.
And Yehu is having
Fog of War.
An amazing game. Rascal is shutting down the aggression. And it feels like KT are defeating themselves because they keep trying to find these windows and keep getting punished. The early game was fantastic for them. The 6 kills that Def found with his roams, or the 6 assists, because he's helping out and they're trying to play around that center win condition. That was great. After the 6, though, Def stopped going with them. He was like, you know, it's looking down until it's time to sell my set of stock.
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
Since then, it has been DRX catching the dodgeball. And 30 seconds till this Drake fight. I think KT absolutely can fight for this, but they do not have the advantage they once did.
No, and I think they're just going to have to play with a little bit more finesse. Maybe get themselves a little bit of a pick to start this one off. You know, make sure that Pyoshik and Perfect are going to be on these flank angles. The Pyoshik's kick isn't used for sort of no reason at all, like it was in the previous fight. They obviously certainly have the ability to win these team fights, but DRX looks like they've got their act together a little bit in this one as Rascal. He's running real quick, but not too much more is going to happen here as KT will give up this Drake. They'll look to try and push towards this inner turret on the top side instead, perhaps.
Yeah. Going to be trying to set up something. If they try to dive Rascal again and it fails, I may lose it live on air, but they're not going to do that. Teddy has TP, Yehu has TP. They should be tracking these summoner spells, knowing that Rascal also has most of his Narbar up here. It is just not a good idea. So KT will be able to, like I was mentioning before, choose which dragons to contest. They chose not to contest this one. Game state not as great for them as it was before. It's pretty poor, in fact, but the 3-dragon lead allows them that luxury to just say, well, this one's probably not going to be the one we contest.
Nope. I'll have to wait, but maybe don't wait until after the next one. Just because stacking up all 4 of them and then having to flip for a soul is not exactly what you want to be seeing. I think contesting a little bit earlier than that, even if they do manage to take it away, is going to be a good move. As now Beryl building some things. He's going to upgrade BDD's gun. You'll love to see that.
All right. KT trying to get back control of this Baron pit. They were able to get vision all around it, but actually that one control ward that Pleta put in was hurt by the Chemtech Bloom. But it is now back up to full health, and DRX will be able to control that vision. And this is where things get scary for KT. Perfect trying to back here. Knows they're likely to start Baron off. He's going to have to TP back in. Does not have that GA just yet. Deathcap is here for BD. One big shockwave could be all they need.
Yeah.
But again, it's hard to fight what you can't see. And Sponge will clear that ward out very quickly.
Yep. Not to mention the fact that Yehu is also absolutely huge. So even though this Deathcap is completed, may not necessarily be enough, as another snare is going to connect onto Sponge this time around. I feel like this may just make the whole game slow down to a snail's pace, Wolf, and I feel like that might be something that both of these teams are ready to agree to, but I'm not ready for KT to just let Teddy carry.
Yeah,
which is what he's going to do if given unlimited time.
I do agree. I am a little bit concerned about that. Now, DRX don't have the most amazing Baron damage in this game just yet. I mean, it's not the worst ever, but it's not a rush level of Baron damage. So KT kind of aware that they can slow play around this pit and just keep checking with Sonic Waves as much as they can. And now Perfect is going towards a side lane. Does not have that GA just yet, picked up his BF sword.
Yep.
And that's going to be what he's looking for before they actually want to take the real fight. If he could actually get that back, grab it, and then TP in, that's the kind of angle KT's looking for. As Barrow's going to get caught this time.
Yeah, Seismic Shove is going to pull him back. Now Sponge snared. Not going to look for too much more, unless they're going to go for this Baron. So they have started it off. Vision available for KT towards the back of the pit. As Q going to connect there. Rascal taking a fair bit of damage, but he's got Mega Knot coming on in soon. So he needs to be respected. Weaver's Wall comes down, and now Beryl looking for some opportunities. The Shockwave does absolutely nothing, though, as they peel away from the Baron.
Beryl still has ultimate, and they are all stacked up, so they just have to run away. There's no way they can actually fight this anymore, and the Narbar has expired. Rascal not getting anything out of that. They did get the TP out of Perfect, but it looks like KT are just going to push mid now instead. Not entirely sure how much gold Perfect is sitting on, but he's doesn't have enough for his GA just yet, you can imagine, because he's going to come up here and clear this wave out.
Yep.
Decided to TP in directly before backing there, which I think was definitely the right call, because that was a razor-thin margin on the Baron. He made the right decision to come in, and we do see that we're going to go back and reset to that slow game state. We've been talking a lot about how Teddy's going to be the late-game carrier. Deft still stacking as well, does have some extra range. 100 is the significant one we often like to look at here.
And having the 77 AD is also pretty nice. Will help him get on track just a little bit here. Teddy is set for a Flame Horizon over Beryl, who is technically his opposite number right now. But Beryl does not like farming. That's not what he does.
No.
He's just a happy lad.
We'll do a little bit here to clear this wave, and then we will once again have that Baron Vision dance. As GA does finish here for Perfect. Finally has that one online. This might be what pushes KT to try to hard engage if they can find the angle here onto Teddy. Rapid Fire Cannon just finished for him as well. This next Dragon fight is Soul for KT. Again, not the biggest one, but one that they would love to pick up here. And I think that's the angle for this next team fight.
Yeah, very likely. Beryl poking his head in. Sponge looking to clear out that control ward. No, it's going to be Yehu that does that. He has some shellfish on his mind, so he's going to be able to help take that one down as DRX, 8 seconds. Still his Chemtech Drake is up and available. Beryl going to be spotted out here. Mega Cone at the ready. As KT just moved to the southern side.
Rascal's Narbar
start this
a little early here. Definitely could be punished.
Yeah, that is going to time out actually. As Beryl slowly burning, the Achus flying on in. And with this Narbar now going to fall down, are they actually going to back away is the question. Def taking some damage as well. PDD, like you say, off to the side, wants a big shockwave. As there is the Weaver's Wall. The kickback does come on through, but Mom gets angry, and down goes the Lee Sin. That means that the Drake is going to be secured, and the center just explodes. Pops like a balloon, another great shockwave, but it's too little, and it's definitely too late. Teddy once again limps away from the fight, but he gets everything that he wants. And it's feeling so much more like a 3-game series here. As Perfect is getting thrown around like a ragdoll. Nice little hook shot there, and he decides he wants to opt back into the fight. He's got a GA, and it's really sad that he has to say goodbye to it right here as Pleta moves on in. Rascal, he gets to Mininar, and that means that he can chase him down, even able to utilize his Super Mario Brothers skills as he gets the hop.
It has been such a fun game for Rascal, considering he was subbed out. Frog's been prepping to take his place, right? Frog gets crushed in game 1, and a lot of the win here for DRX is Rascal just absorbing the pressure. Not in this team fight, though. This team fight is all on the engage here of Pyoshik, or into Pyoshik and Beryl. And BDD, he has a nice shockwave, but they punished the fact that he was looking for a really opportunistic one on the top side of the map and wasn't able to get it until way too late. They just push away from him, and the ball placement wasn't ideal for the engage that came through. Perfect does nothing in the fight because he's just managing Rascal on the side. That didn't end up being relevant at all. He wasn't able to peel or look for pressure onto Teddy whatsoever, and then ends up trying to escape, loses GA anyways, is still in the death chamber because of the staggered death. He's not going to be a presence on this map for a while. And this Camille, we love the idea. The execution, though, has definitely left us wanting, as he's now, what, 0-5 this game.
Yeah, it's not looking very good here for Perfect and for KT just in general. This has worked out for them in the past, the picking of the center in this instance, but it is such a gamble, and one that they really did not need to take. They had have gone for a ban instead. So a shoot flying on in, but this inner turret is not going to be long for the world. Will just be absolutely destroyed. Now DRX, where are you going to push from here? Inner turret still remains on the top side of the map. That would be the textbook play. But instead, setting up these couple of siege minions in order to try and knock down the front door.
Just playing it very slow here. Rascal's Narbar is going to expire, so have to be very cautious about a potential collapse here. And he will back away. He's level 18, has a Force of Nature, very difficult to kill, does not care about PDD's damage all that much, and is just going to hop away and slowly let these minions push down these turrets. Here's Yehu's wall.
Yeah, the Weaver's Wall has just been so valuable at locking down these positions. As there's the knockup onto Teddy. The shockwave comes in. The Zhonya's comes on through, but he's so incredibly low, and there is the kill. So that is so much damage now missing. Q going to connect. There is another knockup from Beryl, who's just taking matters into his own hands. And now the Hextech ultimatum into the backline. Yehu gonna be taken out as well. Beryl, another one. Not going to quite find the stun there, but Rascal is the only one left alive. And yeah, I guess we doubted KT before, and maybe that gave them superpowers.
And it's going to be 2 TPs to top to try to push down this inhibitor so they can get double inhibs off the play, especially if Rascal gets stagger death here. He's not going to be up for a while.
He is kiting pretty impressively at this point in time, as yeah, that Piercing Darkness not quite going to do it. And no GA yet for Pyoshik. And
the
so
Rascal
just dead
as well on his face afterwards. You know he knows he made the outplay. And he is just going to once again shut down some KT aggression. Now, still a huge win here for KT. That's the end of the Baron, and they turn this into a huge opportunity to get control of the map again. Weaver's Wall down here, but it gets rooted. And Beryl tosses his ult out, and Teddy gets knocked up, and then Shockwave gets layered back in there. Teddy does have his Zhonya's to buy time, but he's not doing damage in the interim. And that's when the Senna from so far away is applying so much damage. Pyoshik as well continues in on the chase, and they just front to back it here. Perfect not very threatening at the stage in the game for where we're at. I mean, we're at like 35, 36 minutes into the game, but it's enough, the Hextech ultimatum, to lock down Yehu, and Rascal will make the outplay. Boomerang caught.
That was a nice cue here from Pioshik, but he was playing real aggressive. Let's listen to Rascal.
Oh.
Didn't even notice.
Oh.
They're reiterating the I love
I also love the question mark pings that he put down before he killed Pioshik as well.
Yep.
I love to see it. Rascal coming back in a big way here in the second game, and he might be the reason why we go to 3. It's still up in the air with KT winning that fight. At this point, I still give a pretty big edge to DRX, but KT, stay alive, keep up their inhibitor turrets.
No, exactly. And this means that, honestly, the gold is going to start meaning less and less and less. It's just whether or not they can get on top of Teddy twice, 3 times maybe, because he's got a Zhonya's and a GA. So he has all of the defensive options that he could really hope for in this game. As
they're going to try on perfect.
He is flapping towards perfect. This is dangerous. They are looking for the Camille. That's all they really want to lock down. But now he's able to get that flash over. Pleta is going to be able to lock him up. The Drake is secured by Beryl. So there is the Soul. But now they're looking to try and get on top of the Nautilus. It's not exactly the priority target, but that is so much work being done. The GA now going to get procced as Beryl is really actually just trying to win this game by himself. It's not enough though, because the GA comes in and the Zhonya's is going to be there. And now it's just the bottom lane against the world for KT.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough to defend this. Teleport coming through. This is an open inhibitor here, and they have a pretty big wave coming through. Teddy TP's back. Let's see what Beryl can get done.
Bar is just massive.
Deft has GA.
Yep, not able to quite get a knock up here though. As you can see, Rascal just kiting Deft around. The first Nexus turret is going to fall as now GA going to be procced here. And the Elder Drake that is the Smolder is just burning through Beryl's massive health bar. And Teddy, he's got all of his health completely back. And Sponge, he can tank up the turret for as long as he likes. We're going to 3 games, ladies and gentlemen. DRX even out the series.
Easy win, it feels like, here for DRX. Once KT started going down the path of the tail side of the coin flip with some of those engages onto Rascal, it became a DRX opportunity real quick. And, you know, Rascal didn't have an amazing game in terms of some of his Gnar bars and some of the positions he was in, but he just absorbed all of the aggression from KT and got them back map control. And then Teddy scaled up. He was big. He did a ton. His itemization was fantastic. Did do the Doran's Ring start, which we don't like as much anymore. It's not as good as it used to be, but it was good enough to get him through the laning phase. It was left alone. He got the arm guard fight with a teleport flank. Then later on was able to buy Zhonya's, and it was very difficult to kill the Smolder. He did die one really critical time on the top side when he was caught by that ult from BDD, who was the best performing KT player in this game, but it wasn't enough for KT to get back into the game. And you could see right around when the first Rascal absorption of the pressure came in and KT overextended, and the teleport flank, you can see the gold lead just kind of spikes up a few times there. And KT, this is what we thought we were going to get in the series, and I guess we just know KT so well at this point, don't we, Alan?
No, that's just how it goes. It is 50% chance for them to win. That's basically how it goes, and we got it perfectly. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space, and then that final game.
아 세나 노플이야. 괜찮게. 큐 3타 싹통가.
예우야 너
타워 쳐봐. 타워.
타워 맞히래. 머리 잘 대고.
타워 예우야 타워야 너.
얘가 세나 가해. 라인 있어.
타워 칠 수 있어?
라인 기다려.
타워 붙어.
라인 기다려.
라인 기다려 칠것 같은데.
치면 돼. 라인 기다려. 이제 쳐. 타워 좀 사이.
다 라인 쳐주면 안 돼. 다 라인 쳐줘. 다 라인. 알아. 타워 싶은데. 야 따버려 그냥.
다행이다. 아 바닥에서 레전드로 죽었네.
나이스. 좋은데요? 나무.
다행이다. 아 눈물 날 것 같네.
Harder for him to engage, just 50% health. That is the target that you could look for. As gets the Featherstorm very comfortably. As the feathers are picked up, and Glacial Prison goes completely wide. Decent seismic shove there, but the Fate's Call is now going to come through, and Peanut onto 2 from Delight as they dive into the skies, says Keen, and Pays says, all right, that's where I'll send him. But yeah, now a wall comes down here.
That's, Faker's just probably dead here, in a ton of trouble. He will flash and immediately dies.
In the mid game, then you're doing something wrong. And Nongshim, they're not doing anything wrong. Not yet, anyway. As Beryl, he's going to throw his anchor away. Does have to use his ult onto Jiwoo with no one around. It's a decent seismic shove. But now Jiwoo's taking matters into his own hands. Steph, no Featherstorm, remember. And he does look for it, but he's not going to find it. Jiwoo down to about 100.
Like Darren's blade.
Did you notice that, by the way? Carry moved away from the lane to give level 2 first, and that's going to be first blood to Carrier. Speaking of Wint, as the, is he the AD carry or is he the support?
Well,
I don't know anymore, as Carrier picks up a double kill on Kalista. We do have Bull to take him down, as now Zeus is pretty unkillable himself on this lethality Aatrox, and yeah, they're going to put a lot into him, but it's not quite enough. As now Peria, he's just running at the enemy team, as he might fall here, as finally Bulldog takes him out, but after...
Having a good time there. As Amy is going to head through the top side. Are we looking for a dive? That is a sweet spot connection. Kingen just needs... Okay, yeah, he is going to be taken down. Gets out of turret rate. What? Can he do it? No way! How did that even happen? It's Nexus turret that's going to go down. Now Willa, cease and desist comes in, and that is at least that first kill, but Chains of Corruption somehow does not find anyone. Kingen went down relatively low, but there's the triple kill for Showmaker. Now Hannah, he's trying to kite them underneath this turret, but the pushback on the closer, the quadra kill for the Karma, and there it is, the pentakill for Showmaker's Karma.
Hello and welcome back to the space. We are here after game number 2 that DRX surprisingly was able to pick up against KT. It was a crazy back and forth battle. And KT overstepped quite a few times there in the mid game. They're like, oh, it's fine. We got the smolder behind. We should be able to take this 2-0. And then they flipped a coin and they got tails and the game was over.
I was so worried because I'm like, this is not KT. They're winning a game one way too clean. As it turns out, they had saved all the KT for game 2.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like if you're against the Smolder in particular, you get so little wiggle room with that champion where you make one mistake, you lose one fight, and suddenly the champ has just a million stacks and is one-shotting your entire team. I also think the Camille that came in late, it was very clear that they wanted something that could lock down the Smolder. Obviously, the Nautilus was denied, the Vi was banned, so they went with the Camille, but it really didn't hold up well in this game, and honestly, just ended up being a bit of a vulnerability.
If it wasn't Ornn into Gnar, which obviously would be really punishing for the Ornn, I'm like wondering if you had another support there, you could actually rotate Camille to support.
Whoa.
Just rotate Camille bot and have something else. Because if you want to pick Camille, which you shouldn't, unless you pick her support, because she's just not good. Valdez was the wise one. He saw it locked in. He was like,
we were walking back.
I thought it was,
like,
I thought it was fine.
I was like, this is over. It's going to game 3. Like, Camille has not worked at all in the LCK. It is not that good. And, you know, the idea is there, but the champ at the moment is just not great. And I don't think that Perfect was very well versed on it, to be honest. And it just did not work. But that's not the entire reason why KT lost this game, of course. DRX did find some great angles, and KT, they did overextend a couple of times onto Rascal, and he just took advantage of it.
Yeah, and I think they just kind of in that headspace where they've won game 1 comfortably, game 2, they're like, yeah, we've totally got this. They end up overextending here, losing the Camille, but then they set up a trap despite being a member down, and this Sponge gets this great engage into the ult, into the seismic shove for the instant 2-kill cleanup.
That combo right there ends up, I think, deciding the game. Or at least it set it up. Then this knocked it down. From this point on, Smolder is fully online. You have given so much resources and levels over to DRX so that your early lead basically doesn't mean anything anymore. And despite some attempted heroics here from BDD, DRX come out of this fight feeling great, able to pick up a couple of dragons. I can't believe this worked. But it did!
Calculated.
He had arm guard, and he was completely fine. And Teddy at that point was still stacking. So that was peak stack gameplay. And like the moment Smolder hits 225, we all know game state doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, I think that's the problem, is that with other AD carries who scale well, if you fall behind, like the issue is you're so behind in items, you just need so much time to get back to the point where you're relevant. But with the Smolder, as long as you're not super behind in stacks, which it's so hard to actually pin them down in terms of stacks, you're always going to be strong. Even if you're down in items, it doesn't really matter because your kit has so much innate power and the stacks have enough on their own. And he actually didn't even go the rapid fire third. He went for the Seekers just for the extra, safety, and he was still doing a million damage.
You want it to be the playmaker, as we saw in that one team fight, where he TPs in, arm guards, baits the whole team, and he gets 225 stacks. And then eventually we get to a spot where DRX are actually in the lead in this game, and we have this great Drake fight where they kind of just take over from here.
Key thing here is that everything stands or falls about whether or not you can get to Smolder, but because of how the game is played out, it's not just Smolder that's in a pretty good position, it's the rest of DRX as well. So if you can deal with Smolder, then maybe you can win, but they don't. They straight up get 100-0. Drake ends up going over, and then here, again, even with BDD, like hitting an ultimate, it's too late. Even if Teddy at this point no longer dealing damage, it doesn't end up making enough of a difference because the rest of the team still in a great spot. And there was a moment near the bot lane inhibitor that we do not speak of because it is, even though it was DRX, it is a KT game, so I feel like those moments just kind of happen naturally. You need to get your set amount of entertainment. From this point on, though, DRX, they were in control. They protected Teddy, and they took the game.
Yeah, I'm going to be real. I feel like if you're a team higher in the standings, if you're a Western team playing an Eastern team, you should just always ban Smolder over pretty much anything else, because I feel like it's the pick that gets those upsets, If a stronger team makes a couple of mistakes, it will just make you lose the game from there. It's so powerful at this stage. It's so hard to punish. The ult has so much value in team fights. I think really that is the thing you want to eliminate, because like if the enemy team, if that was Teddy on like Callisto or something, I think even if they win that one fight, the game is still not recoverable.
Yeah. A lot of our other top teams are actually banning it against weaker teams, so could take some inspiration from that. Let's take a look at the POG here for game number 2 on the side of DRX. It will be Rascal on his Gnar, and you know, maybe subbing in Frog had some effect. I mean, he came in and he looks great.
That play towards the bot side of the map, even though it came from a pretty big mistake on a team basis from DRX, is I think the best individual play we've seen of Rascal throughout like the entirety of the split, which is kind of crazy. He's had some good moments, mostly involved with pick and malfight and pressing R on people. But him actually pulling off these big plays on Gnar, I thought was really cool. I hope there's a smattering of votes for DRX. I actually think the entire team had their own moments in this game. Sponge with some of the setup, Yehu with a couple of really big shoves on the Talia as well.
Yeah, and the Smolder with the boom boom damage.
Absolutely. Third media guy gets
yeah. Not too much of a smattering. Yeah, I thought for me, like, Sponge was a big part of those engages that turned them, like the double combo of Sponge into the Talia knockup kind of turned the game around, so that's why I voted for him.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And in terms of the Teddy vote, it's like, well, he was part of the reason why I guess they were able to compete at all in the late game. So it did have a...
Cool. He picked Smolder.
He had some nice plays. He picked Smolder and he played it. So that was a great play from him. Guys, let's go back to the casters for game number 3.
Thank you so much, Decorated Spaces, for that breakdown of game number 2. And let's see whether DRX can keep their hopes and/or dreams alive in game number 3.
There is a lot to talk about. I mean, after game 1, I really didn't feel like we were going to see DRX put up much of a fighting chance. But with the scaling versus scaling that came into game 2, you always know there's a little bit of volatility with that. There's a little bit of an angle for, I think Ox put it best, you know, there's that moment where, oops, you lost a team fight, suddenly now Smolder is your biggest enemy. And once you lose map control versus Smolder and he gets online, it's hard to punish. And I stand by, I thought the Camille was a great pick. I thought it made sense for their draft. You know, Kronecker kind of bringing us back to reality, saying a little bit about the state of the champion itself right now just isn't great, but the piloting of it and how they tried to use it against this Gnar just didn't hit, and I think we'll see a big change-up going to this draft. I don't think it'll be another Senna Smolder game.
Yeah, it might have been deft suggestion because he remembers Morgan and how he just hard carried them when he was on Humble Life. So maybe that's what it is, but I'm not entirely sure. So we are going to go back into the draft, and it's same sides as game number 1, remember? So in that game, we had Sejuani, Nocturne, and Smolder as the bans on the blue side, hoping that we get those again. And on the red side, it was Ashe, Callista, and Senna. This time around, it's Ashe, Nautilus.
And Senna.
And probably Senna, I would assume. But Callista might actually... Oh, no, they banned... Okay, so now Callista's up.
Callista is up.
So does that mean that it's just Callista, or do we have something else in mind?
I mean they might...
Varus is still a pick that could work.
They could go Vi and just and let's see if Teddy wants to play with Callista and go into the Varus, or go Varus into it and try to outrange it. But this has just been the best pick in the bottom lane right now, besides the Senna, in terms of what the impact has been. You can see it is banned 6 out of 10 games here in the LCK, and for good reason. And it is going to be locked away, and the Varus is the only answer right now, unless you want to try to play Draven into this. We have seen some brave teams like T1 have tried to play Lucian into this, and even T1 couldn't pull it off. So,
goodness me, yeah.
I think the Varus is the best answer here for Teddy.
And he's also very comfortable on it, so happy to pick it up. So that is going to be the lock away. What is Sponge picking here?
If you go Vi here, BDD goes Annie. You know, and then you go, okay, well, it's going to be Vi Ahri, and then Annie is a problem. If you go for the Lee Sin, you know, you might end up getting Vi Ahri yourself. I think the Renata pick definitely is very strong here into the Varus. They're just going to grab Xin Zhao early, actually, and Nico Callista, very strong combo, as we have seen in the past.
Yeah, and this is also a flex, right? Like, BDD is one of our best Nico players. Beryl obviously plays it because he plays everything in the universe. So a really cute little flexible pick that they are going to lock away here. Yahoo is thinking about the Hui, of course, does outrange Nico pretty considerably in the mid lane if that's where BDD does want to take it.
And now these bans are so hard for DRX because this could just be flexed even into the jungle. Probably not, but it is a pick that Pioshik would play. And you know, you can see the laugh here on Micro's face because this one is not going to be easy. The Smolder, you know, taken away. They end up going to the Varus, into this Kalista, trying to outrange it. Now the Twisted Fate is banned because that's going to create just too many pressure points on the map if that goes through. So KT, I mean, here it's a little bit simpler, right? You could protect this Nico pick with whatever you want. The Vi is not picked, but they're still going to ban the Ahri.
Yep, Ahri going to be taken away. And I have a feeling I know what KT are going to pick. I just feel like it's going to be Corki Aatrox. I don't know why. That's just what's in my mind right now.
That's because it works really well with this composition, and that's expecting this Hui is going to be, by the way, the Ahri ban. Expecting this Hui is going to be played as support, which we have seen Beryl do. That's probably Beryl shouting it out, going like, "All right, hold on, I've done this before. I don't want to deal with that in the bottom lane. Can you guys keep that away? Just make this Hui stay mid, as it's still going to be support. Beryl can't stop it from happening. He can try to ban other mid champions, but Yahoo's still going to play as Talia. Fantastic game of Talia last game around. Yahoo's just good. Like, he's actually just a really good mid laner, and he has been consistent as well. One thing that DRX has needed so desperately.
Yahoo and Pleta, both of them, have actually just been really stepping up. Deft hovering a Syndra at this point in time, one of BDD's favorites, and that's going to be the lock-in. So a little bit less of the late game scaling, but now that she has her splinters and stuff like that, she does do a little bit better in that department.
Or is Beryl just out cooking and it's going to be a bot?
Oh, that's true.
Syndra type, and Nico goes mid, and then it's Syndra support for all the poke damage onto the Varus.
And it could have been an Orianna, actually, which is a little bit strange that they don't go for that. But it is going to be Gnar locked in. That is going to be the blind pick that now Rascal can try to counteract. And the Jax could certainly do it. We haven't seen a whole lot of success for the Jax on the top side of the map all that recently. And the Aatrox would fit the bill as far as flavor of the month is concerned, that's for sure. Doesn't still have that much fun in the lane. This one does, and that's the Quinn. Okay, that's what Rascal wants to do, and this is what we were expecting, right? Like, this is the value of Rascal in general on the red side, if it's Rascal that's playing in form. And from what we saw in game number 2, we have to assume that he's in form.
Yeah, I mean, on the day at least, as this draft got really weird really fast. This is not meta, this is not standard really what we are seeing here. And it's actually Pleta on the Varus. Now, remember, Pleta is a former 80 carry player, so he definitely could end up just playing it and farming here, or it might just be Teddy's playing the Hui with farming. I don't think that is going to be the case, but it is.
It won't be. I don't think it'll be support Varus.
No, I don't think so either, but I'm keeping the possibility open because with everything we've seen in this draft, Beryl wanted to let everyone know, like you could tell in the draft, I think that was a Beryl claw. Like, we have to consider the possibility this Hui is going to be played as support. And Beryl's the only one who's really done that so far this season. And it was very early on. Still very relevant. BDD, he could have gone Orianna here, but he at least now has a lot of guaranteed single target damage that is so effective against these picks. The Varus, the Hui, you blow them up, you win the team fight. Obviously going to have lane dominance against Talia as well.
Yeah, should be able to take a fair bit of control here with his Scat of the Week and his orbs that can be thrown around, but will be difficult to close the distance onto the Varus. It's jumping to the Rift here for game number 3. KT Roster, Hana, 2 set.
KT fighting!
DRX, Hana, 2 set.
DRX fighting!
Whoa!
Let's try to get the energy up. It's been a long day.
Yeah, no, we definitely need a little bit of that. I appreciate it wholeheartedly.
And still a mystery with the Doran's items here for Teddy and Pleta. What is cooking down here? Again, I'm assuming it's
maybe Beryl is going to be farming as well. You don't know because it's only Doran's. That's all we're seeing in this bottom lane.
Yeah. Also, it's Pleta Barrier and Hail of Blades, so they want to aggressively trade. Teddy is the one who picked up the heal, in fact, and the Comet.
I mean, it's absolutely mirrored outside of the summoner spells.
Yeah,
it's pretty interesting.
Beryl not getting the heal himself or anything like that, and the cleanse obviously required here for Deft in this comp, but I am feeling like this is Pletta's return to AD carry. I feel like it's going to be fun to see what he's going to be able to achieve here.
Yep, and remember, he was pretty good. We did really like Pletta as AD carry. We just think that he's just a good player in general, and so therefore, happy if he's just in the bottom lane. Doesn't really matter what he's doing. As Rascal now going to be moving towards Perfect here. See how the Quinn is going to do into this Gnar that we have seen quite a few times in the past. It was Keen that was really a quintessential Quinn player. That was the wrong use of quintessential. I don't use it all that often, and I decided that I needed to use it now. Really? Really, Atlas? Is that really what you needed to do? I'm not entirely sure.
Teddy is farming.
Yeah, it's looking like it's going to be...
support Varus.
It's the support Varus once again, and this is something that he has given a try before.
And I do appreciate this, given that... hesitation.
Yeah, Deft is just hopping on over. There is the snare, and it's so beautifully done as well as he picks it up. That is the Rend that's going to lock down First Blood, as now Beryl and Pletta are fighting. Pletta has some more powerful auto attacks, so Beryl's going to back away. And so you could say that that was worth it for KT, as all summoner spells have now been burnt. And Beryl going to take control of the lane and shove that one in by the looks.
And the support ends up getting the kill for DRX, whereas the Kalista gets the kill here for KT. And
oh yeah, true. So I saw the Varus got the kill, and I'm like, oh, that is correct. That's the one that's supposed to get it. But no, it's the Hui that should theoretically be the one.
Yeah, and so the Kalista should actually get a pretty large advantage from this. Does have the refillable pot now, and the longsword picked up as we're just constant action, I guess.
Yeah, BDD is in so much. He's just dead. He's just really, really dead. And now Pyoshik is looking for Sponge, but he knows that Rascal is just here.
Yeah.
And you're supposed to normally, like, you know, do the Valor to me and then, like, ride the bird down the river, but instead it's just level 3. He did the just walking thing.
Yeah, he did the just walking thing, and then BD was very surprised to see a Quinn up here in his mid lane. Perhaps not communicated very well to him by Perfect that he was missing, or they saw, okay, he's missing, but maybe he's trying to clear some vision or something like that. And he ends up getting taken out here. No flash expended by BDD, knows he's dead, reacts very well there. This fight is really close, as Deft obviously is trying to stack up as much Rend as he wants, or as much Rend as he can here, and Beryl does get the double root, but Teddy just does so much damage that Pletta is able to trade one back. I think this could have been much better for DRX if Beryl didn't hit that double root. And Rascal says, I'm going to gank mid. I'm going.
Volts in, gets the ignite.
Yeah, he's like, this is it. And that was it, in fact, for him. He is having the game of his life.
And wait.
Bottom Hui is...
Oh, right, yeah, so farming Hui in the bottom lane. I was going to say, like, I'm pretty sure the guy on the enemy team did it first. But no, wasn't farming in that game.
It's Hui D carry, Atlas.
Aha.
He's playing Hui D carry.
And here's a co-op lane. That doesn't quite work. Hui D carry was definitely much better. What about, how do you make Varus support?
That one's tough.
Separis?
Sure. I'll take it. I'll accept it.
It's like, it's either a bit French or a bit Pokemon. I'm kind of into it. It's all right. Beryl is being very noisy. Sponge going to come down and clear out vision. Should mean that KT are going to at least survive.
So the cool thing about the Hui, whether it's support or it's AD carry, is it has insane wave clear. And Teddy's using that well. Sponge has the fast track.
Yeah, that is a flash forward, and the Gaping Maw is fantastic from Teddy. Pletta locks down yet another kill as Beryl just watches on as his Kalista explodes.
So, I mean, you end up getting the wave clear there, and then you have the follow-up with a Maw. Teddy is able to get them there. And this is one of the only duos that can really match the Kalista and any other pushing support. In this case, the Nico is once again mid lane.
Yeah, this time it's a wall ride. And who makes his way out. He's been playing some Tony Hawk.
Yeah, that was pretty clean from him. But this bottom lane is actually kind of, in general, just a default win. If you are the Kalista, but they're changing the narrative a little bit here with this really cool Varus support Hui D carry tech, where you just push the lane or look for aggressive Maws, and then if you can hit the combo, your damage output will actually beat Kalista, because Kalista can't really get on top of you and put Ren stacks in because you're just outranging her and bursting her so quickly. And no other AD carry can match Kalista's damage, but it's not an AD carry. That's the cool part. And plus, Varus with Halo Blades is going to be enough damage. And with the barrier, you can kind of hard force these to work. This time with Sponge's help in the bottom lane. 2 kills to the Varus. Teddy doesn't pick up either kill, but does mitigate what we were worried about with Deft being the one who got the kill there. Has a Dirk now.
Yeah, so Deft is still pretty strong, still ahead in farm by just a little bit. I think just by benefit of having better lane states as this game has progressed. But still, going to be great news here for Teddy as we are going to jump into yet another replay. And I said, I think gaping more. I've said grasping more before. It is actually crushing more, the name of that ability. So I'm just struggling to really catch up with the 11,000 ability names that Wade does.
Wade has a lot, and it's been a long day. Everyone's going to forgive you. But he does end up hitting it there, and good job from Teddy. Pleta layering the damage. Good flash from Sponge to get the slow to guarantee the Maw is going to hit. And he just ends up getting fast track over Pioshik, and you can see the speed up here can be quite nice. But it's really just the burst damage and the wave clear this Wei has that keeps the Kalista at bay so that she's not getting played, she's not getting massive CS advantages. And it's cool to see Teddy playing this. You know, if it was just going to be AD carry Varus, I'd be like, oh, okay, well, Pleta's, you know, he's an AD carry in the past, whatever. Teddy's going to play supports this way. But he's actually playing a really complex champion that has a pretty high skill ceiling as an AD carry here, and he's shown some mastery of it already, and that is a pretty cool look. Maybe DRX wanted to save this for some of their tougher matches they will also have to win in order to go to playoffs, but bringing it out here in Game 3 against KT.
Yeah, looking really nice. May not be able to get them this first Dragon that KT have started off, and they should be able to take that one down. A couple of bubs picked up by DRX. That third one still waiting in the pit, and will probably go away, I believe. So the Dragon going to be secured. There is Mountain for the next one, so Chemtech still up and available, still a possibility. So Ox, some concentration please, if you would not mind. It would be much better to have like an Infernal Soul, something like that. Hextech Soul.
Infernal is amazing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Barrel looking for the opportunity here. Pop Blossom that is such a dead Taliyah. Taliyah has not been this dead in a really long time, as now Rascal dives forward, and Pioshik is going to do the same thing. Going to make sure that they keep the odds in their favor as KT. They just take the kill, and they will move on.
And this is a really nice follow-up to the previous attempt there. BDD helps set it up. The ultimate does give him such a large damage output, and then the instant flash comes through from Barrel after the engage because he's like, well, I know Rascal is coming. This time Perfect does give the information. He doesn't come down, but picks up 2 plates from Rascal's roam, so he ends up being a huge benefactor from this as well on the Gnar.
I actually think this is a much bigger swing play than it initially looks,
yeah,
right? Like, because Rascal invests his time to come down and then just get outgunned, right? Because Yehu is just dead.
And he's only coming down, I think, because the Gnar bar was set, he was pushed away, and then he realizes something is wrong. There's no one bottom lane. Barrel has got to be somewhere on the map. He's not just going to be sitting and following the Kalista back to lane. And then he comes down and unfortunately ends up losing out. So much gold on the top side of the map.
Yeah, and Barrel taking a bit of damage here from the piercing arrow, but Pleta is a little bit more starved for cash here. And so we're used to, you know, like Henna from earlier on today doing so much damage with the piercing arrows. This one's going to be a little bit different. Just a couple of long swords have now been built up.
Yeah, nothing too crazy just yet. Does have his first transformation. His item, see what he ends up going for here on support Varus.
Last time we saw it was Bloodsong. Just,
I assume that's going to be the case. But I've been duped already in this draft a few times, so...
That's true, and it doesn't necessarily need to make sense, as that doesn't either.
If he goes Slay, we will be we'll lose it a little bit, but
still trying to work out like how is anyone supposed to be there? I'm not sure. Well, now Perfect is going to find himself a Gnar. Doesn't quite get the stun onto Rascal here, but he's just hitting him and throwing ice cubes around. Rascal is in a lot of trouble. The Hyper Proc going to come on through there. Not enough to get the last bit of the kill. as he just mounts up again, and Valor will be able to deliver Rascal to relative safety.
Yeah, he is going to be able to get back to lane very quickly because of Valor, but is going to lose a lot of time here. I don't think it's going to be perfect grabbing a plate, but he will get a free back off of this. And the flash trade, I think in a lot of ways, does favor the Quinn here, as it is really a great tool for Perfect to engage if he does get involved in another team fight later on. And had that been played a little bit different, Rascal might have actually killed Perfect. It was so close on both ends, but I felt like Perfect really used his Mega Gnar extremely well. He waited out some of the shuffles that Rascal was doing. He was sidestepping back and forth. He was super patient, was extremely accurate there, but also didn't rush it or overforce. If he misses any of those abilities, he might just be dead. And then now flashes are traded. Yeah, who will catch this wave? But bottom side here is really where I have my eyes right now. I'm curious to see how much of an impact and when Teddy ends up being relevant in this game, because it's twofold the power of this. Obviously in the lane, it's a strong 2v2, but you scale incredibly well with this way later on, and you're going to have a lot of pick power. As Rascal once again in a tussle.
Yeah, another Volt does come forward there from Perfect, who catches his boomerang. Sponge going to be spotted on this control ward. Pyosik towards the top side of the map, but not exactly in a position to support right now. As Deft not going for the traditional lethality Kalista that we have seen. This is more of that hybrid version that just builds a Dirk, maybe a Collector or something like that, or just sells it off and goes full on hit. So wanting to have a little bit more of that consistent damage.
I think having Umbral Glaive is really useful as Deft.
Another Chains of Corruption does go wide there, as Pleta, maybe not with his eye in at this point in time, but does manage to at least land the Q. There is that. As Yahoo not going to find it. The walking tactic used once again.
I hate that walking tactic.
So powerful.
Valdez hates it too when champions walk. It denies action.
Yeah, this walking and blast cones and all sorts of things.
He doesn't like dashes. He doesn't like the fountain.
CC.
He doesn't like turrets. Also stops champions from continuing forward. CC as well, yeah.
He doesn't like the clock, and he really hates the fact that the Nexus can be destroyed.
Yeah.
Because all of it stops League of Legends from being played.
He does enjoy the objectives, though. He likes that. That makes the League of Legends happen. The game state here is pretty hard to define, because I think that the ways in which they can get on top of this fairly immobile Hui are quite numerous, and there's some serious burst damage here for KT. So on the other hand, of course, Teddy could just stay at arm's length, stay very far away from everybody. So it's really just going to be about how well he plays this for me. I don't want to make any overarching judgments about what this comp is going to do just yet, because we've literally never seen it here in the LCK, and it is very unique, but I do think it has a lot of power.
Yeah.
Played correctly, and it's going to be up to Teddy to do that, and they trust him.
And it's a Cloud Soul.
There you go.
Yeah, that's the perfect end to this gorgeous 6-game day. And we're going to be speeding around these quadrants of the Rift. And you can see already, Perfect not having as much of a bad time. I actually was expecting Rascal to kind of take that money that he earned from that kill in the mid lane and move that towards an advantage that would be a little bit larger than the one that he does have right now. You can see 131 to 127, nothing to write home about whatsoever.
The Phage is just so helpful for the Gnar in this matchup as Pyosik. I thought maybe he was going to get caught there, but the Phage is going to allow him to kind of match some of Quinn's speed and should be able to trade pretty effectively. Now he's got the Hearthbound Axe. So, I mean, yeah, it's a Shiv Rush here for Rascal, which will help him get wave clear, but it's not going to be deadly per se, even though he does have Prestigious Attack and Ignite.
Yeah. Any Banana Brush gamers? As, all right, now going to find a fair bit of damage onto Pleta. And that is the wrong Nico.
Weaver's Wall is very dangerous here for KT. They need to play around it, respect it.
Yeah, and there the Chains of Corruption are finally going to land, but this time Fate's Call is going to respond immediately. You mentioned the Weaver's Wall. That is a single-man ultimate, but maybe it's just going to work out as Beryl locks down that kill. Teddy is flashing away because the power was unleashed. And now Pyosik able to take down the Rift Herald. So that's just a swift kill on the enemy jungler, and KT moved to a gold advantage and grabbed the Herald.
Really good ult there from Pyosik, and also the Weaver's Wall kind of worked against DRX in a lot of ways in that fight. They obviously had a lot of damage they could fire over it, but it also just kind of cut Pyosik, or rather Sponge, off into a very awkward position, and he wants to continue to contest the Herald, but the single target damage in this comp is so insanely high. Decent CC as well. That's what I'm worried about for Teddy later on. Perfect will have a Gnar bar here, so
should be totally fine, but Rascal is not going to chase or push the issue. Yep, going to catch these minions with his Shiv. And he does have a pretty significant CS advantage. We've been talking about that a little bit here, but let's go back to this previous fight. As Yehu's there with Weaver's Wall. Pyoshik's positioning here, fantastic. And yes, they did end up catching the Nico, but he has Fate's Call. And it's Sponge who just gets chain CC'd to death here. Really good ult, like I mentioned, from Pyoshik. And, you know, BDD has Scatter, he has ult. A lot of different ways to blow up even a Lee Sin before he can get out of dodge.
Leaves a lot of orbs on the ground as Teddy realizing that, yeah, it's going to be a little bit difficult if he is ever in range. Deft is just going to soak an ultimate. Doesn't do too much, and so he's just happy to deal with it. The Maul out once again, and he's going to throw down the mini equalizer as well as BDD moving on over again. As Scatter not going to connect on the Yehu. Good little sidestep to make sure that that one is going to be avoided. KT, I think, are potentially looking for another fight.
Yeah, I mean, they could set up a dive onto Yehu if the rest of the team didn't respond as well as they did, and now they have grouped here, but they don't have the prio anymore. Dragon hasn't spawned just yet, but it looks like still DRX trying to force their way into the pit. They've got to be so careful about doing that without vision.
It's a really interesting composition as well when it comes to vision.
Yeah.
On both sides, right? Because you've got Rascal's Harrier, which is the W that just gives you vision in an area as nice fear onto Beryl. But you've also got these Sentinels, and you've got the ability to use your Shape Splitter on this Nico as well. Just have these decoys that KT can throw around the rift. So both teams with a lot of ability to kind of see what's going on and suss out situations. Not a lot of necessity to face check.
No, definitely not. And you can just kind of fire as Hui into the darkness and see what you can find. Obviously, you can do some poke. If you have vision, though, that's when the Hui becomes even deadlier, because if the enemy team is trying to contest for it, you can poke them down. It doesn't look like we're going to have the Umbro Glaive here for Pleta, so he's not going to be able to clear vision very quickly, like a lot of other AD carry supports will do. As Perfect has his bar.
Yeah, he's looking for an opportunity here as the flash out of the way of the Gnar. Now Sponge comes in, teleport. He's going to come forward, but I just don't know whether he's going to be here in time. That wallop, though, is going to save him, and now BDD looks for the scatter, doesn't get it, because the safeguard gets Sponge away. And Perfect, he may have flubbed a little on the Camille, but this Gnar is looking pretty good.
I mean, he's brought this Gnar out a few times, and it's been impressive every single time. Feels like a very comfortable pick for him, even though they don't draft it for him very often. And it is working out in this case, and the Quinn not able to punish it just yet. And the Gnar is going to be more relevant in team fights unless Rascal can pull off a Doran-esque performance. Everyone remembers that game as...
Oh dear, okay, Beryl is going to get feared. There's the Fate's Call. Needs to get him out of the way of multiple ultimates. In fact, that's one ult and trade for two. So we take those, I guess, if you're KT.
BDD teleporting top meant that there was a little bit of pressure bottom lane, but now Perfect has dealt with that. His teleport's coming back up here soon. The Dragon is live, and DRX are going to need to do something to get control here because they don't have any prio. The turret's so healthy. Rascal's trying to flank now, but Perfect's back in, and he's got his Gnar bar set. This is such a difficult fight to pilot. I think this is the first real test in a 5v5 for Teddy.
Well, Weaver's Wall is up and available, but Yehu actually going to opt into it. This is going to be Soul Point, and it's just delivered over as Perfect eats a Sonic Wave just to make sure that he keeps the Lee Sin out of this area.
And I can't confidently say that, you know, DRX are going to be okay with this because they have a scaling Hui. I just don't think that's necessarily true here because it is very strong in the late game, but getting map control is so difficult into KT's comp. Without it, it's tougher to play out into this Kalista. And, you know, the fact of the matter is this Quinn is not really going to be scaling all too well, whereas the Gnar is going to get more and more relevant. Hasn't been put down really, except for CS in this game. Not significantly enough behind for Rascal to continue to run the sides here. So giving this up is very painful for DRX. The gold is dead even still, but having these three elemental drakes and the constant threat of Soul Point when you're playing this immobile Hui feels like it's going to be very frustrating now for DRX. And it's not over till it's over, and one team could definitely swing the gold back into DRX's favor, could swing the vision back into their favor so aggressively on the map to make this pick have so much more longevity, but just kind of losing control and having to say, well, this comp is just going to struggle so hard if we don't have prio doesn't bode well for that. The fact that you now have to do that 4 times in a row for the rest of this game, get that prio in order to get the Dragon.
Yeah, not to mention they're going to have to do it for the entirety of next week as well, as DRX wanting to try and keep their playoffs hopes alive As that cute little kick out from Sponge, but he's going to get gnarred into the wall, and now Beryl, he's going to turn up once again. The Gnar looking like he might survive as the Pop Blossom onto 2. Perfect, able to find the Hyperprox. That flash was amazing to get out of the way of the blind, and now Sponge, he cannot close in on this. Safeguard finally comes in, but there he is with the fadeaway, and it's a double kill for Beryl. Give Perfect the POG, just lock it in right now.
And
even if they lose, I don't care.
Yeah, and BDD gets the turret topside as well during this play, and what did DRX get? They get nothing. They're empty-handed ever on the map, and Teddy isn't even able to threaten this turret as Deft is having some fun with the wolves there for a second, but
he's also having some fun with his item build. This looks like a midlife crisis.
Yeah,
I don't know what's happening. It's like I want to be one thing, but I also want to be the other thing. I'm just gonna just decide every time I go back to base.
He's a component collector.
He had the opportunity to go for a lethality item, and so he bought it, I guess.
He wants to, well, we'll talk about this one more time, as the flash, you mentioned it, was so good from Perfect here. Beryl's Pop Blossom hits 2, and then watch this, Perfect flashes to avoid the blind, and then Sponge just gets burned down. Sponge actually plays this really well too, but isn't unfortunately able to get into an auto range fast enough onto Perfect, who spaces it well and does help Beryl take him out.
안 되거든요.
You can't do it. You can't get me.
You can't get him. You can't get him. Well, they weren't even trying to get him. They were trying to get Perfect, and they couldn't even get him.
Yeah.
It was gorgeously played.
And I was just gonna make a joke about Def saying, well, the components are gonna get nerfed, so I might as well buy them while they're strong. But he does finish the Bork now, and he is ready to do little bit of on hit, little bit of lethality.
Yeah.
In this upcoming.
He's gonna be on hit, lethally on hit. It's going to be real scary. I don't know whether it's good. We'll have to refer to the space on that one. I'm just not willing to have a look.
Try again.
Oh yeah, and that might just get the Baron. Rascal cannot tank up this turret, even though it is very, very low on its last legs. You could say, is the ignite ticking down. Are they just not going to kill him and lose Baron?
Yes.
Are they not going to kill him? No,
yes.
No.
I think that might happen. Is Rascal's flying over as fast as Valor can carry him.
Well, the Weaver's Wall is going to break things apart. As you can see, the Baron is going to go down exceptionally. It's stolen! What?
Yeah, who gets it done? Rascal is going to die for it.
Yeah, well, he might. Well, we'll just have to see. He's the most important member to have Baron. So getting that kill, really, really huge for KT. But, why?
How?
Yeah.
When?
What?
Where?
If? Who? Yeah. There it is.
Okay,
we got his name eventually.
Yeah, I mean, the decision for KT to do this Baron is actually fine, but it was not really well set up. And
the decision to not smite it when it had an under-smiteable amount of health. 5 health.
5 health.
Whoa.
And yeah, the reaction here is definitely warranted. It was able to get in there with the Weaver's Wall and get just enough vision and then see the missed smite. And that is it. That's the steal. And there just wasn't any protection set up for that because KT were desperately trying to rush it as fast as possible before DRX got over there.
And now KT are looking to try and push in this bottom lane. Beryl sending a fake version of himself just to scout things out, as we were mentioning before, something that this composition is very capable of doing. And the Syndra in the bottom lane is going to be able to take down that turret. So this Rebel Baron power play is dwindling. And the Drake is likely to be secured here. But DRX, they want to trade it for this outer turret in the mid lane. That is a lot of extra power, a lot of extra control. As Perfect with his Narbard now charged up as Pleta going to have to flash. Get himself out of the way. It was a good scatter from BDD. Make sure that CC was going to be in there. The Drake is going to be secured by Pureshik. That is Cloud Soul now available. As the Wind Becomes Lightning connects onto Teddy. There is the Scatter of the Week as well. Wallop doesn't connect, but the Snare, everything max range, and BDD flashes in. He'll be able to eat up the ultimate from Teddy, but yeah, Teddy ain't doing anything more in this team fight, and that was every single ability was maximum range, I swear.
Yeah, that was just on the edge, and Teddy's got so much range, it feels like he's going to be good, he's going to be okay there, he's safe, but BDD flashes in, grabs the kill at the end of the fight, and that is what ends it. Soul here for KT now.
Beryl.
Rascal.
Beryl.
Sponge.
Pureshik.
I like it when we just say the names.
Yeah, that's my favorite part.
Question pronouns. Not pronouns. Are they
pronouns?
Who? What? That's those pronouns. What's the part of speech? I don't know.
I beg your pardon?
It's not pronouns.
Proper nouns?
No, I don't know what it is.
All right. Well, That is a dead Rascal.
Rascal's dead.
Rascal is dead. And Rascal is the proper noun.
Yes, there we go.
Yeah.
This today is killed me. And I was like,
we were dead game 2 of our first series.
Yeah, and I was also.
All right, Platter might be dead right now as Pop Blossom onto Teddy. He can't catch a break, can he? It's just really not working out. The bottom lane is eradicated.
I think, Atlas, the question about can they play this way out, you know, is it going to be safe enough into this composition? The second they lose control over the map, the answer is no, and we know why they weren't able to fight that third dragon where they just gave it up. It was just simply because if they don't have prio, they can't win team fights with this comp. It's just too immobile. You have a Talia and a Hui, and then support Varus, who did actually end up building the Umbral Glaive. My apologies earlier. He did get it, the build, but he does have it now. I mean, this comp is just so fragile. Where's the front line? Where's the tanks? You just need to play around space, and you need to play around Weaver's Wall, and if you lose control for just 1 second, you're doomed as...
And you need to get picks as well as Rascal on that flank angle like you were talking about. Deft is just bouncing around the fight. There is the Ren to lock up the kill, and he survives somehow. Fate's Call comes on in. That's going to make sure that the Nico lives as well, and Yahoo not going to be able to do anything here. Hui making his way out of base. Teddy wishing that he could have been a part of that one, especially given his massive range. Not going to work out.
I'm not entirely sure why the opt-in to that fight came through. I mean, this is much more understandable. This is just a really good catch. Beryl gets on top of Teddy here. He gets blown up, and Weaver's Wall commitment. They're questionable on the next play, which we will take a look at now, as Rascal's on this flank, and so the idea is Beryl doesn't have ult. Maybe we can rush him down here, but you can't. Deft is here, and BDD, this was just a very bizarre call. I think DRX feeling the pressure right now, similar to our first series, because playoffs are on the line.
Yeah.
And, you know, Yahoo makes a decision there with Rascal. Maybe they can get him. They cannot. They don't have enough vision. As meanwhile, Pleta.
So Pleta was just found and eliminated. It was purple champions facing off against one another. The one with the bow and arrow, not quite as strong as the one with 1,000,000 orbs encircling them, ignoring gravity. There was 3 orbs encircling, so not 1,000,000, but still.
Yeah.
They're very
close,
dangerous.
Very close to 1,000,000, you know.
When things defy physics, I get a little bit worried.
You were only 999,997 off, but, you know.
Yeah, I was close.
And the scale of the universe, that's quite small, actually, Atlas. I think you were pretty close.
Yeah. And we don't even know necessarily what units I was speaking in either. So
no, yeah.
There we go. I was speaking in orbs, actually. So
there you go.
We did know the unit.
We did kind of know. I was just going to let it go. But
can we be saved by like a fight of some kind? Looks like DRX doesn't want to do so, as they are underneath the turret here towards the top side of the map, and just don't think it's going to be something that they can save. BDD and Pyoshik going to be able to lock this one up.
The real question is,
a good time.
Can they ever contest Baron, DRX, with this 1-in-4 Quinn that is just clearing waves with Shiv and otherwise isn't able to do anything here? Weaver's Wall is going to be available for Yahoo. He does have teleport, but I mean, look at the immense amount of control KT have around Baron Pit. They have vision on the left side of it. They have deep vision on the outside of it, so a steal is likely not going to happen a second time, as long as Pyoshik has got his smite button ready. And DRX opted out of every fight when they ever like, oh, we slightly don't have control of this, even like a little bit of advantage to KT, and now they have like 0 control, so I just think they're going to not even look at the Baron. Like, what are they going to do here? The Baron startup, they have no vision. What's the call? Try to kill the Gnar? That hasn't been working out in this series in general. Both games of Gnar. They're going to try, though. They're going to try, Atlas.
Well, they're going to look for it, and that is going to be the sacrifice of the Baron once again for a glimpse of a Gnar. That is what they trade it for. So there's the Baron. Crypt Bloom done for Teddy, so he's got 3 items. But yeah, I would say probably not the optimal play.
But I don't know if they could have, like, if they tried to approach the Baron, they just get totally shreked by the hiding, crouching minion that is Beryl.
It was actually a crouching control ward, Wolf.
Oh, it was a control ward? I thought it was a minion.
No, he was just being a control ward. It was like on the minimap, the biggest... Oh, okay, there's a jump scare, but immediately you can see Pyoshik able to get the Crescent Guard out, and that means that he was the one that could actually face check. Beryl can as well by, pressing Shape Splitter, but if you're actually going to put your body in there, you want to be Pyoshik in this game, as Scat of the Week is going to connect onto the very fast Quinn, and she's dead. She's extremely dead. BDD going to go golden immediately afterwards, as Beryl doesn't quite find too much there with the Pop Blossom.
It's 2 flashes, though, on the immobile carries here.
And there's only, the Elder Drake is now up again. The flash forward from Beryl and the dive in. This Syndra is doing way too much damage right now. Or maybe the health bar of the Varus is just far too small. The Hui is going to fit into that boat as well as Sponge looks to try and hold the minion wave for a little while longer. But here's the minion wave that Perfect had prepared earlier. And they're going to get a teleport to just keep that minion alive as well as KT. I don't think they even want an Elder. I think they just want to go and win the game.
Yeah, I think they're ready to knock DRX out of playoff contention. They are going to push down bottom here, and KT, clean final game in this series. Sponge alone isn't going to get it done. Rascal's going to come and watch. Yeah, as the Baron buff is still active, and that should be it.
Yeah, Bouncy Castle going to come on through here as Rascal just wants a last hurrah, trying to get a couple of kills if he can, but he's not going to be able to. The Nexus goes down and KT will knock DRX out of the playoffs. It was a 0.02% chance or something that they were going to be able to make it. They had an almost impossible run immediately afterwards that they absolutely had to win if they wanted to retain a chance. So it's not necessarily like it was a likely outcome. But KT are going to be the first ones to officially do it to DRX.
Good games from KT. Obviously, game 2 had a great start, and then there were some issues there. The Gnar was an issue for KT. It was then an issue for DRX. They could not overcome Perfect Gnar either.
What was the best out of the Camille and the Quinn as the answers to the Gnar?
The answer is no. The answer is
the
zero.
answer to Gnar was Gnar. Is
the
that
answer
what you're saying?
is -2. I don't know.
God.
Well,
42.
You're
not feeling psyched.
No, the Huidi carry also I thought was really cool tech from Teddy, and it did give them some Kalista mitigation in the laning phase. But Pleta looked super uncomfortable on support Varus and was caught numerous times. Also, the Hui was caught numerous times because the Nico engage was just so easy to pull off. Beryl had an amazing game of Nico. So many great double pop blossoms in the bottom lane. His roots, the flash root that helps them end the game, for example, was super good. And it looked like KT, they went from, okay, we had a bit of a rough game where we did make some mistakes topside to let's have a fun draft that we like to play and we're going to be okay. And we did end up winning that one out. The Kalista going over was puzzling, and this was the answer. And I feel like it was a pretty cool try, but it was ultimately against Syndra, Poppy, or not Poppy, Pop Blossom. The Nico was always going to really struggle in later team fights. And DRX also just weren't brave enough to, take some of those fights. So, KT already had 3 dragons the advantage, and then DRX were forced into super awkward calls like this one to try to get themselves back into the game, and Perfect did not mess it up.
He definitely didn't. And I did make my call where I yelled about, give Perfect the POG, he's a god, after that play. Maybe it just has to go to Beryl.
I gave it to Beryl.
Because he's just, it's just kind of too good in this game. And almost every moment was based on him. BDD blowing people up because he built a bunch of AP. Collected those splinters as well. Gets double flash for his Pop Blossom.
He's just so good, and without those flashes, they just know it's really tough to compete into this anymore. Scout of the Week is just going to end them, and then Beryl gets the flash here to get the root. Yahoo playing Talia in this as well doesn't feel great once you lose control of the map. I think he had a pretty great series overall, though, even the early game in this one. See what these players have to say as they push to end.
Yeah,
it's really hard to read lips with the mask on, but
it looks like BDD has a smile on his face. It looked to me like Pioshik was actually feeling pretty serious about this. As you can see, they're still making pretty aggressive calls about what they want to get done in this game. Before then, I assume going for some kills before this Nexus does eventually go down. And it was perfect, but it was just smacking it the whole time.
Yeah.
And
nices at the end, but
some nices and some wow nices. Maybe not expecting Beryl to pop off quite that hard.
Yeah, just a little bit of a business as usual kind of ending there. Nothing too crazy in the comms, but
and Yahoo showing us both sides to the Talia coin as well.
Yeah,
the Talia that doesn't really find too much, and the Talia that was absolutely pivotal in game 2. So DRX showing some signs of life, but in the end, it was all KT.
BDD showing us he could still play a real mean Syndra. That has not changed.
Chovy didn't take his ability to play Syndra from him completely after that Yone game. But that is going to do it from us. We are going to throw it now over to the space to break down what was an epic day of League of Legends.
Thank you, casters, for your wonderful work today on many, many long games that we did have today. A back-and-forth series both times. This time around, KT will take the win over DRX, knock them out of playoffs. They can't make it into round 2 or anything, but KT may be wanting to get that 4th place to get the side selection against DK eventually. Feels like an eventuality at this point, but yeah, good performance in game number 3 regardless.
Yeah, I still feel like it raises some questions just with the way the series played out, especially going into playoffs. I feel like for KT, their current position of standings, it's more about looking clean and showing the level of play you expect to display in playoffs, whereas there was definitely some goofy moments across this series. I do like the draft that came out here, though. Like, the combination of the Kalista Nico have seen work to great effect, but the stuff going on the other side was a little bit more wacky.
I loved it. Yeah, Ox was actually the one who was like, you know what is happening here? DRX was saying, guys, let's be honest, we're not 2-0ing Gen G and T1. You know what we're doing? We're having fun. Lock in whatever you like, whatever you feel like. Go enjoy yourself. So that's how we got. I do actually think mages in the bot lane are great. I think Swain's another one. I think we saw Dokdam pull that out. I think Hui, really cool. I don't know why you would go Varus with it, though. That didn't, like, Varus support doesn't really, no.
Just poke the Kalista and
yeah, definitely poke when with Bloodsong and no early the Varus was not it. But I liked the idea of the Hui, and I think that bot lane mages are really under explored at the moment. And Quinn is good technically if you get an early lead and then play well. And the early lead, he had the great level 3 gank, playing well. Highlights.
Yeah, I mean, he was okay sometimes, but not quite the performance to take over the game, which is kind of what we've seen out of some Quins from time to time, very rarely. Namely, Keen, I think, was the one to do it. But not the case, really, in this game number 3. Let's take a look at the bottom 2v2. This kind of set the stage for what was Barrel's POG, eventually.
Yeah, I mean, the game was honestly starting off pretty early, but the minion just pulling away from the conga line, you're like, oh no, what's coming? And I just feel like in these skirmishes, there's so much power in the Nico with the CC, and even as a support, you're not going to have as much damage. It's still pretty significant, but just the trickiness to pin down you have between your W, and even just the fact that you have the Celestial opposition in the build as well to make you so hard to burst.
Truly tragic for DRX fans here, because this is the moment, I think, where you felt really your control of the game kind of slip away. Really well played by Perfect, and if maybe Sponge waits like half a second longer on his kick, actually follows up with Q first, and he does more damage to Mininar as opposed to Maganar, right? Because his kick still went over to his Maganar. If they wait like 3 more seconds, then Rascal has his Ignite, and it's these type of tiny moments that I think where you really see how quickly a team like KT can take those moments and turn them into running you over.
Yeah, I mean, at that point beforehand, there wasn't too much action. It was like 3-3, and it was kind of back and forth a bit. We saw Rascal was doing some stuff on the Quinn, but once that happened, it was kind of a bit over, and then eventually we got to this point where, a lot of little skirmishes, but then we're just kind of, getting vision on support Varus, and that doesn't go well.
Yeah, dangerous one to face check with, and you kind of feel for Teddy here, it's like, oh, I can help you, I'll put some peel down, and it backfires massively. When you're both very immobile, it's very precarious trying to establish vision. You really need your jungler there to be doing the work, and I think after that point, the game was looking pretty rough.
No addition. Really, the key thing that gets me is that game number 1 is KT, early game, mega clean, start to finish, textbook game. And then game 2, I think self-explanatory. And in this game, they're still getting a little goofy with it, but it does make you wonder. We didn't really see any major KTing going on in this third game.
Yeah, but I kind of feel like we saw 3 levels of KT, just not in the right order, but like game 1 and then game 3 and then game 2 is like the different tiers, definitely.
Yeah, many different sides of KT, many shades of KT in this one. Let's take a look at the POG for game number 3, and it will be Beryl. He did not die a single time and set up a lot of fights, so not too surprising on this one.
Yeah, super active in the early game, having a pretty high kill participation, even though there wasn't a ton of kills, but setting up plays like this, and I think Nico, definitely a pick that we're seeing a bit more presence on in the support role, especially into these range matchups. Things like Renata we saw earlier, and here obviously the Virus, where you can bully them out a bit, but then still offer that engaged potential. If you get the ult onto the enemy backline, it's just so high impact.
Little stuff there as well, like he used this shape splitter to make sure that the Q from Lee couldn't actually hit the Gnar. And outside of that, Beryl, when he's having a good game, is just incredible. He is not afraid to start up fights. So the fact that he went, basically killed us, is all the more impressive because we know he very gladly gives his life for his team.
So, some boom boom damage. I mean, BDD did do a lot of damage. He actually hit a lot of Scatter the Weaks. Like, we know that BDD is very strong on this champ, and I think it's actually okay, but Beryl getting the majority of the votes for a good reason
Perfect vote
as well.
would have been fun. He had the Q plays. He did the...
Moving on.
I voted for Beryl.
Let's give play-by-plays their votes back. Let's just have like 20 different votes. We'll add like a chat vote. You know, we'll have like a X vote Facebook as well.
Someone walking by in the street, you just say, what do you vote? They
Just
didn't
yell out the window over here.
Yeah.
We asked the Weeby friends, like, hey, what do you think?
Each one gets different votes.
We do
Did
have
you do a
quite a lot of
voice?
Weeby friends.
Where was my voice?
Well, I didn't have the mic, so
okay.
couldn't hear it. So yeah, that was a POG. And what do you? Maybe you guys should ask your friends as well what they think.
Well, I thought it was a great game, personally. Or a POG.
Well, what about that one behind you, Chronicle? What does he think?
Okay, I'll interview him. What did you think, Mr. Weeby friend? Who should get POG?
I think that the jungle was pretty good in this match, and I personally would have voted for the jungle.
Yeah, you missed Baron, but good try, Weeby friend.
You just gotta, you know, that's why we don't give everybody a POG vote. Now, guys, we do have the interview ready, so let's hand it over to Deer for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POG interview translation, joined by BDD and Beryl on the side of KT Rollster. Congratulations! Beryl, with the 2-1 victory against DRX, you have achieved your 10th win. How do you feel? So spring season is coming to an end. It was a regretful 2-1 victory, but I'm very happy about the result nonetheless. And BDD, we were worried when we heard about the COVID news, so are you feeling better? I feel uncomfortable when I sleep, but when I play games, it doesn't get in the way of me playing games, so I believe that it'll get just only better from here. And BDD, we saw the Annie pick against Ari twice so far, but Annie lost both times before today. And despite the rumor about Annie being good against Ari, you were the only person who really proved the theory, so how was it like playing this matchup? So there are pros and cons in this matchup, and I think I was able to display pretty good understanding of this matchup. That's why we were able to win. And BDD, with the global Azir ban, we've been seeing more teams come up with alternatives like Talia, Ari, and Annie. But as the Azir Sovereign, are you disappointed in any way? Despite the Azir being banned, I feel like I have a lot of other picks that I can utilize, so I'm not too sad or too disappointed. And in Game 2, the opponent swapped Frog with Rascal, and Perfect locked Camille in against him. Can you explain this pick along with what kind of feedback there was after the defeat? There were macro-wide mistakes, and that's what turned the game around. And I believe we talked about let's just focus on the macro and make sure that we minimize those sort of mistakes. And Beryl, in a 3-game series, you secured a 2-1 victory, and DRX had a peculiar approach to drafts. So with the Hui, Verispot, and Top Quinn, how did it make you feel? So I believe against Gnar we saw that Top Quinn pick before. So I think with that experience, we told ourselves that as long as we're able to survive and survive through the early game, we would be able to win in the end. And Beryl, what a great performance with Nico. This was your first Nico in this spring, and if she's this good, why didn't you pick her earlier? No, there are a lot of, there's actually a different player, another player in our team who really likes playing Nico, so I just had to give it away to him. And yeah, you said you learned Nico from BDD, so anything that you want to say about that? Yeah, BDD actually shared a lot of really good tips regarding Nico during solo queue, and I feel like I actually learned a lot from him. Even before I taught Beryl anything about Nico, he actually had a really good understanding of Nico, but obviously I probably have contributed a lot more in the end. Let's take a look at the replay here where you get secure the kills in the bot lane as Nico. And we could just hear your confidence in your voice comm, so did you really read every move? So I knew that Quinn didn't have flash, and this was the timing where Quinn loses to RNR. So that's why I was able to sort of read the situation, and then that's why I was heading bot, and that just went to our plan. And BDD, with the Game 3 victory, you have achieved 400 wins. Congratulations! So you have earned your 700 LCK games with the last match. How do you feel? I actually wasn't aware of these, but with these achievements, it just makes me realize that I have been in the scene for a long time and I want to continue being so successful in my journey. And you must continue your momentum all the way to the playoffs, with only 2 matches remaining against Hana Life Esports and Kwangdong Freaks. What will you focus on? BDD? I don't think there will be any big changes in the rankings. So I believe that we just have to reach our ceiling until the playoffs. And Beryl? Just like what BDD said, I don't think there'll be any changes in the standings. So we just have to focus on our plays. So next week we get to see our fans at Lowell Park. You know, it's been very boring and it's been so quiet without the fans in the scene. So I'm really looking forward to the fans being back on the scene. And this will be the end of the interview with BDD and Beryl of KT Rollster, and back to the space.
Thank you, dear, as always, for that awesome translation. Let's take a look at the standings with KT taking yet another win here, as they have moved into 4th, but keep in mind that DK are right on their tails and will have a game, I believe, tomorrow.
Yeah, and I think the big takeaway as well is because this wasn't a 2-0, D+ are in a better position to catch up with them. If D+ 2-0 the next series, guys, they will equalize in game score.
Guys, I remembered who they're facing.
Never mind.
Yeah.
We're not catching up tomorrow.
You know, Bro vs Longshim should be a fun one.
Yeah. Also, Bro and Nongshim do not have any chance of making playoffs now, so hopefully they bring up fun
pressure
stuff.
is off.
Bro, we're gonna just ascend.
Yeah, they're just gonna reach a new level. I mean, the pressure is off, and they just get to do whatever they want now, so should be fun. D+, they will be fighting for their lives, whereas Gen G, they do have a couple of teams on their tails, so they do have to be pretty clean as well to make sure that they do get the win. But that's it for us today, guys. It was a very long day, as you could probably tell by our Weeby segment, but we're going to end it there. We'll see you tomorrow for more of the LCK. Have a good night.